Sing this together, even when I don't see it. Come on, even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop. Come on. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop.
Ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
Bindio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesayo, ubenyesayo wala mbuli.
Looking for sisterhood, craving solidarity, ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Way to start your day. Good morning. It's 13th day of May 2026. Karibu sana to the program. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. We call it Ladies' Night, but is it? Okay, fine. So let's do this. The show starts right now until 10 a.m. and we have got plenty to talk about, including the just concluded Africa Forward Summit that ended yesterday at the KICC. I'll take a look at the declarations and some of the pronouncements that were made by the leaders and what they want to take forward with them in the just concluded Africa Summit. One of them is to address the financial architecture in Africa, as well as to seek equal partnership with the other members. That came out so profoundly in the closing remarks yesterday at the KICC. I'll be taking a look at that, and I have got a very good panel to help me deal with that. I'll be joined by Wilson Sosion, who is an educator and also a veteran unionist. I'll also be joined by Dr. Biola Salami, performance strategist. He'll be joining me on set, as well as Kevin Osidu, who is the executive director of the County Governor's Watch. And finally, I'll be joined by Dr. Ali Mohamud, who is the deputy governor of Mandera County. The four great men will be here at 7. So let's take a post-mortem of what happened over the last 2 days. Mike, good morning.
Good morning,
What
Peter.
do you have for us?
We'll be talking about two things. One is about preparing our Kenyan workforce for the green collar jobs, given that Kenya's green transition now is no longer about the environment. It's translating to jobs, livelihoods, and also economic survival. So I'll be having that conversation with Millicent Sedi, who is the Senior Manager, Agriculture and Food Systems, MSC. That is a conversation that will be coming to you at exactly 8 a.m. And later on today on the Women at the Forefront, I will be speaking to two brilliant ladies. One is an actress, the other one is a film producer. The actress is Apondi Nyang'aya, she's an actress, and also Gina Motune is a film producer and director. They will be talking to us about how we can honor our past without being confined by it. That conversation will be coming to you later on in the program, so I implore you to keep it KBC Channel 1, and you can be part of every conversation happening right here on KBC Channel 1. We are at KBC Channel 1 on all our social media platforms. Good morning, Giverson.
Good morning.
How are you doing,
Mike?
And the Manchester United fraternity.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. I hope, Victor, that is loud and clear to my friend Victor.
Respect your leaders.
It's
as simple as that.
It's okay, you guys have tried.
That is not a request. You need to respect. Leaders are chosen by God. You've heard that statement quite a lot, right?
You don't need to respond. I
You don't need to respond.
I said you've tried. You've done your best. The rest you can leave to God.
Which team do you support once again?
No, Mike and Victor. Thank you so much. I've got some news for you, and let's go straight to it. Now, France and Africa have agreed to foster a new relationship that will drive collaboration and mutual respect. Under the new framework dubbed the Nairobi Declaration, the two have agreed to increase investments in research, mining, green technology, and security cooperation. President William Ruto has said the new document presents a new opportunity for Africa and France to deepen bilateral ties.
3 days of marathon meetings and public engagements, the Africa Forward Summit culminated with the Nairobi Declaration, with details on how the two regions of Africa and beyond will work together. Co-hosted by Kenya and France, the summit brought together over 3,000 delegates to move beyond traditional aid-based models towards a relationship defined by co-investment and mutual technological growth. A primary pillar of the declaration is a unified call to reform the global financial architecture.
We are recalibrating our relationship with our partners. And we have been absolutely clear that this is a relationship of equals. At the heart of this relationship is sovereign equality.
Be the key stakeholder of this architecture and to develop based on an existing instrument whose headquarters is here in Nairobi, ATD, to ensure that we have an instrument which provides financial guarantees.
On green industrialization, the leaders agreed to establish processing plants and battery manufacturing hubs on the continent instead of exporting raw critical minerals like lithium and cobalt. On digital sovereignty and the AI frontier, the agreement pledges French and African cooperation in building data centers and digital infrastructure that ensure Africa data remains under local control.
In terms of AI, we laid the foundations of a partnership between Africa and France to mobilize the potential of African countries to strengthen internet access with a number of projects, in particular submarine projects that will link Africa to Europe with innovation.
Further, the declaration pivots from medical donations to a model of health resilience, with France pledging technical support. Presidents William Ruto and Emmanuel Macron have called for co-creation, where African innovation is seen as a solution for global challenges, from climate change to the future of digital governance.
The people of this continent are the greatest asset that we have. They will form the workforce of the future. They will form the market of the future, and they will drive innovation, creativity, artificial intelligence, and technology.
Various leaders have emphasized that the success of the declaration will be measured not by the signatures on the page, but by the speed at which these financial and technological investments reach the ground.
African leaders are calling for increased private sector financing to accelerate the continent's green energy transition and industrial transformation. Speaking at the ongoing Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, President William Ruto said Africa's youthful population and growing innovation ecosystem place the continent in a strong position to drive sustainable development through technology, entrepreneurship, and clean energy investments.
Increasingly positioning green industrialization and clean energy investments at the center of their long-term economic growth strategies amid rising pressure to transition towards low-carbon development models. However, these green transition projects lack the requisite funding.
We cannot accept a future in which Africa simply exports raw green minerals, while industrial value addition, advanced manufacturing, and technological innovation take place elsewhere. That model belongs to the past.
Africa's youth innovations through fintech, digital trade, and startup ecosystems have fueled economic transformation, financial inclusion, and job creation.
Our youth population is not a burden to be managed. It is an extraordinary strategic advantage to be invested in.
Ruto further rallied calls for a stronger African voice in shaping global economic and development priorities through representation in global decision-making institutions such as the United Nations Security Council.
Kenya, therefore, remains steadfast in its support for the common African position as articulated in the Ezulwini Consensus and the City Declaration, which calls for Africa to be accorded permanent representation on the Security Council with all the prerogatives and privileges of permanent membership, alongside additional non-permanent seats.
As the Africa Forward Summit concludes in Nairobi, Kenya seeks to attract new investment opportunities, strengthen regional trade partnerships, and position Nairobi as a leading hub for innovation, finance, and green industrialization in Africa. Africa must take greater ownership of its development financing and future growth pathways. This was the rallying call at the second day of the Africa Forward Summit, where African leaders were called upon to increase domestic resource mobilization to fund needs that require priorities in the continent. Reporting for KBC Channel 1 from the Africa Forward Summit at KICC, my name is Ndota Mokami.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, says it requires 74 billion shillings to deliver a free, fair and credible general election. Appearing before the National Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee presenting their budget estimates for the 2026-2027 financial year, the electoral body says they have only been allocated 41 billion shillings, leaving a shortfall of 33 billion shillings, which commissioners note could hinder their activities during the polls. Here is Abdiaziz Hashim with details.
With 15 months remaining to the 2027 general election,
a very transparent, credible and efficient election 2027.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, now says it requires 74 billion shillings to deliver free, fair and credible polls.
Now the total is 74.8 billion. That is our total requirement for the conduct of general election, but the allocation is 41.3 billion, giving a shortfall of 33.4 billion.
In February, March, that's when you come out crying that you don't have funds to do the host of things you're supposed to do. That's why we are talking about timelines, timelines, timelines.
Legislators raise concerns that the polls are becoming an expensive burden to taxpayers.
The budget request is a moving target. The last time you were in front of us, you were asking for a total of 61 billion. Now it has gone to 74.
But we shall look at this to rationalize and also see whether we can make our election less expensive, as Kenyans say.
The issue of why the budget has changed, it is because, we were conducting the ECVR, we have been moving around the country, we have been informed and also witnessed a number of challenges.
The commission, led by their vice chair, Fahim Abdallah, stated that the budget has increased due to the second mass voter registration exercise set to commence at the end of the year or January 2027, among other expenses that will be incurred ahead of the polls.
For example, the voter registration, we are requesting that you add up around 700 million. And in this ECVL being the last one, we want to address all the gaps that we saw in ECVL 1. So that budget is to increase the number of clerks to the areas that we see that they are very deserving.
If we retire the 41,000 today, we'll be left with 14,000. 14,000 are Smartmatic kits. Moving forward, we are not 100% sure that we are going to use Smartmatic kits again. We are looking to open this to vendors to apply appropriately.
The poll body also seeks to increase the diaspora polling stations from 18 to 55. The Erastus Ethicon-led body says it is ready to conduct the 3 by-elections slated for Thursday this week, and they include Emurua Dikir parliamentary seat, Poro Ward and Endo Ward.
Now, it crosses over to our neighboring country, Uganda, where Yoweri Museveni has been sworn in for his 7th term as president of Uganda at the Kololo ceremonial, or rather at the Kololo ceremonial grounds in Kampala, having secured victory in the January 2026 elections with over 70% of the vote. The 81-year-old extends his 40-year rule at the helm. The ceremony that was attended by regional leaders included a 21-gun salute and military parades, in honor of the commander-in-chief, who described his upcoming tenure as a term of no sleep.
Uganda has arrived.
In a colourful ceremony attended by regional leaders, Museveni received the ceremonial instruments of power as thousands of supporters cheered their leader, who is assuming office for the 7th term as head of state.
We now have a new president.
From the soldiers marching to paratroopers flying above the ceremonial grounds, the ceremony was characterized by parades by the various factions of Uganda's People's Defense Forces, as well as a show of the East African nation's military prowess on the ground and in the air. While timing his next 5 years at the helm as the term of no sleep, President Museveni pledged to continue advancing Uganda's development agenda.
Development in the form of economic infrastructure, such as roads, electricity, the piped water, the railways, airports, telephones, etc., and social infrastructure in the form of schools, health centers. You can see some of those there on the screen.
The head of state further pledged his administration commitment to strengthening regional cooperation, promoting economic growth and stability.
We must unite East Africa, unite Africa, so that we have a market that can absorb the products that we produce.
The presence of leaders from Kenya, the region and the continent at large with their delegation, highlighting the ongoing diplomatic and political ties between Uganda and its neighboring countries. Museveni came to power on January 26, 1986, following a 5-year guerrilla war led by his National Resistance Army. He was sworn in on January 29, 1986, and has remained in power since then.
The Ministry of Health has reinstated the Directorate of Nurses in a move aimed at strengthening and empowering the nursing profession. Now, speaking during the International Nurses and Midwives Day that took place in Nairobi, Health Cabinet Secretary the profession. While acknowledging the challenges nurses face while on duty, Duale reaffirmed the government's commitment to invest.
Kenya joined other nations in the world in commemorating the International Nurses and Midwives Day 2026. It is here that calls were made for the government to pump more resources into the profession. Speakers at the forum, led by Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale, used the opportunity to assure the nurses that the government is working on ensuring the nurses' directorate is functional to address the bottlenecks in the sector.
It's a national commitment to recognizing excellence, celebrating service, elevating the role models within the profession.
Affirmation today by the CS Eden Duale that the Directorate of Nursing Services is going to be formed by the powers conferred to him by the Health Act 2017 is a blessing to the nurses.
Duale at the same time revealed that his ministry is strengthening partnership with the county governments to equip the nurses with modern skills and technologies necessary for quality healthcare delivery.
And it will send a very clear message that dedication will no longer go unnoticed and that the next generations.
Health Principal Secretary Mary Mudhoni, who hailed the nurses for their resilience and perseverance in their work, said the ministry is working on expanding nurses training to create pathways for career progression.
We are very steadfast in ensuring that we are strengthening and empowering the nursing profession. The future of healthcare in Kenya depends on a motivated, an empowered, and a respected nursing workforce.
From the feedback that we got from nurses, the one thing that was very clear is how can we elevate the image of nursing? How can we improve the profile of nursing so that nurses are valued in our society?
Kenya National Union of Nurses Secretary General Seth Panyako has, however, urged the government to move with speed and address the understaffing currently facing the nursing profession, which has strained the workforce.
You've heard him talk about that internship, how we have worked with him closely. I had a lot of confidence in Honorable CS Eden Duale. And when other people opposed him, we were the first people to come and support him and say we need him at the ministry. And indeed he has delivered.
The celebration was held under the theme, Our Nurses, Our Future, Empowered Nurses Save Lives.
CS has touched on very pertinent issues that affect nurses, including Directorate of Nursing, which is points directly to nursing leadership, support for how they get remunerated.
We come in as a partner in terms of strengthening clinical education for nurses in training institutions and also nurses who are already qualified and are practicing.
We've seen the guideline for the internships being launched. That means, we're all very particular and specific about the future of nursing.
Now, the Jijue Jibeta campaign by the Kenya Revenue Authority entered Nyeri County on Tuesday, targeting eligible taxpayers in the region. Now, taxpayers in Karatina, Mukurweini, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mwega, Chaka, and Narumoro turned up for the sensitization campaign and to file their returns ahead of the June 30th deadline. Now, the Jijue Jibeta campaign encourages the simple and zero-cost filing of returns through WhatsApp or a short code. The taxman targets to mobilize 300 million by the end of June.
Yeah. Option number 98.
Is integrating a public-private partnership deals into debt management strategy in a bid to And now let's go to the Parliament, where senators have passed the Division of Revenue Bill 2026 with amendments proposing 454 billion as equitable share for county governments. As equitable share of, or rather for county governments, shooting down 420 billion shillings proposal by the National Assembly. Now this means the bill will proceed to mediation between the two houses.
That clauses 3, 4, new clause 5, the schedule as amended, clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable Senators, you can start voting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Let's get sporty for a moment. Sport CS Salim Mvurya is hopeful that the 2027 AFCON co-hosts Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania will put up a successful tournament owing to the 2024 CHAN experiences. I was speaking during the Africa Forward Summit that brought together CAF President Patrice Motsepe, Uganda and Tanzania Football Federation Presidents. The Sport CS said the three co-hosts are working hand in hand to improve the sports infrastructure ahead of the tournament set for June 19th, July 17th, 2027. Kenya is putting up a new sports facility, Talanta Stadium, which is nearing completion, while the refurbishment of the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, is ongoing. CAF President Motsepe threw his weight behind the three co-host nations, emphasizing the economic advantages that come with the tournament.
Road to East Africa. East Africa initially did not have a good profile in football, and you worked tirelessly with the three governments to host the Pamoja CHAN, which really gave us also the inspiration to move into AFCON with a lot of experience, but a lot of areas that we learned. 3 weeks ago, we were hosted in Uganda by our colleague, and we are running through some of the key areas that we need to work together. And therefore, your visit this morning, running through the days of the summit, are also very occasional because we will have a chance to discuss key issues, and we also have a chance to learn connection with the AFCON. So, and Morocco, the benefits that Morocco derived from AFCON, according to Nielsen, $2 billion. So I don't mind if 1 point, just 600 for you, 600, but I mean, it's going to be more.
Now that's where we end the news coverage for now. But Good Morning Kenya show continues on the other side. Victor Olo is on standby with a panel of guests. But before that, we take a very short commercial break.
Celebrate your creativity, your talent, and all the fun things you love to do.
My name is Jordan Mwangi. I'm an ex-world scholar. My hobbies are playing basketball, playing football, and reading books.
And today's book is The Best Thing Ever.
Chinky Chimpanzees Chew Chunky Chocolate Chips.
I'm Chef Zawadi, and today I'm going to show you how to make potato salad.
Vous présente un poème intitulé Le respect de la planète.
Kuchukua sio tabu hivyo. Na shapasi. Kimaliza nitapitia hapa nkienda stendi nitakuregeshea.
Sitakuchoma.
Hapa ni mkono wapata moto makerekani. Haya pasi hiyo, lakini hala pasi yenyewe si yangu. Utumie ukimaliza tu niregeshe.
Toke kule ninatoka mwenyewe na haraka zangu ninakuja kuchukua changu. Leo waje kuniambia changu hakiko changu ninakukabidhi wewe. Leo kiko nyumba ya pili. Wewe ulipata mahari ya kumuoa Amina ukashindwa kununua pasi.
Kama imevunjika mkono ukimwomba msamahani huo mkono utawekwa binadamu.
Sasa si pasi mpya itanunuliwa. Wewe wajua pasi hakuna.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
mimi ndio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, umenyesao wala mbuli.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond backmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
Wewe wahitaji watatu ili kukamilika. Mimi nahitaji wawili.
Wewe pia. Hivi Pili alikuwa yazungumzia ukweli?
Ule. Wani?
Na anafanya nini pale na Patel?
Hata ninashaka.
Usherekee kwa kuja kwa Sitara. My daughter. My daughter.
We're so excited. We were allowing our imaginations to run rampant, okay? We had colors and names and parties and all the things we were going to do. And the nurse checked and said, "I'm so sorry."
Michelle Wilkins has sung with some of the top artists in the Christian music scene, from Mandisa to Toby Mac. All that time on stage didn't compare to the joy of finding out she and her husband Michael were expecting their first child.
The lady says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but there's no longer a heartbeat." It hurt. It was like a pain I had never felt before.
Looking for sisterhood, craving solidarity, ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama. Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni. Vurugu nyumbani, mwadhirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Walemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti, nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Kutumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha, nimependa sana hoja yako.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Chat.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
All right. Thank you so much for staying with us. Welcome back to the program. It's now 8 minutes past 7 a.m. on this 13th day of May 2026. Karibu sana. We have got 1 hour to do this, so stay with us. Today I want to take a look at the just concluded the summit that ended yesterday with several declarations happening there. Several heads of state came with recommendations and declaration which is now dubbed the Nairobi Declaration. We want to take a look at what is there. And of course, one of them is to get the financial architecture, the regional financial system working and empowering youth and banks in Africa, with President William Ruto actually saying that they are not coming here to beg for donations. They want to be equal partners when it comes to investment and shared prosperity. That is what I want us to take a look and basically what it means moving forward. I'll be joined by Dr. Abiola Salami, who is a performance strategist. He'll be here shortly. Wilson Sosion is an educator and former nominated member of Parliament and, of course, veteran unionist. Mheshimiwa, thank you for joining us. As well as Kevin Osido, who is Executive Director of the County Governor's Watch. And finally, Dr. Ali Malim Mohamud, who is the Deputy Governor of the Good People of Mandera County. Gentlemen, karibuni sana.
Asante
Good
sana.
to see you. Let me start with you, Kevin. It was a very busy 2 days in the city.
Oh yeah, precisely as was expected. Quite busy to be able to look at what Kenya has to offer, and indeed by extension what Africa has to offer. And this happening for the first time in an English-speaking country. And focusing on France and what basically it means insofar as diplomacy and economic emancipation of not just Kenya, but really Africa.
Yes.
And also looking at the number of dignitaries, the heads of states and governments that we were able to host. I believe that that really sets Kenya as one of those very major global rabble-rousers insofar as diplomacy and economy is concerned. And Victor, if you look at the kind of agenda items that were being discussed in that particular summit, I believe that if not basically to profile other nations as benchmarks, Kenya has been able to do very well insofar as energy is concerned. We are talking about nuclear right now, insofar as AI and digital innovation is concerned, insofar as agriculture and food security, insofar as industrialization, blue economy, health systems and the reforms that are taking place in our health sector, and moving it even to youth engagement and the kind of programs that the government of the Republic of Kenya has been able to roll out, whether working or not, but the goodwill that government is able to present a platform for young people. I finish by really thanking President William Ruto for the kind of proposals that he made in international financing and the kind of regimes that that we are talking about, where he really emphasized the fact that Africa is coming forward not to belabor this aid monotony around aid, but that Africa also has the opportunity to come forward as an able global player insofar as what economy is concerned, and particularly looking at what has happened with USAID, the kind of programs that were being run, the kind of financing that most African countries have to go through when you talk about debt and how it is being managed, and therefore the kind of services that Africans therefore fail to get when we do not have financial resources. So I think that the president made a very important point to therefore look at the financing regime and the proposals that is making to the global international communities.
Okay, before I come to you, Mwalimu Sosion, let me take you through the front page of the local dailies. In 1 minute, fight for ODM basis as Oburu and Sifuna stage rival rallies. That's on the front page of the Star. Factions planning meetings on May 31st in the Lake region. Okay, that is what's here. And of course, still on the front page is Ruto seeks a fairer global financing system at the summit. That's exactly what you've said, Kevin. That's on the front page. And YUD is facing an uphill task in Emwari Dikir by-election. Front page of the Star. Very quickly, on the Daily Nation, playing with the numbers. Okay, playing with the numbers. That's on the Daily Nation. And it's about the Uhuru administration attacked Auditor General, scathing report on Eurobond. But then now, again, the numbers here, down here, is the Africa Forward Summit, which culminated yesterday. Africa bids for energy deals with France. And finally, Bitok's passport hit. That is on the front page of the Standard. Bitok's passport hit. Despite, according to the Standard, despite allegations over the irregular issuance of Kenyan passports and identity documents to foreign nationals, Foreign Immigration PS Julius Bitok and Director General of Immigration Evelyn Cheluget have remained silent. The latest claims have now gained fresh attention after documents shared publicly by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua pointed to a system that bypassed standard safeguards and fast-tracked approvals through senior immigration channels. Insider Now accounts and tracking records suggest a process that raised serious security concerns during Bitok's tenure. The lingering silence now leaves one central question hanging: when will Kenyans get clear answers on what really happened? Those are the quick look at the front pages of the local dailies. Let me come back to you, Mwalimu Sosion. It was a massive investment, but before we get to there, it was a very good platform for Kenya, as Kevin has said, that Kenya did not play as a guinea pig, but we were up to task, because hosting 30 heads of state and delegation, that was a massive investment.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it is now convincing to every Kenyan that Kenya is a critical player on the global stage, particularly on the economic front. And that Kenya is not just a strategic economy globally, but is also a strong logistical hub for the continent. And the Kenyan leadership is in sync with the mood of with the global mood of the moment in terms of economy. Looking at the arguments of the president and the forum itself, the theme actually shifted away from AIDS donor dependency to empowerment of the continent and building the continent using domestic resources and engaging in bilaterals and even funding that has got more friendly approach in terms of, and that's where the president talked of reforming the financial architecture. And of course, the French-African Summit will culminate in the G7 meeting in which the president will attend. So I think, give it to Kenya. We've proved we can be a smart, an ideal crucible for economic reforms in the continent. And when you look at the leadership, even the 11 bilaterals that were signed between Kenya and France focuses a lot on investment in infrastructure area, because you as a partner we invest together. We can no longer consign Africa to a corner of poverty and begging. Poverty and begging is no longer for Africa. The human resource, the natural resources, and the leadership within the continent, and the participation in the global economy must be respected. And if we can speak about Kenya, expansion of the port of Mombasa, I think that is contained in one of the bilateral agreements. Expansion of the rail network within the city. You know, this is one of the best cities we have in the world. But a lot needs to be done in terms of having a modern transport system. And you looked at the numbers that was stated that we need to move 30,000 passengers per hour within the city.
Yeah.
And so you look at all those master plans, it does make a lot of sense. And those of us who have traveled through the cities across the world, then we think making Nairobi an efficient transport system through a rail network is a good thing. And that is linked with it's contained within a bilateral agreement with the French. And supplementing our energy generation capacity through nuclear. And remember, the French have been very instrumental in terms of technical support and investment in nuclear programs and nuclear energy programs across the world. So I think Kenya, we got it right through the signed bilaterals, and which we hope to see being translated into viable economic programs, projects within the country. So to me, Kenya, we won very greatly. We've aligned our programs properly with France, and we have set a pace on how to engage in other bilaterals with other countries. And by and large, we've showcased the country, what the country has in terms of the modern intra-African trade that requires mobilization of domestic resources and partnership. Look, for example, even the oil refinery that has been talked about, it looked like a joke when it was in Tanga. But now you can see it's almost coming to Mombasa, and the African investors are focusing very seriously on coming up. If we have our own oil refinery within East Africa, then we will never be affected by economic shocks and economic and global activities like wars that we've witnessed. So I think it is now time for Africa to be a competitive economic player globally, harnessing its own resources, both natural and human resources. So it's an opportunity for us. And therefore, Kenya indeed is on a journey to Singapore. So Singapore is not a fairy tale. It's a reality. It can be achieved. And Singapore, Victor, means we get rid of poverty. And we take Kenyans to live decent life. And we reduce poverty index in the country. Develop the country.
Just hold that thought.
And have a more decent economy.
I'll come back home when it comes to this. But, Doctor, when you look at the whole of that summit, this perhaps is a springboard for Africa to have a common voice, globally speaking, because the G7 summit is coming here, and we have got several summits coming even later in the year. But now Africa is now looking at a position where they are going to have one common voice, that this is our Nairobi Declaration, and other partners, as President William Ruto said, that we must come as equal partners, a springboard to a global voice.
Correct. Victor, thank you very much. I think by and large, I would say it was a very successful summit, but also as a nation and as Africans, we must be able to look at our history, because sometimes the way we move forward is also pegged on the kind of history and relationships we had in the past.
Yes.
I personally, before the summit started, I was deeply skeptical about African Forward Summit that is co-hosted by a European president, especially France, UK, Belgium, countries like that. And the reason why I do that is that part of Africans' misery and impoverishment that we are experiencing today was choreographed by European, especially the Western European nations, the colonial governments, who up until even after giving independence to African nations, are still marginalizing and bleeding parts of Africa. If you go to West Africa today, the kind of French policies that are being enacted, that are being applied, is insane. It's even worse than during the colonial periods. So you cannot come to claim that you will establish partnership on one side of our continent and create growth and economic, vitality, while you are subjugating very serious, unfriendly and bad policies. Look at Burkina Faso. Look at Togo. Look at Guinea. Look at Niger. Where are they? When we're talking about here in Kenya that we are, hosting partnerships. And all these hulabalus, which is okay, a lot of grandiose ideas, that's fine. But Africa is Africa. You can't say Africa forward. By the way, Burkina Faso is part of Africa, okay?
Yes.
And so is Niger and all these West African countries now that, that France is really doing some really horrible things as we speak today. So I think we have to be very honest with ourselves. I always treat any relationship with Western former colonial nations with skepticism and suspicion myself. But what I'm really proud of is that the president shares the same resentments and the same suspicion that I do. Because if you carefully listen to his speech, he continuously repeated free relationship, equal partnership, autonomy of decision making, equality in the financial architecture. So even in the president's speech, if you go back and listen to, those fears are there. And among all the colonial government, all of them, although they have subjected very bad policies across Africa, French was one of the worst. As we speak today, West Africa is being forced to use the franc, their cash. 50% of those deposits go to French reserve banks, okay? They have brutal military bases out there and a lot of economic inequalities there. They export, as the president also mentioned in his speech, a lot of our raw materials are exported there and they come back, they are sold to us at much higher prices than they are sold to the French people.
That brings to what Kevin said, that we need to have our domestic products.
Yeah. So what I'm really so proud of the president because of the fact that he is acutely aware of these past relationships and past history. And the fear is very clear. But I would suggest and I believe that there is no day, let me finish, there is no day that any former Western colony will come here with the kind of programs that they are trying to project they are doing. They always do the opposite. For me, I believe that for every dollar investment, FDI, foreign direct investment that they put into Kenya or in any African country, they take back twice or thrice that much out without us noticing. But always what we are being told is partnerships and equality, the details. Look, France said they are going to finance 12.5 billion railway program. They also taught us that there is no free lunch. So what's in it for them? We must question those things, okay? By the time we have that 12 billion done, they would have taken back about 60 billion or 70 billion back to France. So Africa is no longer stupid. Africa is no longer illiterate. We know what we are doing, and I am really glad the president really lectured them, because the president used this opportunity, this platform, to lecture Europe and the West that Africa, and Kenya in particular, is not Kenya of the yesteryears. It is a new Kenya. We understand what you are doing. The financial sector, the president continued to say that we shall no longer depend on financial and international monetary institutions. He said Africa must finance Africa. And that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Go ahead.
Are we in a position to finance ourselves? Because the big brother is also watching. And someone will say that France is closer to Africa when it comes to Europe.
Geographically.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the relationship is slightly warm, or warmer, to say.
No, the relationship is not warm. The relationship is toxic with France in particular, in my opinion. And I think I don't mind relationship with Russia myself. I don't mind relationship with China or Middle East or any other nations. But every time I see any project or partnership with any former colony, especially those guys who sat down in Berlin conference, the famous Scramble for Africa, who legalized and moralized colonization, and who continue to do it now, veiled in different versions. I always have my suspicion. What Macron is doing is that West Africa has become too hot, unsustainable, and he is looking for another option. Macron was chased by America. Macron was chased by West Africa. He is trying to come here to mess up with East Africa and Kenya. And trust me, time will vindicate me a few years, 10 years, 20 years from now, that this relationship, unless we follow the script of His Excellency the President Ruto's proposal, to be very careful and cautious, we will regret heavily. That's what I think.
Let's take a break. Sosyon is yearning for something.
Yes.
I wanted to chip in very quickly.
I want to serve you tea.
Serve him coffee, not tea.
Stay with us.
We'll
Stay with
take
us.
a
We'll be
break.
right back.
Yes. Yes.
And just trigger that new.
I'm not doing it.
Huh? What'd you say?
I don't want to take the exam.
But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
Jina! Aki watoto wa siku hizi wakiwa nasumbua. Usikose kuona Gundu KBC Channel 1 every Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Ujionee hivi vituko vya watoto wa siku hizi wanaosumbua wazazi. Na mengine mengi. Keep it Gundu. Jina!
The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is not just a plan on paper.
Manifesto tulioandika na tukauzia Wakenya na wakatupigia kura, sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama.
It is happening on the ground across Kenya.
Enda subabogi Moriega Jodhurwa untie Mugani Hamjambo.
In agriculture,
Turkana wameamkia mambo ya ukulima sasa.
On our roads,
Lami black anaingia hapa anagausha hapa. Wacha bana.
In health,
all our patients are in SHA 100%.
In housing,
kutoka nyumba za mabati kuleta nyumba kama hii ya ghorofa ni kitu mzuri sana.
In our markets,
Umetukumbuka sisi mama mboga, shida zetu umezitatua.
And so much more.
It's a good thing the government inakuja mashinani na this is all what we have been requesting.
This is transformation. This is impact. This is delivering the plan. Every Friday on KBC Channel 1.
And him? All right, welcome. All right, it's time for us to continue the discussion. All right, welcome back. So I'm also joined by Dr. Abiola Salami, who is a performance strategist. Dr. Ekaro.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Cabo.
Thank you.
All right. That's good morning.
Yes, that's good morning in my language.
Yes.
You got it right. Yes.
Okay, so we'll just continue the discussion. Now, Kevin, you've heard what Dr. Maalim has said, and let me come back to this. Someone would say that perhaps France was playing a reset button because of the accusation of the growing rift between between France and West Africa. So finding some kind of dalliance with East Africa is a soft landing. But you've heard what Dr. has said, that with time, he'll be vindicated.
That's correct. But what Dr. is saying is indeed not, it's not new. Because if you look at what is now called neo-colonialism and globalization, we can no longer pretend that the world is a vacuum. States, countries, nations transact, they move, they interact, and you can no longer block, regions from interacting with each other. And to the extent that that France has serious challenges in Western and part of Central Africa, does not mean that therefore the Eastern and even Southern is blocked. And that President Emmanuel Macron coming to Nairobi, and remember this is a reset visit from President William Ruto's visit, and he's coming back and he's saying, we see a new frontier of engagement with Africa. And that is why he is very keen. Remember, even in his speech, he noted that there were heads of states from some of these countries that we are referring to that were not present. But he went further and indicated that we have some of the nationalities here who come from those countries. It means, therefore, Victor, that even citizens and institutions within nation states are beginning to realize that we can no longer isolate ourselves from what is happening around us. If you listen to President William Ruto's speech, he referred to what we call sovereignty about 8 times. And he kept emphasizing that the people of Africa must now begin to see value in Africa and Africans. And in seeing that value, in my view, I see the president pushing a baton back to African leaders. And he's saying that we can no longer continue to fight outsiders, in the spirit of neo-colonialism and globalization, because we have to put these things side by side. And so he's saying that, come on, use East Africa and Kenya as a gateway to Africa. And let's see what this means, because even sitting at the G7 is not a small thing. Some of the things that President William Ruto was referring to are not small things. When you talk about a financing regime that is pro-Africa, and he's saying that even our debt credits, part of why we cannot make it as Africans is because the ratings that you are using as people who come to Africa, you siphon a lot from Africa, but ultimately you don't see value in what we are able to produce. Is a kind of carrot, I imagine, that he is sending to African leaders. And he's saying that even in our own institutions, yes, it is called Africa Forward, but what is it that we can be able to do within the AU and within the region called EAC? What is it that as African leaders we can be able to borrow from what others are doing that might not be dicey to other countries? Because, Victor, fact of the matter is that some of these countries have done Africans worse. If you look at some of the documentaries, you read some of the stories, you read some of the books, you even speak to some of these nationalities, you basically empathize with what kind of value Africa has and is being siphoned and taken out there. But our African leaders might not be seeing that value. So it therefore takes certain visitors, in my view, to come forward and present an angle of saying, as visitors, this is what value we are seeing in Africa. How can we be able to work together and therefore take advantage of it? But Victor, even as I say this, I know that there are challenges in a few things. One is accountability mechanisms. When we have these big investment conferences taking place in our nations, how do we ensure accountability? When ink and paper is finally folded and we send it somewhere, how do we ensure that what is actually said and signed is what is actually done?
I'll come back to that.
Number 2 is the timelines. Remember that even our transition, African nations, the leadership is a transition. In Kenya here, we say it is 5 years, and if you're lucky, you go 2 terms. What happens to sustaining the agreements. And the same would apply to even France. Macron is not there forever, you know. What would therefore happen to transitionary aspects of, you know, the memorandum of understanding, or even the agreements that are actually signed and the pacts that are folded and put in shelves? These are aspects that I believe that the conferences must move from these, you know, high-level conversations to focusing on the citizens. When you speak about energy and you go to Siaya County and you talk about my village community members who are scared about nuclear, what kind of conversation goes on? What amount of investment do we put in creation of awareness? When you talk about the youth bulge, and the president was very categorical about what Kenya is doing, what are African countries doing, and what are our African leaders doing with Africa Agenda 2063 that really puts young people, women, and the special interest groups at the forefront, you know, of economic transformation? A lot of these conversations take place at that high-level pedestal, but the people who are actually the beneficiaries, in most cases, even in Nairobi here, how many mamambogas were in that, you know, summit? How many how many common citizens even had side events to also present their submissions around the main agenda concerns? So yes, of course, we are making progress, Victor, but this progress must be brought forward to where the rubber, in my view, actually meets the road.
Thank you. Abiola, you've heard what is said, some heavy points there. The declaration is made, yes, but the follow-up. But before you get to that, what is your whole postmortem of the whole event that took 2 days?
Great question, and it's great to be here. First time on a TV show in Kenya, so it's great to be here.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Whenever we have interventions, whether it's a summit or a government is saying they're running a program anywhere on the continent of Africa, as a performance strategist that I am, there are certain questions I ask. And to support those questions is to say that this thing we're talking about, how does it impact the individual citizens of the country? How does it impact? Because what I've observed over time on our continent is we have a lot of summits. We just held one, another one is coming up. Before we wake up again, another one is coming up. We have a lot of so-called government interventions. But what we lack most times is disciplined, sustained operational execution. Disciplined, sustained operational execution. So the words have been said, the paper has been written, the conversations has held. So what next?
That's the big question.
Yes.
What next?
Disciplined in that we stick to it. Sustained in that we don't just do it once, we are consistent with it. Operational execution. And this particular summit, what will really make it make sense? What will make the investment that has been made to make sense? What will make the discomfort that some people experience because the summit held, because some roads were shut? Right. What will make it make sense is in 6 months' time, if we can measure some 5 things that is different because of this summit. Number one is if there is a policy change about something because this summit held. A policy a policy change that fosters trade, a policy change that fosters maybe recruitment, a policy change. That is one. 2 is if there is investments coming in. And of course, the particular rating that will be used as well to adjudge the investment is critical. Number 3 is if there is leadership behavior change, right? Largely on our continent, we continue to complain about the corruption of our leaders. And you even have corrupt leaders calling other leaders corrupt, whereas the corrupt person is the person that is talking, you know, at the same time. So when there's leadership behavior change, when we can see that, before May that this program held, our leaders used to behave this particular way. But there's a modification, there's an improvement in the way they behave. They now truly care more about people, not just propaganda. They now really truly care more about people. They now really truly listen. They now really truly empathize. Third thing. The fourth thing is youth engagement. That can we now see that before the summit held, our young people were not engaged as much as they are now being engaged. Youth inclusion, which is important. And finally, is about institutional accountability. Now, one of the challenges we have as a continent is our institutions are weak. Yes, you have people in offices and they have what they are meant to do, but they are not doing it. To access care in Nairobi, to access health care in Nairobi, to access educational facility in Nairobi. If we have these 5 things, based on my view, based on my work, serving many countries as a performance strategist, if these 5 things can improve, not drastically, but just a little bit of a step forward.
At least there's a sign of something being done.
Sign, not just talk, but what people can visibly see and feel that is consistently happen from 6 months from now, then we can say we're making progress based on what is said. Words are cheap.
Great.
Anybody can say anything. Action.
You know, he's a teacher. And as a teacher, you actually focus on a child's or a student's performance over time. And you say this student, when schools was opened, he was at this particular level. And now we are closing the term, Mwalimu, this is the performance of a student. Based on what he said, what next? Because now we have got so many papers. There's a declaration yesterday.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do moving forward? Because results has to be seen.
Yeah, the onus of transforming Africa rests in Africa. It's within Africa. It's within the leadership.
Yeah.
And I think I begin from where you left, the leadership. Why are we in Nairobi? It is because of a leader. Who is that leader? President William Ruto, who has been very bold to talk to the global powers on behalf of the continent that we need fairness. We need a new financial architecture. And has gone ahead to develop framework on how to create partnership with those institutions. Has done it with France, for example. And I think the strongest thing that we need to do here is to deal with governance in Africa. What didn't we get right at post-independence? What didn't we get right? Did we really get democratic governments that involve the participation of the people as far as involving the youth? It is now in 2026 that we think we've excluded the youth in matters development and inclusion in governance. And that is why one of the key take-home in this conference was involvement of the youth. And Africa is projected to have one of the biggest youthful population that will be useful, that will be playing a critical central role in transforming Africa. But that cannot be done unless there is accountable governance, and governance that is accountable to the people. And this speaks to democracy, and this speaks to reforms. If we are talking about the Francophone countries rebelling, they're rebelling against economic repression that they faced through post-colonial period. The post-colonial era has invited poverty to them, and not just to Francophone countries, all post-colonial Africa. And I would like to say here, as long as we don't manufacture, process our own minerals and raw products within the continent,
we'll still continue having these summits and
we'll remain in the conundrum of poverty. And I think that is what President William Ruto is trying to pursue if we're talking about having an oil refinery, for example, here, so that we don't need to rely on imported fuel from the Middle East. We can process our own crude oil within the continent and serve the market of our own continent. So, speaking in terms of Pan-Africanism, we need a new spirit within Africa in terms of Pan-Africanism. And we need our countries, our 54 sovereign states, to break away from the yoke of their former colonialists. And we integrate within the continent. And I'm happy the Secretary UN was at the conference. The AU chair was also at the conference. And so these are African resolutions that do not need to wait for an AU meeting, but there must be action plan. You know, we must move from words to action so that the indicators of action lines post Nairobi
declaration.
And you know, the bigger master plan, the Africa 2063, then can be fast-tracked. Africa Vision 2063. Because if we need to get to Lagos, Nigeria, with an elaborate roads and rail network, Kenyans can move to Nigeria in a matter of 5 hours, either by road or by air. So that we need to open the African infrastructure, the air transport system, rail, roads, and remove the barriers, the borders within Africa. What happened with the EU? EU simply dissolved the borders that existed in Europe. And you can travel cheaply within Europe. And with one common currency within Europe, the economy is more friendly. What will be wrong with us having our own currency for Africa in future and industrialize this continent?
Perhaps someone can say that there's a trust deficit among the member states.
And the youth, the youth of this continent, the youth of today of this continent are the people who will change this continent.
Dr.
Mwalimu, you know, forget about having African currency. We can't even have our local currency in West Africa. We're using the French currency. That is just food for thought.
Yeah.
But he has a very pertinent point in saying, what did we get wrong post-independence? Okay? In my view, we have not gotten independence. Up to today, there is only change of administration. Power was not transferred. Economy was not transferred to our countries. And that is where we need to begin. We are looking at the wrong direction. We're talking about our leadership. We're talking about other things. But Africa is not yet independent. There is only change of administration.
Explain to my kinsmen.
And there is only change of leadership. Yes, government, we have presidents, we have everything, but anything else that government needs.
Still belongs to our colonizers.
Yes, look at the banks, look at the big infrastructures, look at the capital institutions that either fund us or even look at the big on mobile and all these other things. So in my view, there is no total independence for Africa still, and we are unable to understand that. And that is the exact question he's asking: what did we get wrong? Once we begin to understand that independence is not complete, and there is only government that is administratively managing things for the Western nations and Western former colonials, then we can move forward. But let me shock you with some numbers. Victor, you know, the population of Kenya is 60 million, okay? And the population of France is 60 million. The landmass of Kenya is 580,000 square kilometers. The landmass of France is 580,000 square kilometers. In population and in land size, we are equal to France and Kenya. We're talking about a country the size of Kenya trying to push Africa forward, okay? That is where we get wrong. How do we talk about Africa forward and France is our patron sitting here to push Africa forward? I find that ludicrous and quite insulting myself, because Africa's population is 1.6 billion. We are anchoring ourselves on a 60 million former predatory government and still clubbing for them. I think that is where we need to begin. We have to be very bold, we have to be critical, and we have to stand against these continued injustices veiled in partnerships and businesses. For example, you are talking about restructuring financial architecture. Who is funding these financial things that we are talking about? For example, we have the French Development Agency, AFD group, that is part of this whole thing. Recently, I don't know if you have seen some of the reports, they say that 50% of AFD group, 50% of AFD financials were from Africa, okay? How? Why not other places, okay? So really what we need to interrogate is that the large French companies like Total Energies and the many others, for example, they can borrow from their country at a very, very cheap rate. The same institution will give loans or credit to our companies here at a very high rate, which gives them competitive advantage. So you see, these details is what we are not talking about. We're just talking about, we are giving you $12.5 billion for a railway project. It's not free money, my friend. It is money that we eventually have to pay. So what French understands very acutely, and I know they are aware, is Africa's perception of Africa, of French, is we look at France as a predatory state, historically and currently, in my opinion. Because for as long as part of Africa is still repressed by the French government, then you cannot talk about Africa forward, period. I think that's where. So in our relationship with France in Kenya, we must make sure that there is no military agreement and military relationship. There must be no aid to Kenya. There must be no charity to Kenya. And even in the investments that they are putting here, we must interrogate what kind of investments they are. And that is true for the entire of Africa. Yes.
Victor, you know, some of the comments from Bwana DG are a little bit surprising to me because, again, going country in the globe right now that can pride to stand alone. We all depend on each other for either one thing or the other. And if you look at, in my view, really what this conference presents in terms of what next and moving Africa forward is what are some of the lessons that we can be able to learn from some of these countries. And fact of the matter is that France is one of the biggest economies in the globe. He's mentioned some of the industries and companies. And so when we come back to Africa, our leaders must get back and begin to ask again, what does Africa have to offer? Fact of the matter is that we have raw materials. There is something that is exciting.
My brother, let me just interrupt you.
Yes, please.
I think our conversation on Africa Forward should have begun this way. What are you doing about West Africa as a French government before we actually partner with you on this side of Africa?
Yeah, so let me make my point.
No, I'll just finish.
Yeah.
It's like having a big dam, you poison it on that side, and you want to drink it from this side. It's not going to work, period.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So let me make my point. And again, I go back to say that there is no country, no continent in the world that can make it alone. If we are talking about 1.6 billion, a population of Africans, this is a human resource that cannot be taken for granted. Whether West Africa and other parts of Africa are being interfered with, we get back to the local space. And that is why I said accountability.
Yes. Moving from rhetoric to implementation.
Exactly. We must be able to ask those difficult questions. I don't expect that Africans are going to ask President Emmanuel Macron in public that what are you doing? Why are you doing this with the West? You remember there are people
why not?
There are people who are making noise at the end of the corner, and he was like he woke up and he picked the microphone and he said, if you want to shout here,
and that was wrong. That was wrong for him to stand up.
Let me finish up, sir.
Yes.
And he said,
that was wrong, Macron.
Let's respect each other, allow them to speak, let everybody speak and you listen to them. If you want to make noise, you will go back home and make noise. And remember, Bonadiji, the whole actually...
He was extremely disrespectful and asking for respect.
The whole went
He's
quiet.
a guest.
So, Victor, in my view, what this means is that it's a platform to present conversations. Conversations that are going to begin to change Africa. Conversations that are going to begin to change Africans. So that, one, we look at our attitude within ourselves and with our neighbors and friends.
You know that cannot happen if you don't implement
this attitude. Yes, this attitude goes back to even at the AU level, because the same conversation we are having here is a conversation that I have had several, even when I go to Addis, where people say, why are these lifts speaking in Chinese and not English or Swahili or whatever? It's the same conversation. But then the converse is, what are we doing about it as Africans when we talk about African Renaissance? The emancipation of the African spirit.
If I may add to this.
How can we be able, let me just finish my point. How can we be able,
Europeans?
How can we be able to speak from one voice as Africans? We can't be saying that Africans have gone and presented a currency that as Africans, We keep having conversations about, even within East and Central Africa here, a common currency, but we have a problem to be able to understand each other.
Victor, on this, while it's still very hot and is canvassing a very serious issue, let us not lament before we organize ourselves.
Absolutely.
We must organize ourselves.
And outsiders will not organize us.
And that is
it has to be us as Africans.
And that's the question I asked Mwalimu.
We cannot expect France to organize us. We can't expect our former colonialists to organize ourselves.
Precisely.
We cannot be a sleeping and lamenting continent. We must get to organize ourselves, organize our governance, organize our development plan. Let us not complain. You know, if we visit the thing is, complaining. If we visit the atrocities of in the francophone countries, we will not progress.
Precisely.
And, we are where we are because we are disorganized as a continent.
And this, I want to bring in a bit.
It is time we reorganize and organize and organize the continent.
The thing is,
so that we stop exporting raw materials and allowing others outside the continent to take our raw materials.
Thank you.
Let us process them.
Thank you, Mwalimu.
And that is why we need to engage in all these programs on equal partnership and equal basis.
The same way, it's still hot. Abiola, the only problem that, based on what you are saying, is that we are having trust deficit amongst member states. And that is why we have got these barriers all over. I mean, coming to Africa or going to Europe, there are like 1,000,001 requirements for you to fail. What are you going to do? What is your bank account? Where are you going to live? For how long? And if you see somebody coming from the other side coming here, you get a visa at the airport. Trust deficit.
Yeah. So, first, we can't pretend that the ills that has befallen this continent by colonialists, we can't pretend it doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
And that's why you said that the power was not transferred.
Yeah, that's number one. Number two is we can't continue to complain about the ills of the colonialists and not move forward because nobody can progress with their rear mirror, right? Three is regarding trust deficit. Who created it in the first place? Same colonialists. Because the idea is divide them so we can rule them, right? And it's important that we are conscious of that, which is why any conversation at all about our progress, I agree that it's insulting to have one country coming to talk about a continent like France, to Africa, and we can't pretend about their activities in other places as well. But we're saying that we won't use that to say we won't move forward. So what should we do from now going forward? Which is where I always stay, which is where I am. It is that there are conversations that held in this last summit. 5 questions to ask. Number one, who owns execution of this declaration? Because we have several declarations. Who is the one, which institution, which people, which team are the ones to execute what has been agreed for the benefit of Africa? For the benefit of Kenya, for the benefit of East Africa, by extension for the benefit of Africa. 2, who tracks the delivery? Who will be tracking it? To give us reports every 3 months, every 6 months, to say that, okay, based on the conversation we had in Bay, in Nairobi, this is where we are now. We've executed 2 things, or these are the bottlenecks that we're experiencing, and then in the next 6 months, we hope that XYZ will happen. Who is measuring the outcomes? Who's measuring the outcomes? 4, who communicates progress, with us? Is it just one day maybe the president feels like talking about it, or is there a group? Is there an agency? Are there people charged with that to communicate progress for us? And finally, who holds the leaders accountable? You see, with this framework, the conversation about Africa not being organized, conversation about the trust deficit, these are the things that even the colonialists and other people pray over because they see that, oh, there's trust deficit, they see that, okay, there's no form of organization. But working with this kind of framework and adapting it and the results that we'll get from it, we can now scale it across other institutions, across other regions, across the continent. Because it's not just about talk. Talk is cheap. And whoever is coming here, they have their own goal, they have their own agenda, they have their purpose. We know that it's good that we are conscious of these agendas and now to say that based on these resolutions, based on this conversation we have, how do we implement, how do we move forward? Because what are people really looking for? And when I say people, I'm not referring to the leaders of our continent, I'm talking about the citizens. What are they looking for? Young people are looking for job opportunities. So they're asking, this conference that you've put together, does it mean we will have more jobs?
Yeah.
But young people are looking for energy sources. Does it mean that energy will be more stable? Right? People are looking for infrastructure. So does it mean by this summit, would we have infrastructure that is not that the government will create it and in 5 years they have to look for another budget again, to repair what was supposed to have been delivered to quality? These are the conversations. People are looking for AI adoption. People are looking for progress, for their own progress. So if whatever conversation that we had at this last summit is not executed for the benefit of the citizens, we have wasted time, we have wasted money, we have wasted our generation.
That's powerful.
Victor,
the 5 questions, who? In Kenya we call them task force, a committee of experts.
Right. We are not lamenting. We are just picking out the problems, and we also must provide solutions. Okay? The colonial system, the whole system in Africa, starting from the scramble for Africa in 1884 until today, we have been made to believe that it's actually easier to travel from Nairobi to London than to travel from Nairobi to Addis Ababa or Kampala. See? Perception. Because of the barriers that they have put in between us and we have created. And that was the original intention. This is what our people need to understand. I'm just from Addis Ababa last week. And I was talking to Ethiopian Airlines, and they told me, look, we have about 9,000 people traveling from Nairobi to Addis Ababa and Addis Ababa back to Nairobi per day.
9,000?
9,000. Now, that is a good thing. Can that happen between all the African states and African cities? Can we lift these barriers that have been put between us? I want to go to invest in Uganda, and I am treated as a foreigner, okay? Maybe somebody from the UK or somebody from another country gets it easier because he's our former colony, so we have been made to understand that he has more privileges than I do. See, this is the perception. If I am an African and I go to, for example, I'm not picking on Nigeria, but for example, Nigeria, and I take $100 million there, and there is a Mzungu, and I'm not being a racist again, he brings $1 million, they put much more value on the $1 million of the Mzungu than my $100 million. And this is our African problem, a perception that. So we have to realize, we have to wake up as people of Africa that we, first of all, even our resources, even if they are small, we depend on our resources first. Like he said, you can't live in isolation, but you cannot justify to be and call it inclusivity when you know that part of you is being repressed and mistreated. And so that's where our conversation must begin. I have not finished. So what Africa needs to focus on, is 2 things. First of all, integration within the African countries. Secondly, as he said, infrastructure. And really this will bear us out in terms of economic growth. For as long as these obstacles and these hiccups are there, we will remain where we are.
Speaking of foreigners,
the director gave us 5 more minutes. She's so good to us.
Yes.
We are out of time. William,
sorry, I was a bit brutal.
I think it is good we become.
You know what it means.
We become pragmatic and futuristic. Let us not now live in the past. Let us live in the present and the future. What must we do? The honors of reforming Africa rest with the African leadership, and it is a governance of every country, every member state that is accountable for implementing all these programs. We must remove suspicions amongst ourselves. And move Africa to industrialize. Move Africa to compete effectively with the rest of the global economic blocks.
Donate your
and
10
I think
seconds.
let's get rid of the borders. Let's open up the continent and promote the intra-Africa trade.
Victor, you know that I would not do justice to devolution if I don't speak about the county aggregation industrial parks. As we talk about innovation and growth, these are some of the centers of creativity, growth, and innovation. And we want to appeal to the government to work with the national government, to work with county governments to fast-track them. Open up the KIPES, strengthen them, enhance them so that the spaces of research, innovation, particularly for our young people, because we cannot be, again, as we are saying, be speaking about big conversations that cannot be touched locally. As Kenyans say, what is the state of Vitu kwa ground?
Yes.
Enhance those KIPES, allow young people to go in. If you have an idea out there as a young person, as a mother in some women group, give them a space where they can be able to design, co-create, and then strengthen even the investments that come from this innovation. That way, we'll be able to see connection between President Macron, President William Ruto, and the woman in the village, the young person there, and even those persons with the disability who are struggling with Braille, etc.
Okay. Dr. Abiola, my director says that you need to be given some home in Kenya.
Yes.
And when you say you need to be given a home in Kenya, we know what you're talking about.
Okay.
That you don't...
Well, I just want to make a quick comment about foreigners. Because
5 seconds.
Okay. Because as part of integrating our continent, it is important for all of us to see ourselves as one.
Yeah.
Yes.
I entered a hotel some time ago in Mombasa, and they gave me a rate that is different from the rate I was seeing on the table.
Absolutely.
And I asked them, why are you giving me a different rate? And they said to me, because I'm a foreigner. Do you know what I did? I walked out of that hotel at 3 a.m. and I looked for another hotel. So we must also change our mindsets, every one of us, if we're saying one continent, because you won't come to Lagos and they will give you a different rate from what they are giving Nigerians. The rate is the rate. It doesn't matter who you are, black, white, Kenyan, Nigerian, short, tall, male, female, it doesn't matter. So it is critical that we do this even in Kenya, so that we create that one integrated African.
That's my point.
That's a good point.
That's my point. Vitu kwa ground means.
Dr. Biola Salami, performance strategist, thank you so much for coming to the show, and welcome again when you're around Kenya. And Dr. Ali Mali Mohamud, Deputy Governor of Mandera County. Asante sana for coming. And Mwalimu Wilson Sosion, thank you so much for joining us. And Wilson, Kevin Osido, who is the Executive Director of County Governors Watch. Thank you, gentlemen. That's all.
Please share some of my clips with Macron.
These people win. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Semana Sports.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga na Gava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Sports.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women.
We are really changing.
We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement.
When they are standing, we need to stand out.
From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning?
We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable.
Mental health is real.
Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's show.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za pesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond backmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduzi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
bindu nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyesaye wale mbuli.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond backmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
All right, you're watching KBC Channel 1. This is Good Morning Kenya. Welcome back. My name is Mike. We talk matters about climate, and today we're focusing on how we can prepare the Kenyan workforce for the green collar job, given that Kenya's green transition is no longer about matters to do with environment. It extends to jobs, agriculture, because agriculture actually supports millions of livelihoods within the country and contributes significantly to the country's GDP. Yet there is a challenge when it comes to post-harvest losses, which now are amounting to 30 to 40%, especially when it comes to horticultural produce. So we want to focus on how we can make sure that our workforce in the country is ready for the green collar jobs. And for that conversation, I'm joined by Millicent Sedi, who is a Senior Manager, Agriculture and Food Systems, MSc. Karibu sana. How are you doing?
Thank you, Mike. How are you?
Mimi niko salama. Kazi tu. Let's get into this conversation. We are talking about matters to do with green collar jobs. When you talk about green collar jobs, what are we really talking about? Yes.
Thank you, Mike. So when you look at green collar jobs, it's imperative to appreciate that these are opportunities that are really ensuring that people are getting dignified employed, then away from that conserving the environment. So what we mean is basically how do we get, especially in agriculture, as we do production, marketing, all the way to getting the produce to the market. But then how do we conserve our environment? So it entails the jobs that come along the value chain nodes. So a practical example would be a tomato farmer, probably in Nyandarua.
Yes.
I want to set up a greenhouse for my potato farm because of effects of climate change. So as I do that, I'll have to do irrigation. So I'll get an installer to come and do installation of the irrigation pumps. So you discover that that is a green job. As I do that, I'll be happy to work with an agroeconomist who really understands what is climate smart farming. So when they come to me and we work together, he's an extension officer or extension worker, but again, coming in to support green transition. So I'll specifically say that these are basically opportunities that are taking us to having a more climate resilient agriculture, especially in Kenya. Yes. Then just a quick one on that. On the supply side, we look at financing. So again, when you look at the formal banks, everybody will be talking about the conventional financing.
Yes.
But when you come to climate smart farming, where we are really keen to support resilience, so how do I come in to become probably a banker, but really targeted towards risk assessment that speak to effects of climate change. So that insurer who's coming to work with me to ensure that I really understand effects of climate change, then my products are customized so that whatever loan I'm getting really speaks to that. That is also coming in through the green collar jobs.
And this also, based on how you've put it, it's something that is extending to even the ordinary farmer, pale mashinani, even the SMEs within the agricultural value chain. Now, you know, when you look at the post-harvest losses amounting to, the estimation is around 30 to 40% of produce. Maybe this has been attributed to weak storage, poor logistics, and even in infrastructure gaps. But then again, if those losses were to be reduced significantly, what kind of an economic multiplier are we looking at? What are the effects that that could realistically be seen across rural economies?
Sure. So we appreciate post-harvest losses are immense when it comes to agriculture. And at Microsoft Consulting, we conducted a study just to determine what is that economic impact that is really coming along in this value chain. So we discovered that we are losing over 70 billion, if not farmers are losing over 70 billion when it comes to post-harvest losses, because they are not able to ensure that that produce gets directly to the consumer. So they lose 30% of it. So what you are saying is, if we go in and invest in reducing post-harvest management, and here we are looking at accelerating private sector investment, where through financing, the private sectors are coming in to invest on post-harvest techniques. So they are putting up cold storages. As they put up that, we assure that we'll reduce this post-harvest losses. And even as they do that, you look at the ripple effect, because as I do farming, it's not just the direct jobs that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the other indirect jobs. Here I'm looking at transporters, input providers, the agrovet dealers who are really supplying these inputs to my farm, the transporters who are taking my produce from my farm to that processing plant. I'm looking at that process at the end of the value chain, ensuring that we do that to avoid post-harvest management. So when you do that, you ensure that that ripple effect gets to just more or less reducing the post-harvest losses, ensuring that we have food security, because at the end of the day, we are not losing that 30 to 40%, and that automatically reduces the imports. When you reduce the imports, you discover that even the prices of the food go down, because we are now able to be self-sufficient, we are able to produce our own foods. And when you go to households in Kenya, people are able to afford food because the cost of production is not as expensive as if the supply was limited. So at the end of the day, even the livelihoods that we get to impact, because if post-harvest losses are reduced, definitely people will have more income. At the end of the day, they are able to afford the basic meals at the household. Then the employment that comes with it, you discover that agriculture employs close to 70% of the rural population, and the young people also coming in strongly. So again, if we invest that, the ripple effect that really comes to play, away from ensuring there's food security, there's affordable food, we are really keen to say that livelihoods are enhanced because everybody can access the basic needs.
So the ripple effect is felt, reaches everywhere.
Sure.
And also, you know, there's a growing investment when it comes to solar irrigation, cold storage, and agricultural processing, as well as renewable powered logistics. From your perspective, which kind of areas do you see having the highest potential to create large-scale employment, especially for young people? Because as a country, we deal with matters, employment is one of the things that we have to grapple with.
Yes, when you look at employment opportunities, currently you're speaking about digital agriculture. And what I like to appreciate is where we are moving towards is basically ensuring that our farmers appreciate that opportunity. So as we get in, we are looking at how do we really enhance this to make this attractive to the young people? Because currently you discover an average farmer is between 50 to 60 years. So making it very innovative digitally to attract the young people, because we've discovered that young people are really interested into the digital tech. So how do we come in to say that through digital agriculture, young people are able to access their smartphones? As they get their smartphones, they're able to work with these farmers to ensure that the farmers are getting access to better prices. The farmers are able to get that digital extension. You discover that we go to school to train the young people on extension, but it's still manual. So how do we come in to digitize that system to ensure that wherever our farmers are seated and the young people are seated somewhere, they are able to interact through the digital extension platform? Then at the end of the day, you're happy to say that through this digital agriculture, our young people are getting into agriculture value chain nodes. And just to back it up with data, at Microsoft Consulting, we conducted a youth ecosystem development framework, just looking at what is it that the young people are really looking at in getting into this agriculture, because young people are the people that are coming to take up this initiative. So we discovered that at the policy level, what are the systems that are there to promote young people into agriculture? When you go to markets, are they really empowered through the skills that they're getting from schools to get to agriculture? When you talk to financial institutions, are they really coming in to support them to get access to finance? And what are the young people looking forward to? They're looking at farmers being able to take up these services. So for me, I'll say that digital agriculture is the key, and that is where opportunities are really coming in to ensure that even as we talk about effects of climate, our farmers are really empowered to be ready, even as the effects are already happening, the effects of climate change.
Yeah, because it's very important what you've talked about, because when it comes to matters of green transition, the conversation may sound attractive on paper. Sure. Some critics may argue that. But in a way, it remains disconnected from the realities of high cost of living and also issues to do with unemployment. So how do we ensure that there's sustainability? How do we ensure sustainability does not become an elite policy conversation that now excludes Kenyans?
Sure. Yes, I appreciate that green transition is something that we speak about it, but when you look at adoption and everybody coming up, we as a country, we are still taking our good time. So what I'll advise, and what we've done at Microsoft Consulting, we've worked with the financial institutions just to say, as we come in to do climate financing, what are the things that you're looking forward to? So we discover that for it to really get there, we really need to have this patient capital. So as we work with financial institutions, we are saying, are we able to appreciate what farmers are going through? Are we able to give them patient capital? And what I mean by patient capital is basically understanding the grace period that this farmer will have to wait for them to get this produce to the market and for them to be paid, understanding the risk aspects that are involved. So are we saying supply side, that is the banks coming in to say that we are happy to insure your crop? And even as we do that, the banks will not wait for 3 to 10 years for this investment to come back. So are we getting people that are coming in to give this philanthropist funding, where you come in and you jumpstart that initiative, so that by the time we start to see the yield, probably in the next 3 or 5 years, then somebody is there to jumpstart this and say, okay, now you are more or less bankable for the formal institutions to come in. So I'll say it's basically a combination of blended finance, where we are looking at philanthropists coming in to say that they're putting in jumpstart capital. Then once it really gets to a bankable angle, then the financial institutions are coming in. So with that, we are happy to ensure there's sustainability, and again, getting to green transition. Because when you look at things that speak to climate resilience, they take time to be seen. And when we start, we tell farmers that it's basically like a public good. You're coming in, you're doing regenerative agriculture, but by the time you start getting those yields, it takes more time. So again, how patient are we as a system to ensure we support this farmer to move from just being patient all the way to getting the process or the benefits that come with adopting these practices.
Still within that space of turning green risks into jobs, you know, do you think as a country we have fully appreciated agriculture as an industrial growth engine, or we are looking at it from a subsistence activity? Especially because you see it has this potential to drive manufacturing, logistics and exports, even technology adoption. What do you think? Have we fully appreciated agriculture as an industrial growth within the country?
Yes. I'll say we've done. When you look at crops like horticulture, probably the flowers. When you look at it, you discover that farmers are really appreciating that and getting those produce, especially to the export market. When you look at things like avocado, the Hass avocado, we are taking it to the market. But then, like you say, at the farmer level, is this small-scale farmer that takes 70% of farming in Kenya, are they able to appreciate the commercial farming? You discover that not so many of them have gotten to the commercial aspect. And we go back to ask why. Why is it that you discover that land sizes are decreasing, where people are now moving from practicing farming to putting up other investments. Away from that, you are looking at the cost of financing this agriculture is also high. So what we've done is coming back to say, at the end of the day, the farmers are not really affording affordable capital to do agriculture. So you find most of them are shying away from doing commercial farming. Then the market fluctuality that comes through. As a farmer, I'm putting up my crops, I'm putting up my livestock, but when I get to the market again, how assured am I that I'm going to get the best price? So how we are working with the farmers is really to ensure that as farmers get into agriculture, are we bringing in financial institutions that will give them inclusive capital to ensure that the farmers don't really struggle? Then at the end of the day, we are looking at the markets. Are we really supporting the off-takers with the farmers to say, at the end of the day, you really have to have contracts that really confirm that you're going to off-take this produce at a particular price? Then working again with the same financial institutions to say, are we going to ensure this crop, in case something happens, this farmer is still covered, so that they don't really lose whatever they're putting in. So what I'll say is whenever we are getting there, but you're not yet there, but we really need to work with everybody along the ecosystem to ensure that it's self-sustaining. And I'll always go back to the farmer, supporting that farmer to be motivated to keep on producing. Because if we don't really speak to it, definitely nothing will work. And just going back to what we've seen when it comes to budgetary allocation, and I'm happy that the Kenyan government will be speaking to the budget in the next month or so, you discover that most of these financial institutions and the government itself, we're only allocating 3% of financing to agriculture. So as we do only 3% of our lending portfolio to agriculture, you discover that at the end of the day, where are farmers going to access this capital? Where are they going to access affordable finance? So we need to really have these discussions in the room to say, are we even going to incentivize the financial institutions that are really dedicating money to give to our farmers, to give to people that work with our farmers? So those are the kind of discussions that we really need to kickstart to ensure that there is that sustainability, then farmers moving from subsistence to commercial agriculture.
And you know, financing has always been a challenge when it comes to matters agriculture. And sometimes banks often view agriculture as risky because of prevailing weather conditions, droughts, floods, unstable markets, unpredictable returns. But then again, technology is trying to change or balance that equation within the whole scope of digital agriculture and data-driven financing. Because we are now seeing satellite imaging, AI-powered analytics, and digital advisory on platforms entering within the agricultural sector. But from a practical point of view, how are these technologies changing now how decision making happens for farmers and even for lenders and insurers?
Thank you, Mike. I'll appreciate that data is key for anyone, whether it's a farmer, whether it's a bank, whether it's an insurer. So when you talk about digital uptick, you look at if farmers are digitizing their farm records, just the basic records at the farm level, it's easy for that financial institution who's trying to access finance to that farmer to see what is that history that we are looking at. It's easy for that insurer to see at the end of the day, we've merged this data to probably weather alerts. So again, how are we looking at it when it comes to having these premiums? So once we digitize all these systems, it's easy for that financial institution to even save on cost of assessing that farmer, because we talk about know your customer. So the time it takes even for me to really validate as a banker that this is a bankable farmer reduces, because I'm able to get that real-time information. Then away from that, you'll discover that most of these formal and informal financial institutions will be looking looking at collateral, probably physical assets, things like land, probably property, etc., to be used as collateral for me to access this loan. But we are talking about when we come in and adopt digital agriculture. Kenya is really doing great when it comes to adoption of digital technologies, especially mobile payment. So again, linking my farm records to my mobile history, mobile payment history, so the bank can easily access whether I'm bankable or not, and through that they can really customize a product that is conducive for me. So based on that history, especially for the women and the young people who really struggle to have this collateral when it comes to accessing finance, you discover that digitization really enhances them really getting this finance, because banks can use other information as collateral as opposed to the physical assets that the banks more or less have been traditionally accustomed to. So I'll say that is great. Then again, we look at food security, because if we take our farming, let's say digital agriculture up there, it's easy for a country to predict what is that production we are looking at. We appreciate that Kenya is a great consumer of maize. So if you have this data to say that at harvesting we predict that we are going to have this quantity of production, then the government is able to position itself to say, are we okay? Do we need imports? Do we need exports? So we are able even to plan in advance. We are looking at weather alerts. Probably we are expecting the rains to continue for the next month or so. But when we really put it digitized, probably the system will tell us it will not be normal as usual. This rain is going to be cut short in the next 2 months or so. So again, how do we really position our farmers to say it's about time you go and take up some of these improved seed varieties that are really prone to that are really resistant to drought. So again, farmers really getting that information, real-time information to say, because of this digital agriculture technology, I'm able to make informed decisions. I'm going to get better variety. I'm going to plant it. I'm going to manage it this way because I'm getting the digital extension. Then at the end of the day, the financials are coming in to fund me. Then at the end of the day, like we say, food security speaks to everything. Everybody eats every day, 3 times a day minimum. So at the end of the day, we are looking at that food security coming through, young people getting access to capital, getting to agriculture. Then the women again coming in strongly, because we've discovered that women are even 80% of farmers in Kenya. So again, really benefiting from this intervention and sustainability across livelihoods.
Do you think the youth are taking, the young people take agriculture seriously as a form of, say, employment? Because seeing it from a commercial point of view, do you think they take it seriously?
I'll say yes and no. When you look at our commercial farming, if not farming as a whole, it's only 10% of the young people that are really coming in agriculture. And the studies, again, we've done at Microsoft Consulting across different geographies, not just Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Senegal, we discover that the young people are not really incentivized, if not motivated to get into agriculture. Why? Because they look back and our markets are not really stable. Our prices are not really giving them the yields that they look for. Or for you to get into agriculture, away from just a few crops, you have to wait for over a year or two for you to get back your income. So again, they're not that patient to wait for 2 or 3 years for them to get proceeds from agriculture. So what we are saying is going back to the systems in place at the technical training institutions, at colleges. Are we really coming in to speak to the young people on benefit of patience, where you come in, you start agriculture, you have to wait for some time, then get your proceeds. Away from that, telling them that it's not about going to the farm and farming and getting dirty, because all of them will want to put on suits, will want to sit in a room that has internet. So again, making it digitized to say you can offer extension through digital extension. Then away from that, working with financial institutions to say the young people here, they can be funded. So how do we come in to fund them to ensure those that the 10% or less that want to get into agriculture are also empowered to get access to capital and even compete in these markets. So with that entire ecosystem, more or less working with actors along the ecosystem, then definitely the young people will be motivated to come back to agriculture.
If you're talking about a digital agriculture, you know, we have to be alive to the fact that there is a digital divide that exists, especially when it comes to farmers in rural communities that may lack smartphones, and even digital literacy, what has to do with reliable internet connectivity. How do we bridge this?
Yes. Yes, I'll appreciate that as we talk about digital agriculture, most of the time people talk about access to connectivity, internet connection, even power. I may have all that, but I discover I don't have electricity in the village. That disappears for a week or two. So just to do that, and I'm speaking from a practical example, at Microsoft Consulting, we've worked with farmers in India, Bihar state, that is not Kenya, where we've come in to say that as a farmer, I'm not getting internet, but through my extension advisor, the government supports them to get connected. So the government supports them to get infrastructure. So they're getting that information through their phone. Then automatically that trickles down to the farmers, where the farmers are able to assemble in a place and get that information. So again, we are saying is that through that model, and we've seen the Indian government coming in strongly to say that even without connectivity, without power, there are systems that farmers can really access it, even as we work with the policymakers to ensure that the infrastructure is in place, where again, as an extension worker, working either with the farmer or with the government or the private actors, I'm coming in to ensure that I'm connected. I sit in a place that has all this facility. I get that information, then trickle that to the farmer. Then what we've also seen with our farmers is even not having internet, but your phone is connected. At the end of the day, getting that SMS that tells you that this is what is happening in the sector. Are you able to get this information? Then as they do that, we spoke about energy, power source. So again, other areas you discover there's no power at all. So again, how do we come in with these renewable energy sources like solar, where our farmers have access to charging their mobile phone, at the end of the day ensuring that they are on. So there are different, depending on the context and the geography, there are different areas how we can work to ensure that the farmers are not left out. And at the end of the day, what you're also saying is once farmers really appreciate that I really need to get this information, then they also trigger the system. If it's about power in the rural areas in Kenya, you'll find farmers really coming up and telling government, can we really ensure we have sustained power? We are getting to politics, so using that as a bargaining tool to say we really need this infrastructure to get us to the market. We are looking at even different ecosystem actors like extension advisors coming in to say there's a challenge probably in this particular part of Kenya. Farmers are not really digital enough to access information through their mobile phone. How do I come in to bridge that gap, get that information, get them through a platform, then share that communication down?
You know, we are living in a time when data is, so to speak, king. And agricultural data now, should it be viewed as a strategic economic infrastructure in the same way that we view roads, electricity, and even banking systems?
Definitely, definitely. Without data, then we are not really making informed decisions. And by data, we mean looking at probably a farmer. So I'm a farmer, I'm coming in, I really want to understand what is happening when we talk about weather. So I'll be happy to say, do we have information? Do we have data that has been processed into information to tell me that this is the normal rainy season, it's going to be this much. Is it going to be floods? Is it going to be okay? So again, I'm making informed decision because data has told me that you need to prepare yourself for this. We are getting to drought. As a farmer, I have data to tell me that you have to go for this drought-resistant variety, seed variety, because there'll be droughts at the end of the day this season. So I'm making that decision because I'm sure this will happen. Then again, looking at financial institutions, you come in and you really want to work with this farmer. They don't have collateral, they don't have any records, but with data, because it's been digitized, you're happy to say I'm making an informed decision because I've seen that this farmer has more or less history when it comes to probably mobile transactions. Same to government, we are looking at data. Currently we struggle to determine what is the production status of different produce in this country. So with data, government is really able to say, are we food secure or food insecure? So with that information, you find that we are more proactive enough as a country to say we really need to turn around quickly to ensure that at the end of the term we are really self-sufficient, because if we don't get there, then it will force us to start importing food. And when you import food, you've seen what's happening currently. The fuel prices are up, inflation is up. At the end of the day, we start working with a nation that is not able to feed its own people.
Yes. Let's quickly look at financing climate resilient infrastructure within the scope of agriculture. And, you know, even the most productive farmer cannot thrive without proper infrastructure. In this case, the real challenge often comes after production. We are talking about transport, we are talking about storage, we are talking about even aggregation and market access. And as a country, we do rely on rain-fed agriculture despite increasing drought cycles, and even now that we have erratic weather systems. Why do you think irrigation expansion has remained slow for years, despite us having policy discussions around that?
Yes. So I'll go back to access to information. And like we say, if I'm a farmer, I'm doing my small-scale farming or medium-scale farming, which is 70% of the farmers in the region. I don't have access to information to really tell me that the rains are not coming in as expected because of climate change. So I'll still go back to depending on the rain-fed agriculture, because I don't have information. At the end of the day, my mind is still subsistence. I'm not looking at the market. So going back to really ensuring that these farmers are really more or less capacity developed to really appreciate what is coming through. Then you look at the cost of irrigation again, quite unaffordable to most of our farmers in the region. So again, going back to the back end to work with the people that are providing this equipment to say, how do we make it very inclusive for our farmers to access irrigation facilities? We've spoken about things to do with power. So again, you look at where most of our farmers are located, access to electricity is a challenge. So again, how strategic are we to work with people like solar installers, if not providers, to come in and say that you really have to use this alternative source of energy. Then at the end of the day, like I said, investing in climate smart, resilient agriculture is a costly affair. So as a farmer, I have the money to put in the irrigation pumps, but at the end of the day, am I really getting the proceeds that will give me enough money to probably pay back my money? So we go back to, again, working with the microfinancial institutions and the banks to say that even as we want to really empower farmers to do irrigation, are we really supporting them to ensure that at the end of the day it's more sustainable? So all these ecosystem players put together just to ensure that the farmers are empowered to do it. Then the last one, still on irrigation, you discover that small-scale farmers will have between 1 to 5 acres of land. So if I'm coming in from a village where I only have an acre of land and I want to do irrigation, how economical is that? So again, just coming back and working with the farmers to do a very quick benefit cost analysis to say, if you do irrigation, what is that volume of land that you need to do to ensure that you're getting the return on investment that you're putting in. So all that discussion at the end of the day will be happy to get there.
And finally, what gives you optimism that as a country we can build a resilient, inclusive and green economy that works for every ordinary citizen, everybody? Yes.
We are optimistic as a country. We are optimistic as Kenya, as a continent. Looking at effects of climate change, they're already with us, whether we like it or not. So you discover that we are seeing floods currently. You go to Asal counties, farmers are already losing livestock because of effects of climate change. You come to agriculture crops, you discover again farmers are already losing that. So as a country, we've seen government and private actors being proactive to say how responsive, if not how proactive are we to ensure that we really position ourselves for this transition. We've seen many things coming in. I'll start with the Green Climate Fund that has just been given to Kenya. So again, when you look at that funding, we are happy to appreciate that people are now appreciating that we really need to fund climate resilient agriculture. So we have this Green Climate Fund coming through to support our farmers and the ecosystem actors. Then away from that, we are looking at even the impact that it will bring to our young people, because we are talking about digital agriculture, attracting young people in agriculture. And when you talk about this, you're talking about the system being climate resilient. So even as we do that, we are saying that the young people that are taking more than 75% of our population coming into this ecosystem, it's about time that the systems are well strengthened to ensure that there's sustainability in that model. Then things to do with being self-reliant, not really depending on imports, but probably on exports, where again we really want to control our food prices so that at the end of the day we are able to feed ourselves. Then automatically the ripple effect that trickles down to our GDP, because we discovered that agriculture takes more than 35% of our GDP directly and 27% indirect contribution to GDP. So again, just ensuring that we position ourselves even as we get there is key, and the government and the private actors have really taken this initiative to see that at the end of the day we are well positioned to take up some of these green transition discussions.
Asante sana. That was our time.
Thank you, Mike.
And I thank you for making time to just come and share insights on how the Kenyan workforce can be ready for green collar jobs. That is Millicent Sedi, who is the Senior Manager, Agriculture and Food Systems, MSC. This conversation ends now, but I'll be back with Women at the Forefront, and we shall be focusing on how we can honor our past without being confined by it. Stay with us.
I'm not doing it. Huh? What'd you say? I don't want to take the exam. But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama.
Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni.
Vurugu nyumbani, mwadhirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Walemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti, nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Kutumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha. Nimependa sana hoja yako.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduzi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
bindio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyesao wale mburi.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with our music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Looking for sisterhood? Craving solidarity? Ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
And welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migu. We are glad that you are still watching KBC Channel 1. Now, time for Women at the Forefront. And today we want to focus on how we can rewrite the African narrative and have a conversation that honors our past without being confined by it. And this coming from a film developed by Gina Mutune, who is a film producer and director, and it's a conversation. I think the themes explored within the film are conversations that I think are timely, especially now, not only for Kenya, but for the continent of Africa. Gina Mutune is the film producer and director. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having us.
Karibu sana. And also Apondi Nyangaya is an actress. She features or portrays a character named Florence Rabetti. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very good. I'm
yes.
glad to be up here.
Yes.
Nice and early.
Let's get into the conversation. And Gina, I'll start with you because this is your inspiration. This is your film.
Yes,
talk to us briefly about the inspiration behind the stories, because it's touching on very important themes that revolve around land inheritance, grief and mental health, women empowerment, general trauma and tradition versus innovation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cocoa Dreams for me was a culmination of many experiences as a woman. And I was inspired by many women in my life to really see how they were really forging their own voice, fighting for what are basic human rights, just to live basically in a society. It's just that it happened that we used the canvas of Muhoroni to bring out the story, but it's a story that has universal themes that are relevant everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, so of course I've watched my mom for many years now just forge her voice, fight for ownership, fight for just basic rights, and just fight to be looked as a overall image bearer of God. And that's just the grounding of the story, is that these women are whole, not lacking in anything. And so of course now we ground that basic understanding in the film. And the story of Cocoa is a nuclear physicist who's played by Kit Kiare, who also happens to be Apondi's daughter, and how she comes to bury Dana, Dana's grandma, in Muhoroni, and discovers that she's the sole custodian of this 10-acre land, and she decides that she wants to plant cocoa, and everything unravels from there. And so it's basically a story about a family unraveling through grief. It's basically a family of siblings trying to find, will they be able to evolve their relationships to a place of growth, or will they fall apart? So yeah, if you look at the story, it's a story about your life, or if you really look at it, it's a story about someone in your circle.
Yes.
Yes.
Apondi, you portrayed the character of a matriarch.
Yes.
You know, in this series, what first drew you to this character? What stood out?
She's the she-elephant. She comes as 10,000. She doesn't just come from yesterday.
She is a one-man army.
She is the one who carries so much. She is the bearer of the dreams, the wildest dreams of her great grandmother. And she is also the permission giver. So she comes to, not only does she come bearing a lot of power, but she comes to open doors. I looked at that woman and I said, well, that woman, that's who I am being today. Because I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I'm a human rights agent. I've worked in the human rights sector for years on end. I'm a feminist. I walk among the strong, and we open doors. Feminists open doors for everybody, and just ensure that everybody gets the opportunities. I've worked with some really strong women. I've worked with Phoebe CEO. I've worked with Grace Ogot, Wangari Maathai. Those are women that I looked up to and held my hands in many ways. And so when I saw this character, I said, honestly, this is the right time for me to get back on stage, because I'm also an actress. Apart from being a change agent, it's the right script designed exactly for me.
And you feel it's something that is talking about matters that affect within the contemporary African society. You feel that it touches on that?
Absolutely. It touches on the freedoms that ought to be available for every African, and the doors that were that have remained closed. It talks about a lot of colonial structures that came into play that disrupted the ways in which things could have been better. And so the mix of the cultures, some inherited, some created, some traditions, have been brought down to us in ways that no longer work for very many people. And so this script is about challenging what has been created that is untidy and disraveling that. Yes.
You know, as I had put earlier, the film explores several themes. We're talking about land inheritance through to traditions versus innovation. Why do these themes matter now? And are we having honest conversations around those themes?
I don't think we are, and I think it's very sad, because one of the ways for economic empowerment is land inheritance. And so if you're going to take that away from women, immediately what you're doing is you're disabling them from having economic freedoms. And you see, so now we have to look at this narrative. Who said that? Who said that this can't work? You know, we've seen women are nurturers, and you have heard this saying over and over again, if you feed a woman, you feed a village. Now, they have this nurturing ability. Now, I stand here, you know, when we start saying this message, it's almost like, oh, people think, oh, you're man bashing, and that's not it. You know, I think for Africa to really evolve in its greatness, there has to be a collaborative effort between the man and the woman in terms of pushing African forward. And we have to have honest conversations about our cultural beliefs and ideologies that are not progressing this forward, and let them go. Because if you ask any general man, would you want your daughter to be treated the way, quote unquote, verse you've treated either the wife or you saw your grandmother being treated? They generally are so overly protective over the daughters. But then I say, but this daughter, if you don't change how you're treating your wife, your daughter is likely going to marry another man who's going to treat her like that. And so I think, you know, we have to have those honest conversations. And I love it. The women do this. They sit in chamas and they think, how are we going to change? What are we going to change? And I think men must embrace this. Also, how are we going to change what an African man looks like? Because I think holding on to what, quote-unquote, tradition 100% says is going to be a disadvantage position for you and your lineage. Because whether we like it or not, change is constant. And the world will not stop empowering women. And the women will not stop pushing the boundaries on what they can be and what they can do. You know, and we clearly, you know, even when people are saying, oh, you know, let's fundamentally ground this in the Christian ideology, you see Moses allowing the daughters of Zipporah to actually go and inherit land. Why did he do that? Because it was going to change the demographics. It was going to change, what's the word? It was going to change how these women are. It was going to change what was going to happen to their children. They were widows. And so they were given land, and Moses knew if he gives them this land, then poverty already is going to be cancelled out to the next generation. So I think the messaging has to be clear. It's a collaborative effort. And I don't think shining on the woman and saying the woman is an equal human being takes away from the spotlight on the man. I think that's a very scarcity mentality. And so far, it has not done anything great for Africa, right?
She's smiling. But I have a question, because I've seen the trailer, and I think there's an expectation that is coming out, placed on the women, because they are represented as protectors of culture, but at the same time, challengers of it.
Absolutely.
Do you think there is a burden on them when it comes to the preservation of tradition and the modernization of society? Apondi?
Yes, there would be a burden. And you see, there's not only modernization, I don't even know what that means, right? Because time is passing, and some things may be referred to as modern and may not necessarily be modern. They just change. I would like to think that modern means that it's beneficial to everybody and leaves nobody behind, no matter what demographic group. But in response to that question, our environments are structured by religion. They're structured by economics, structured by education, exposure. There's so much that comes into play to structure our environment. Just riding on something that Gina said.
Yes.
If we think about Christianity, and she spoke about Moses. Moses lived with his father-in-law for more than 40 years. By the time he was going back to Egypt to set the children of Israel free, he was above age 80, but it meant that he had lived with his wife and his wife's family for more than 40 years. And so Moses, as an example, is an example of somebody who the matriarchs gave so much strength, because even in the house of Pharaoh, he lived with the sister of Pharaoh. Yes. So the matriarchs have really shaped his life. And he was even able to live in his in-laws' home. We are in a place today where we are saying the environment must be provided that is healthy for everybody to thrive. If everybody thrives, then society thrives.
Yes.
There's a great disadvantage, Mike, if your father disenfranchises your mother and throws you out, and the entire patriarchy throws you and your mother out. Not only will your mother suffer on behalf of everybody, but you will suffer. The boy child is not protected if their mother is not protected.
And these are the things things happening within society even to date.
Yes, yes, yes.
And you know, Gina, do you think the film asks a very important question? Can we honor where we come from without being confined with it? Because we are talking about issues that define our past, colonialism, our culture, traditions. Can we have an honest conversation here without being confined by it?
Absolutely, and there are brilliant things about our culture, you know. First, if you just start with the food and how healthy majority of the food is and nutrient dense these foods are, this is brilliant. Our ancestors knew science, they knew magnesium, they knew vitamins without quite saying that, but they knew if you eat this herbs and this, your body will feel better. So just nutrition, if we're just even to reverse the obesity and the diabetes trajectory that the country is headed towards, if we just touch into traditional foods, already you can see you're already beginning to restore and heal the society. So there are brilliant things about that. The idea that we think of virtues like kindness, like I exist because you exist, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not this whole capitalism, whatever, greed that is just, you know, capture everything for yourself, you know. It's always like, even if I grow, how do I build people around me? And I'm not talking about people who like to exploit boundaries, because also there's a flip of that. So I'm just talking about us really having those honest conversation. Is this servicing us? No, let it go. Follow something else, you know, that is more beneficial to your children. Because what I find is very tragic is many times men will say that they are following, quote unquote, these African traditions, and they're listening to old men who will give them advice and they will check out and leave this man with a terrible decision to face it for the next 50 years of his life. I don't know whether it makes sense. So if you're going to advise this man, oh yes, you know, your wife is more empowered, leave her, you know, everything, find a second wife. So, quote unquote, that man says, oh yes, that is the way African men should be. They should marry.
At that point, I don't think you are even thinking about it from your own perspective.
Right. So now this guy checks out after 20 years. God, I mean, let's just say he has long life.
Yes.
But now this young man at 30 that he has advised that, has 60 years to live through the mess of building a second family, of losing the children from his first marriage, you know, and that's what I'm saying. You have to really think, is this servicing even the boy child himself? No, it's not.
I think it's a time for introspection.
Absolutely,
You have
deep
to
introspection.
look deep within yourself to understand things. And upon, you know, many African matriarchs are celebrated as pillars of strength.
Absolutely.
But rarely do we examine how they can also become gatekeepers of silence, pressure, generation trauma.
Yes.
When you're portraying this character, did you have to rethink the role that older women play sometimes in sustaining systems that maybe limit younger women?
That I would have had to have thought about at the personal level, because this particular woman was designed to kick her way through the barriers that society had created for women in her generation. So she's actually one of the matriarchs that we look up to and say, these are the firsts, the ones who went before us. Wangari Maathai type woman who stood up and said, you know what, enough is enough. It ends with me. I shall be honored. Somebody who was able to get a Nobel Peace Prize because of the challenging of the status quo that she did. So this woman is actually designed without the shackles, because she had already kicked them off. But Mike, at my personal, at the Apondi personal level, there's so many shackles that I'm still kicking off, that I have to stand up and to challenge and to remember that if I don't kick this door down, some little girl, and it's my granddaughter, is coming behind me, and she'll find this door closed, and she might not have the wherewithal. I've walked my life with very strong women who have helped us to create spaces where Gina can come along and say, you know what, I'm creating a movie about it, and I will tell this story. So we've told the story, as Wangari Maathai would have said, like the hummingbird, I shall not be silenced. So I will be a hummingbird. And so Gina comes along and she's a hummingbird, and she's created a movie to tell the story. Yes.
And you know, Gina, you can't ignore the fact that there's a new wave of storytelling within Kenya and even the African continent at large. But you know, sometimes there are times when films try to imitate Western storytelling structures, or being reduced to just what you'd say is social messaging. But then again, talk about this new wave of storytelling. Where does Cocoa Dreams fit within these whole?
Cocoa Dreams, that's how we've chosen to say it. But I think it fits, and I can't say it's 100% because of course we've been influenced by westernization, you know. But to the truth that I understand about it right now, and I didn't just write it alone, you know, I wrote it with Oyunga Pala, who's also a brilliant literature figure in Kenya, just to have a deeper understanding of the culture that I'm portraying the story from. It was just to try and rewrite African stories away from the stereotypes, images of war, stereotyped images of poverty, you know, and stereotyped images of just what wamefilisika, if I don't have another word, you know. It was just to show these African women, or an African family from an empowered state. A dysfunctional, but it's an empowered state. Because Dana's children, I mean, one is a surgeon in Seoul, and the daughter is a nuclear physicist. And these Kenyans exist. If you've integrated with the Kenyans in the diaspora, they are brilliantly, incredibly intelligent.
Yes.
And I just always you know, I think my other, you know, subtle messaging is that brain drain. We need it back in Africa if we're really gonna have Africa to evolve in what it needs to be. So yeah, so we've just tried to tell a different story away from that, capture the beauty, capture the nuances in our culture, what is good, what is bad, how we evolving forward, and really at the heart of it, just show a family struggling to grow into what society is commanding. Because whether we like it or not, AI is here. Whether we like it or not,
yes,
the foreigners are here. Whether we like it or not, Africa now has to have one voice. These changes are constant. And so I always tell people, you think your village is secure, you wait, foreigners are coming there. And you can just look at Malindi to see and know, oh, there used to be a Swahili tribe there. It's probably not there, because when you go there, you think it's Italians.
It is Italian.
Yeah. So I'm just like, and that's what I'm saying, Africa is evolving. And Africa has always evolved, because then we never had boundaries. And these tribes would migrate back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that thing is constant. So I say the man who decides, I'm not gonna face this, the gatekeepers that you are talking about, I'm not gonna allow this is what and what. I say it's okay, you can hide at the corner of your house. The flood won't stop coming. You know what I'm saying? It won't. The change is, the change will not. The wheels are already in motion. It won't stop. So it's either you adapt to the change and find how to position your daughters in a place of advantage, so that they can ride the tide, like Apondi has done. She's kicking barriers for her own children, which I've seen my mother do. Even my father choosing to educate 4 girls when everyone plus his brothers were like, why would you take them to higher education? Universities outside and everything. But he understood the value of giving this education to women and what it would mean to set us up for now, because somewhat in his own wisdom, he knew women would not be able to be had as managers, as innovators, as directors of companies. And that's what he set us up for. So I just say, I think just, bend into change. It also benefits you. Because if we are better now, it's less of a burden to them.
Very important, because, and when you look at female-led narratives, Apondi, what do you think it's crucial that African woman is portrayed as an architect of transformation as opposed to just a survivor?
And a beast of burden.
All right, in response to that question, traditionally, the African woman was the historian. So history and the oracles were passed through women. We are no longer told that the history is passed through us, but we are still passing it. From generation to generation, the stories, the narratives are passed through women. And so amplifying their voices like Gina has done through this story is a crucial part of how women show up. Mike, research shows that when you give women resources, it's distributed. When you give men resources, it's saved and it is kept safely. So, which is also a good thing. So the men come with the keeping of things safely. The women come with the distribution. And it's distribution of all kinds of resources, including the stories. So it will be distributed, it will be apportioned in different places, ideally to do good. But sometimes it is also apportioned to harm, because there are they in society who want to harm others. There's also the Mchawi who wants to distribute things that are negative. Yes, so in response to that question, the importance of working with women and amplifying their voices, it reaches everybody. It spreads out and it builds society. So this story has been created to be the part of passing the story and making sure that whatever goodness is carried in it is spread out to people.
And also it's a springboard to start having honest conversation.
Absolutely.
Because Gina, you know, sometimes grief, the film is not dealing with grief as a moment.
Right.
It's something that is inherited and prolonged.
Right.
But then again, when you look at the African society, the contemporary African society, do we genuinely have, do we create space for emotional healing, or is there a cultural conditioning that we are supposed to suppress pain and remain strong?
There is, and that cultural conditioning comes from colonialism, and that's also the part of where we can say, does this serve us or not? You know, I think one of the things I have loved about observing the Luo culture is when they do the dages, you know, and this woman really expresses her grief, and I think that should be allowed, you know, because I think after she grieves like that, she doesn't come out to a point of where she's bottled the pain and then she goes like, it's mentally affecting me. But then now if we cry like that, you're told, oh, you're being dramatic, you know, so it's that, you know, that balance, you know, what is serving us? Did we have these systems in place to help us express grief so that it really comes out of our bodies? Then let's honor that. Let that part be created. Yep. Now, the dead body sleeping with the woman, I'm not so sure that is serving the woman. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's a very, you know, it's not even a one, it's not a Gina or an Apondi thing. It's an everyone thing that we have to go into our families and say, what is serving us? What is not serving us? If this is not serving us, there are regions that need to embrace farming, deeper farming, to survive climate change and stuff. Why not evolve? Why still hold on to something that brings little poverty? Is just, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's an everyone thing, and everyone is involved in this, you know, from the educators to the policy makers to the mother and the father in the home, thinking through their family structure, you know, inheritance. How are you going to deal with that? Is it crucial that you establish a trust to help your children? Those are things we didn't have. Writing a will is not enough. It takes your children through a court system for a year or so before they get anything, and it can be challenged. You know, the business, the what do you call it? Land policy says if you put a trust in place, it helps your children inherit the land easier, or it helps transition in and whatever. Let's do that. It's service. It works best for your next generation. So, you know, and I find it, you know, it's a level of cowardice, if you would allow me, where we allow change in many things, but these other things, we're like, no, they're sacred, you know? And I just think, you know, you just should name it. You're afraid or you're intimidated or what. But don't give it a sacred name when it's not sacred. When you have your children in the street poor, there's nothing sacred about poverty.
Yes, there's nothing
sacred about poverty. Yes, and so then you ask yourself, what's the use of you having all these things and you have not created systems in which it can pass down to your children with ease? Or also, how are you building your children so that when you pass these things, they're in a better place to handle it? So I just think you have to, you know, and you know, we don't come from a perfect family, but it's just that constant conversations where my mom goes, okay, does this service us? It's not servicing us. Take it out. Let's move forward. Is this servicing us? Not servicing us. You siblings are different. You all have different lives. One of you has found meaning in America, another one has found meaning here, another one has found meaning in that other country. Let these children be.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
and Apundi, we have we have actually 1 minute. What is one thing that you would want anyone who watches this film to come out with once they watch it?
That this is going to be so powerful in your life, it will change the way in which you consider the world. You will be transformed, but you also want to watch the series. It's not going to only be one film. There's going to be more.
When is the screening happening?
Oh, the actual screening. So we're having on Friday at Unseen, and then it goes to the Anga in Parklands for 2 screenings
at Diamond Plaza.
At Diamond Plaza.
Yes.
So we have a screening at 5 and at 8, Saturday and Sunday.
You know, there's a lot of things we can explore here the whole day regarding the things that are coming out. But that was our time, and I thank you for making time to just come and highlight on this, because these are conversations that we need to have as a nation, as Africans, to make sure that we move forward and also recognize where we come from.
Absolutely.
Gina Mutune is the film producer and director of Cocoa Dreams, and also Apondi Nyang'aya stars in that film as the matriarch within that setup of that film. This conversation ends now, and the entire Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migwe. Thank you for tuning in. We do this again tomorrow morning. Stay with us.
Yes.
I'm not doing it. Huh? What'd you say? I don't want to take the exam. But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus he's stubborn.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
Bindu nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyezao wala mburi.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama. Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni.
Vurugu nyumbani, mwathirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Walemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti. Nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Kutumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha. Nimependa sana hoja yako.
Wewe wahitaji watatu ili kukamilika. Mimi nahitaji wawili.
Wewe pia? Hivi Pili alikuwa yazungumzia ukweli?
Ule. Wani? Na anafanya nini pale na Patel? Hata mimi nashangaa.
Tusherekee kwa kuja kwa Sitara. My daughter. My daughter.
Watasema niko na kichaa.
Wewe leo unaona ukinibaia chai.
Shika. Kijana mdogo anakushinda na akili. Hivi ndio nataka kusema? Monica, si nilikwambia sikutaki kwa mikutano yangu ya kisiasa?
Hashiki simu, hasemi lolote. Yaani kazi yako ni ngumu kweli.
Nikusaidie nini wewe?
Maisha yangu yamo hatarini.
Na nimewaandalia kitu kitamu.
Na nileta kwa picha mzuri kama tutakaribisha wageni pamoja.
Monica, mimi ndio nataka hiyo kiti, sio wewe.
Wewe useme wewe tulia.
Nasikia lilipelea kutoka mapema.
Josh, babako atasema nini akisikia hii?
Wewe ulivunja kwako, sitaangalia uvunje kwangu.
Kila mtu abaki kwa leni yake, sawa?
Okay. Tutaongea.
Ulinisaliti.
Abidi. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnaona kwamba sisi tunacheza hapa?
Si mchezo chief.
Hii kesi mimi naweza nikaitupilia mbali.
Wananiita gundu,
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond blackmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
We're so excited. We were allowing our imaginations to run rampant, okay? We had colors and names and parties and all the things we were going to do. And the nurse checked and said, "I'm so sorry."
Michelle Wilkins has sung with some of the top artists in the Christian music scene, from Mandisa to Toby Mac. All that time on stage didn't compare to the joy of finding out she and her husband Michael were expecting their first child.
The lady says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but there's no longer a heartbeat." It hurt. It was like a pain I had never felt before.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream, all for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Looking for sisterhood? Craving solidarity? Ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Minutes to 9:30 in the PM, in the AM. This is the live broadcast of the Senate proceedings, streaming from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And this is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you're joining us for these proceedings that are just about to commence. Currently on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers. Members of the Senate should be making their way into the chambers now. And of course, in a short while, we should also be expecting the Speaker's procession to also make its way into the House. Now, being a Wednesday morning, the Senate is set to host cabinet secretaries to respond to various concerns that are normally forwarded to the ministries prior to the cabinet secretary's appearance before the Senate chambers. And these concerns could be matters relating to county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns. And this morning, the Senate will be hosting two cabinet secretaries. That is the Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, Honorable William Kabogo, who is already within the precincts of Parliament. And he will be responding to a question from the nominated Senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana. this question, or the senator will be seeking to understand from the Cabinet Secretary the legal, regulatory, and administrative safeguards that are currently in place to protect children in Kenya from cyberbullying, online exploitation, harmful content, exposure to gambling, and abusive data harvesting practices on digital platforms. On the same breath, the senator will also want to understand if there is any progress that has been made in operationalizing child online protection standards, such as age protection design, parental controls, platform accountability, reporting mechanisms, and enforcement obligations for service providers operating within the country, that is, operating in Kenya. The Senate will also want to understand from the ministry whether there are any assessment of the exposure of minors in Kenya to harmful online content that have been taken or undertaken, including manipulative digital advertising, gambling applications, and unlawful data processing in the last 5 years, and if there are any assessments that have been undertaken, what are the findings so far? The minister will also be, or the cabinet secretary will also be expected to explain if there are any plans that are in place to strengthen Kenya's child online protection framework by drawing from comparative approaches in jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, Australia, and the European Union on platform duties, child safety by design, and age assurance systems. These are 4 questions that the nominated senator would want to understand from the cabinet secretary. And of course, as is, the members of the Senate will also have an opportunity to ask supplementary questions, of course, questions that are aligned to these particular primary questions. On the red carpet aisle, we can see the speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. This signals that the House is about to commence. That is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, making his way into the House to preside over this morning sitting. This is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you. Good morning.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes as provided for in the House Standing Order number 40. This is, of course, to give room to members of the Senate to be able to hasten their steps and get into the chamber, to be able to join their colleagues who are already in the House, and most importantly, form or raise that much needed quorum for the House to be able to commence. So until that quorum is attained, we should be seeing members of the Senate making their way into the House. And as we wait for that, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the Senate this morning shall be transacting as they convene for this plenary sitting. And being a Wednesday morning, as is the tradition, the Senate is hosting 2 cabinet secretaries who are invited to appear before the House. Of course, this is to give comprehensive responses to matters concerning various sectors of the country, and could be matters relating to county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns, matters that the Senate normally forwards to the ministry for the ministry to be able to compile comprehensive responses, so that as they appear before the House, they are able to respond to a number of concerns that the members of the Senate shall be responding. That is matters that could be, or other matters that relate to the questions that have been raised by the senators. So this particular morning, the Senate invited the Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communications and Digital Economy, Honorable William Kabogo, who is already within the precincts of Parliament. And once the House corrects, the Honorable CS will be ushered into the chamber, take his position right next to the Speaker. We can see the stand where normally the Cabinet Secretaries take their positions to be able to give their responses or address the House regarding the matters that they are meant to respond to. The Senate also invited the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, commonly abbreviated as MSMEs Development, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, and the Cabinet Secretary for MSMEs Development has a number of questions, about 4 questions. The first question is from the Senator for Kisumu County, Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda, and he will be seeking to understand from the Cabinet Secretary measures that the ministry has adopted to cushion small-scale traders against eroded profit margins caused by the rising cost of essential commodities. The CS will also be required to clarify whether the ministry intends to expand access to affordable credit through the Hustler Fund, SACCOs, or other credit guarantee schemes for informal traders in Kisumu, given that current interest rates remain as high as 23 to 24%. The Senator for Kisumu County will also want the Cabinet Secretary to outline any safeguards that exist to ensure that women and youth traders who form the majority in Kisumu's informal, or rather who form the majority in Kisumu's informal markets are equitably included in these credit support programs. The CS will also be responding to a question from the nominated Senator, Honorable Beth Siengo. And this question is around the laying off of the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperatives Union. The staff who worked under the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, that is KPCU. And this question will be around when the ministry will be ensuring payment of outstanding terminal dues to the staff that were laid off from the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, who total 402 and who were separated from service between 2002 and 2010 and who are owed approximately 400 million Kenya shillings. This question is also linked to whether the ministry has a comprehensive payment schedule for settlement of the said staff dues, indicating timelines, amounts payable, and beneficiaries, and also whether the schedule provides for interest accruing from the debt the payments fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest. This is a question that the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, will be required to respond to. However, as I had indicated earlier, is that these questions are normally forwarded to the ministers, of course, prior the Cabinet Secretary's appearance before the House, for the ministry to be able to compile a comprehensive response if there is any data that the ministry would want to be referring to with regards to their responding to these questions. Then they can also be able to get that data and also present it before the floor of the House for consideration or for reference by the honorable senators. This is the proceedings of the Senate plenary sitting on this 13th day of May, the year 2026, the morning sitting. It is a Wednesday morning, and the prayer has already been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum each at the commencement of the sitting of the House. Members of the Senate have made their way into the House. However, the House has not quorated yet, so the quorum bell is on. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence. The quorum bell is on for members of the Senate to be able to hasten their steps and also join their colleagues in the House, and also enable the House attain that much-needed quorum for it to be able to commence and undertake the business that is lined up for consideration this morning. And this morning, the Senate is hosting 2 cabinet secretaries, or 2 invitations were forwarded to the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, where the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable William Kabogo, is already within the precincts of Parliament and is set to be ushered into the chamber once the House quorates. And also the Senate invited the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, and the CS for MSMEs Development will be responding to a number of questions. There are about 4 questions from senators, but of course you also understand that members of the Senate also have an opportunity to do a follow-up. The first quorum bell has lapsed. Let's listen to the Speaker.
Ring the quorum bell for another 10 minutes.
Well, the Speaker has directed for a further 10-minute quorum bell to be, or rather to continue. The first quorum bell has lapsed. The quorum is yet to be attained, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be on for a further 10 minutes. This morning, The Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development will also be responding to a question from the nominated Senator, Honorable Beth Siengo. This is a question that relates also to the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union dues that are being owed by farmers. And this question, the senator would want to understand, or would want the Cabinet Secretary to explain when the ministry plans to pay outstanding proceeds due to coffee farmers for coffee sold through the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union in the coffee pool year 2008 and 2009, which amounts to approximately 60 million Kenya shillings. The Cabinet Secretary will also be needed to explain further whether the ministry has a payment schedule for the affected farmers, indicating timelines, amounts payable, and beneficiaries, and whether the schedule provides for interest accruing from the date the proceeds fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
We do have quorum, and therefore we will start the day's business. Clerk, kindly call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, we do have 5 questions. 1 directed to the CS-ICT and 4 directed to the CS in charge of cooperatives and micro, small and medium enterprises. I'm informed the CS in charge of ICT is already in the house. Clerk, can you confirm that, please? And then you usher the CS to the plenary. Honorable CS, welcome back to the Senate. you before plenary for purposes of responding to question number 047 by the Senator Hamida Kibwana. Honorable Senator, you may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, Waziri, and I'll proceed with my question. Question number 1. Wana Waziri, kindly explain the legal, regulatory, and administrative safeguards currently in place to protect children in Kenya from cyberbullying, online exploitation, harmful content, gambling exposure, and abusive data harvesting practices on digital platforms. 2, what progress has been made in operationalizing child online protection standards such as age-appropriate design, parental controls, platform accountability, reporting mechanisms, and enforcement obligations for service providers operating in Kenya? Number 3, has the ministry undertaken an assessment of the exposure of minors in Kenya to harmful online content, manipulative digital advertising, gambling applications, and unlawful data processing in the last 5 years? And if so, what were the findings? The last one, what plans are in place to strengthen Kenya's child online protection framework by drawing from comparative approaches in jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, Australia, and European Union on platform duties, child safety by design, and age assurances systems? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond on behalf of the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy to the questions raised by Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana, Member of Parliament, in her letter dated 8th of April 2026 on the protection of children in Kenya from cyberbullying, online exploitation, harmful content, gambling exposure, and abusive data harvesting practices on digital platforms. Mr. Speaker, before I develop the substance of the ministry's response, however, permit me to convey the apology of my ministry and my own personal apology for not having appeared before this House on the 29th of April 2026, the date originally appointed for the laying of this response. I'm grateful to the Chair and to this House for the accommodation now granted. Honourable Senators will recall that the date in question fell within the Connected Africa Summit 2026, which the government of the Republic of Kenya had the honor of hosting at the Edge Convention Center in Nairobi from 27th to 30th April 2026. As a line Cabinet Secretary, the Minister of Information, Communication and Digital Economy...
No, Honorable CS, I do note that your response is fairly long. Now that you've already circulated the written response to the House, I would urge you to paraphrase so that we save on time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm guided.
Thank you.
But allow me to do, I have done a summary. The main response is about 30 pages. I've done a summary of about 10 pages, which carries the substance. As I was saying, Honorable Chair, I trust that the House will appreciate that neither of these engagements, the ones I have just referred to, but I hope I have gotten the indulgence of the House to proceed with the substantive matter.
Proceed, CS.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to, at the onset, to thank the Honourable Senator bringing this matter before this House. The questions she has posted go to the heart of the constitutional obligation owed by the state and by all of us to safeguard the dignity, privacy, and welfare of our children. Indulging, and indeed especially in the digital spaces in which they now live, learn, and play. Honourable Senator, the Honourable Senator has asked 4 substantive questions. She has asked first, what legal, regulatory, and administrative safeguards are presently in place? She has asked, secondly, what operational progress has been made on age-appropriate design, parental controls, platforms accountability, reporting mechanisms, and enforcement. She has asked, thirdly, what the ministry has, in the last 5 years, assessed the exposure of our children to these harms. And she has asked, fourthly, what plans we have to strengthen the framework, drawing from the experience of the United Kingdom, Australia, and the European Union. Mr. Speaker, the position of the ministry is twofold.
It's Madam Speaker, CS.
I noticed the change, beg your pardon, Madam Speaker. And I wish to state it plainly at the outset. First, Kenya has established substantial constitutional anchored framework for the protection of children in the digital environment. Secondly, that framework remains a work in progress with specific gaps which the ministry acknowledges candidly and which the reform agenda I shall outline today is designed to close. Madam Speaker, the response has been consolidated by the Ministry of Information with input from the Communications Authority, the Office of Data Protection Commissioner, the Media Council, the Kenya Film Classification Board, the Gambling Regulatory Authority, and the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee. Allow me, with your indulgence, to take each question in turn. Madam Speaker, on the legal, regulatory, and administrative safeguards, the safeguards presently in place are anchored on the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 28, which recognizes every person's inherent dignity. Article 29, which guarantees freedom from violence, from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And in the digital context, this extends to protection from cyberbullying, harassment, and the long-term effect of harmful online exposure. Madam Speaker, Article 31 guarantees the right to privacy, including respect of the unlawful collection, processing, and dissemination of children's personal data. Article 33 protects freedom of expression, but expressly excludes propaganda for war, incitement to violence, hate speech, and advocacy of hatred. Madam Speaker, Article 46 protects consumers, including children, as vulnerable consumers. And Article 53 guarantees the right of the child, including the principle that best interests of the child are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. Madam Speaker, these constitutional guarantees are given statutory force through several amendments, or enactments, The Kenya Information and Communication Act, Cap 411A, mandates the Communications Authority to facilitate and regulate secure electronic communications and transactions. The Children's Act, Cap 141A, criminalizes conduct frequently encountered in the online environment, including grooming, solicitation, cyber enactment, and exposure of children to obscene content. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, Cap 79C, as amended in 2025, criminalizes authorization access, the production and possession of child pornography, cyber stalking, and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. The Sexual Offences Act, Cap 63A, addresses sexual exploitation, including in its online manifestations. The Data Protection Act, Cap 411C, provides heightened safeguards for the processing of children's personal data, requiring parental or guardian consent and prohibiting the profiling of children for direct marketing purposes. The Gambling Control Act of 2025 prohibits persons under the age of 18 from participating in any form of betting or gambling or gaming. And the Films, Stage, Plays, and Publication Act, Cap 222, empowers the Kenya Film Classification Board to classify audiovisual content, including content distributed through digital and online channels. Madam Speaker, this statutory framework is operationalized through 3 regulatory instruments issued in 2025, which constitute the heart of the present regime. They are the Industry Guidelines for Child Online Protection and Safety in Kenya, 2025, issued by the Communication Authority, the Code of Conduct for Media Practice of 2025, issued by Media Council of Kenya, and the Kenya Information and Communication Regulations Telecommunication Service Subscribers Regulations of 2025. Together, these instruments require age-appropriate design, default high privacy settings, parental controls, content moderation, watershed period restrictions, and parental or guardian involvement in the registration of minors on telecommunication networks. Madam Speaker, the consumer protection regulations are presently under review and undergoing public participation. Honorable Senators, the institutional architecture of the enforcement of these frameworks was classified by the High Court in 2024 decision in Kenya Union of Journalists versus Communications Authority of Kenya and another. Following that judgment, the position is now settled. The Media Council of Kenya leads on media content standards under Article 34, subsection 5. The Communications Authority retains responsibility for sectoral regulation.
Senator Halwale, what's the point of intervention?
Madam Speaker, almost 10 minutes into the minister's response, the minister is merely citing the relevant articles of the Constitution and the relevant acts. The purpose of the question is for him to tell us what he's doing with persons and organizations who are providers of ICT so as to protect our children. The laws he's reading were enacted in this parliament by him and myself. Tell us what you're doing with the persons and organizations who are providing this service.
Senator Halwale, your intervention is noted. Honorable Sears, kindly get to the gist of it. I think the response is very extensive in terms of citing the statutory provisions. I think the mover of the question wants to know why we continue having issues regardless of what you're citing in terms of the regulations and the law. Maybe you want to move quickly to explaining what is being done so that members can also ask the subsidiary questions. Thank you.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I am trying very much to answer the questions as asked. I was not only citing the law itself, which I'm aware, and I was struggling with the first question, which was asking what laws. I explained the laws themselves, the regulations, and the amendments that we have done, and what it is that we're. I may just run to, I may avoid that part. Allow me to proceed. On the operational progress and the empirical code, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I now turn to the Honourable Senator's second question, which is what operational progress has been made. I wish to take the unusual, but I believe necessary step of laying before this House the empirical record of regulatory enforcement during the period under review. Because the proof of any framework lies not in its statutes, but in its conduct. Honorable Senators, between February 2025 and April 2026, the Media Council of Kenya took 31 recorded enforcement actions in matters touching the protection of children. Of these 31 actions, 19, approximately 61% of the total, concerned gambling and lottery promotions, or published in breach of disclosure, age restriction, gambling license display, or watershed requirements. 8 actions concern sexual, vulgar, or otherwise age-inappropriate content broadcast during the watershed period and disseminated onward via social media. 4 actions concern the identification of minors who were victims of social violence or other sensitive matters in news reporting. And 4 other actions concerned other matters affecting children, including the publication of suicide scene images, images of deceased persons made accessible to minors, and the broadcasting of live protests during the watershed period. Madam Speaker, I draw 3 observations to the attention of this House. First, the fact that gambling-related actions account for some 61% of the recorded enforcement directly evidence both in the scale of the gambling exposure risk to which the Honorable Senator's question refers, and the active regulatory response to it. Secondly, the second largest category, sexual content broadcast during the watershed and disseminated onward via social medias. This confirms the convergence of broadcast and online distribution channels and the need for platform agnostic enforcement. Thirdly, the recurrence of certain media house cross-multiple actions has informed the Council's decision to escalate from individual case responses to systematic measures, including mandatory training and legislative amendments, which I shall describe shortly. Madam Speaker, the national KSAT reporting channels and intake. On reporting mechanisms, the National Kenya Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center operates multiple channels: email, the mobile application, telephone, written responses, and physical visits. Childline Kenya operates a child helpline 116, a 24-hour line. The National Center operates a digital forensic capability that supports the investigation and prosecution of cybercrimes, including online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Madam Speaker, on intake, in the first quarter of the financial year 2025-26, the National Center recorded 8 reports of child abuse. And in the second quarter...
Honorable CS, allow me to guide, let the members note the detail of your report. I realize the timing for the question is coming to an end, so you might want to summarize a bit more and just refer the members to the
Madam Speaker,
relevant paragraphs.
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the guidance. I have offered both in print and soft copy my executive summary of what I have been trying to capture, which I was in page 8 or 15. So you may note, senators, that honourable senators, that the Office of Data... You
probably want to say something on the third and the fourth questions. I think the response to the second question is quite comprehensive.
Yes.
And I think members can read the detail for themselves. You probably want to say something about the third and the fourth question.
I've guided Madam Speaker. Honourable senators, on the issue of assessment of minors' exposure, The Honourable Senator has asked whether the ministry has, in the last 5 years, undertaken an assessment. I must be candid with this House. The ministry has not, in the last 5 years, commissioned a single dedicated published national assessment covering all 4 vectors raised by the Honourable Senator. I acknowledge this gap, and I do not seek to minimize it. The Communications Authority of Kenya has accordingly commissioned the University of Nairobi to undertake the National Security on Child Online Protection and Safety in Kenya. In the interim, however, the ministry does not come before this House empty-handed. The evidence available drawn from the State of the Media 2025 survey, that report of the Media Council of Kenya, from the Distracting Harm in Kenya study of 2022, the National KSAT quarterly report, and from the Compliance Engagement of Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. The State of Media 2012 survey report documents all these issues, Madam Speaker, and they are available in our detailed response, which is 40 pages, I think. Madam Speaker, this is the finding I commend most particularly to this House. 63% of Kenyans are unable to identify content generated by artificial intelligence. 63% of our children are interacting principally with digital mobile-first, algorithmic curated platforms with a limited editorial oversight against a population baseline that is not equipped to identify manipulated synthetic media. This is the risk landscape in which the safeguards of the Honourable Senator's question must be made to work. On gambling, exposure specifically, the data from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner is striking. Of 224 gaming and betting firms identified by the office, only 15, that is 6.7%, are fully registered. 13 firms are particularly registered, partially. 5 hold expired certificates. Action needs to be taken on this end, and the ministry is engaging the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and the Gambling Regulatory Authority on a coordinated enforcement push, and the ministry will report progress to this House as it comes through. Madam Speaker, on the plans to strengthen the framework, I turn finally to the Honourable Senator's 4th question. What plans are in place to strengthen the framework? Drawing from comparative approaches in the UK, Australia, and the European Union, the comparative analysis is set out in full at Annex 3 of the principal statement. Drawing on that analysis, the ministry has settled on 8-plan reform agenda, Madam Speaker, which are detailed on my summary and on the main report. And 3 candid acknowledgements I would like to make, Madam Speaker. The ministry owes this House 3 further candid acknowledgements. First, the 2025 amendment to Section 6 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, effected by Section 3 of the Act number 17 of 2025, which would have expanded the powers of the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee to render websites and applications inaccessible where they promote inappropriate sexual content involving minors, terrorism, regulations, extremes of cultism, has been challenged in the High Court, and interim conservatory orders have been issued suspending implementation of that amendment pending determination of the petition. The ministry respects the judicial process and will act in accordance with the orders of the court. Secondly, Madam Speaker, Kenya does not yet impose a statutory duty on online platforms to publish periodic transparency reports on takedowns, complaints, content classifications, or recommended system risks. Closing this gap is the principal purpose of the proposed Kenya Online Survey Bill. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the data handler registration deficit is in the gaming and betting sector, to which I have already referred, requires concerted efforts. The ministry is coordinating the Office of the Data Protection Commission and the Gambling Regulatory Authority on this work. So, Madam Speaker, in summary, our ask as a ministry to this House, against that practice, the ministry makes 4 respectful asks on this Honorable House. Ask number 1, Madam Speaker, is that the House receives this statement and that it allows the ministry to revert the findings of this national survey on child online protection and safety in Kenya on conclusion of the field, on the field work. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I ask that this House engage substantively with the legislative components of the reform agenda, and in particular, the Kenya Online Safety Bill and the proposed amendments to the Media Council Act, Cap 411B, when those instruments are introduced. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is that this House supports the interagency compliance and inspection cycle through its relevant standing committees. And finally, Madam Speaker, is that this House take note of these litigations in respect of the Section 6 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, with constraints, which constrains the ministry present ability to compel the takedown of scope contact. In closing, finally, Honorable Senators, I thank the Honorable Senators for placing this matter on the floor of the Senate. The questions she has posed will outlast this Parliament. The harms to which they speak, to our children's safety, to their dignity or their privacy, to their right to grow up free. Exploitation is in these spaces in which they now live their daily lives admit of no partisan answer. My ministry remains committed to ensuring a safe, secure, and inclusive digital environment which Kenyan children can access and benefit from digital technologies while being adequately protected from harm. The ministry reaffirms its readiness to support the Senate in advancing legislative, regulatory, and policy interventions that safeguard the right and welfare of children in this digital space. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable CS. Honorable CS, you may sit as you wait for the subsidiary questions by the mover, Senator Hamida. And Honorable Senators, I will allow, after Senator Hamida asks, 2 more questions, one from this side, one from the other side, so that the CS can answer all of them together. Senator Hamida, you have opportunity to ask 2 subsidiary questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bwana CS, I really want to appreciate at least the efforts that have been made to my response. I was just wondering whether there are investigations that have been undertaken, whether prosecutions have been initiated and convictions have been secured on this issue. One last one, because I've been told that I only have 2 questions. Does the ministry have any county by county data on our awareness on this program and undertaken on child online safety and public funds allocated on this matter? If the funds are allocated actually annually towards this child online protection initiatives, I hope, do you have any data on county by county? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have Senator Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. Waziri, welcome. We are always happy to see one of us come here because you know how it has been and it has been before. Mr. Speaker, Tana River County has a very robust internet community. and it has served as a means of communication between the people and even leaders and the people. But then now, Madam Speaker, we are going into the electioneering period. And things are changing, not just in Tana River County, but across the 47 counties. More hatred is coming into the political discourse. Lack of
Senator
decorum.
Dr. Mungatana,
Yes.
I'm tempted to guide you. Please
Yes.
ask the question.
I'm getting there, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Lack of decorum from participants in the internet space. The question that I want to ask Waziri, as IEBC is preparing for the general election, which we hope will deliver a good election, what preparations are you making, proactive preparations are you making as a ministry through the ICT to go into this internet space so that good political discussions are done and not this dirt? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have seen one of our colleagues being exposed here fighting another colleague.
Senator, your question is clear. I'll allow you to see.
So
You're taking opportunity to actually make a contribution.
No,
Thank you.
I'm asking whether he has seen one of our colleagues being beaten to the ground, and then another AI-generated thing showing him beating his opponent. It's becoming nasty. What is the
Senator,
ministry
your
doing?
question is very clear. Senator, Minority Leader, Senator Mazayo.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nataka kuuliza swali kwa waziri. Waziri, unaweza kueleza kinaga ubaga kulinganishana na wizara yako imeanzisha imechukua hatua gani kuona kwamba sheria ama kuona kwamba taratibu ya watu kufanya kazi katika wizara yako na hali ya mitandao haiwezi inaweza kusaidia? Ni sheria gani katika wizara yako imetengeza ili kuweza kutetea hawa watoto wetu ambao mara nyingi wanaangalia upande wa mitandao, inakuwa rahisi wa kuingia? Ni hatua gani katika wizara yako imechukua kuona ya kwamba itaweza kuzuia, kutetea na kuona ya kwamba watoto wetu hawawezi kuingia katika ukorofi kama huu ambao wanaangalia picha zingine za watu wazima wanafanya mapenzi na hawa ni watoto wadogo? Kwa hiyo tunataka kujua ni hatua gani wizara yako imeweza kuchukua kuona ya kwamba hawa watoto wetu hawaingii katika ile mitandao kama ile. Asante, Speaker.
Honorable CS, I'll add 2 more questions. Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also let me appreciate Bwana Waziri William for the great response that you've done. But definitely we have a few concerns, and directly to the point, Madam Speaker, I'm just curious in regards to the draft of the cybersecurity draft strategy that has been mentioned before. How many security professionals does Kenya currently need in terms of the opportunities that exist for our young people in the space of cyber security? And what's your take as the minister with the discussion that is in place?
Senator Mutinda, the rule is 1 question, and you've done that question.
It's just the curriculum factor that just wanted to hear from the ministry if there's anything that
is a second question.
Is thoughts in terms of curriculum. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's for our young people. Thank you so much.
Senator Eddie, okay.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and I've listened to the CS very keenly.
And Madam Speaker, if you realize, the CS has really looked at the legislations and the legal actions and framework that exist in terms of this response. But I think that on this question, could the CS just be very clear on what is the ministry doing to hold the platforms accountable? Because this is the question. Because if you go to a place like the EU, we have got the Digital Services Act, but the last of that act is given life by the relevant ministries holding platforms accountable. Is there a framework that the ministry has put in place in this digital citizen world that ensures that Meta, that owns Facebook and owns WhatsApp and owns IG, that TikTok, that all these platforms have got an accountability framework to the country? This is the fundamental question I have to ask the minister.
Honorable CS, you may respond to those questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One undertaking I want to give, Madam Speaker, is because I may not comprehensively answer the substantive supplementary questions. As usual, I'll undertake to give comprehensive answers to all questions and any other that may arise from the questions of the Honorable Senator. Madam Speaker, on the issue of investigations, we have had several discussions with the Office of the DPP to give us information on the successes or failures of the many cases that they have forwarded. And Madam Speaker, that information is yet to come to us from the Office of the Prosecution Office, and I hope that by the time of close of the month, we shall have all the necessary cases prosecuted, their successes and failures and reasons thereof. Mr. Speaker, the Senator for Tana River has asked, during the electioneering period, whether we are prepared and what it is that we are doing in preparation of the elections and the things that may happen, as has been witnessed from some of the members here. We have, Madam Speaker, put together a committee of different departments, including security, our offices, the election, IEBC, to make sure that we are properly prepared during this period and going forward, that this becomes a continuous process, not only during elections. And I hope that by the time we get near December, we should be able to say exactly what we have planned. But again, Madam Speaker, I want to say this, that also it's incumbent upon us as leaders to be able to talk to our children and those that are under our care on how we discipline ourselves, a situation which will become the norm of the use of the internet space. I say this cognizant of the fact that there are countries like the UK that do not have a constitution, but they have the modes of how they operate. So we need to start talking about safe mtandaoni, and that only can come from us discussing as Kenyans, leaders, and all involved parties. The Senator Mazayo, I think, Judge Mazayo, asked a question on hatua gani tunachukua sisi kama wizara. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sheria moja ambayo tumesema imepelekwa kotini ilikuwa ni sheria ya kuweza kuondoa yale maneno imewekwa mitandaoni na kuweka chini, lakini mahakama imesimamisha sheria ile na zingine ambazo zilikuwa nia yetu kama wizara kwa kutengeza ile sheria ni kuweza kuruhusu shirika kama Communication Authority kuweza kuondoa mitandaoni hizo habari au maneno hayo ambao yanatekelezwa katika mtandao. Tunahofia, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuwa hivi karibuni hiyo koti itaweza kuondoa hizo maneno za kuzuia, ili tuweze kung'ang'ana na story ya kuweza kuondoa habari mbaya au maneno mbaya ambayo inafanyika mitandaoni. Mheshimiwa Speaker, I think it was Senator Eddie, who says we need to have very clear as a ministry on the framework that we are doing. I tried, Madam Speaker, to explain on the frameworks, but you directed that I do not go into details. I undertake, Madam Speaker, to be able to bring a comprehensive answer on the frameworks and what it is the ministry is doing currently and the proposed actions in the future to make sure that this space is free and good for our children to indulge. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, what is your intervention? Certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think that either the minister got my question wrong or did not just answer it at all. I did not ask about legal frameworks, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that the minister has centered on legal frameworks that exist. What I asked the minister is, how is the ministry holding platforms accountable? Because the legal frameworks are there to ensure that there is robust standards, to ensure that the safety standards are implemented according to our constitution within those legal frameworks, to ensure that there is fast reporting mechanisms, and to ensure that there is protection of minors. All these things exist. What is lacking is how do you hold those stakeholders who are owning these platforms accountable? For instance, Meta, that owns Facebook, that owns WhatsApp, that owns IG, are registered in Ireland. They're not registered in Kenya, yet their platforms are distributing content that do have impact on our children. What is the ministry doing to hold Meta accountable? What is the ministry doing to hold TikTok accountable? What is the ministry doing to hold these all social media platforms accountable to the frameworks and standards that have been established by the country? That's my question.
Yes, Honorable, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I quite agree with Senator Eddie that the issue of framework had been exhaustively explained. On what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, with players like TikTok and Meta, one action is the takedown action. The other action, Mr. Speaker, is that Communications Authority, through regulations, has been mandated now to stop operations of those platforms in the event of breach. But again, Mr. Speaker, we have issues that people run to court to stop us from doing certain things. But we have undertaken to be able to deal with these broadcasters, be it TikTok, be it Facebook, and some of them, Mr. Speaker, we have also given conditions in their licensing that they must have offices here in Kenya, so that in the event of issues that they have brought up on their platforms, they should be held accountable here in Kenya. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, if I may add, a platform like the one for Elon Musk, we have given them temporary approval licenses to operate in Kenya on condition that in the next 3 months, they shall have an office here. So we are taking action by having them here in Kenya and being subjected to our laws and measures that are there to protect our children. I submit, Mr.
Senator Pony.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Safaricom announced profits of 100 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. What is the minister doing to ensure that this theft, open theft, by a company which is not in business but is doing profiteering, young people are protected by having access to cheaper rates of using ICT? Especially, Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that your government promised Kenyans, especially the youth, free Wi-Fi for them to be elected.
Senator Mwenye Haji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu mimi ni swala kuhusiana na matangazo ya rejareja kuhusiana na mambo ya kamari, yani betting. Ukifungua redio kila baada ya dakika 10 kuna tangazo la betting. Kila baada ya dakika 10 kuna tangazo la betting. Je, wizara yako Mheshimiwa Kabogo inafanya nini kupunguza ama kuondoa kabisa haya matangazo ya kamari ambayo yamekithiri katika vyombo vya habari katika nchi yetu?
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to ask my supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, the question asked by Senator Aminda Kibwana falls under the law that we passed in this House last year, which is the Computer Misuse and the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, that is where you'll find we amended the Principal Act by inserting subsections in Section 6, JA, which now refers to where it is proved that a website or application promotes unlawful activities, inappropriate sexual content of a minor, terrorism or religious extremism, and cultism. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, what is the ministry doing to operationalize this law, Mr. Speaker? Because there are a lot of cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker. Yours truly is actually, I am a culprit this week, Mr. Speaker, where something is circulating in social media that I was in a place somewhere, like a reminder, I don't know what it was, Mr. Speaker. Somebody pretending to have voice in Bias like Kaduri Murungi, which is not myself, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, because there are so many such issues, even I saw one time, Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Kenya was actually in these cyber crimes, in a coffin somewhere like he's dead, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so many cases are being reported. I'll secure it to you.
Order, Senator Fernandez.
So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, because there are so many cases which are being reported out there, but the police, even once you go report to the CID, they have nothing to do. They cannot protect you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this question painfully, that I passed this law in this House, I voted for it, I'm now a culprit, and Mr. Speaker, this law is not even helping me, because I went to ask very senior CID officers, and they told me there is nothing much they can do, because they need a lot of technology so that they can identify the source, who was the principal source of this misuse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kibwana, you know, she approached me yesterday, and it's like she knows who was the first person to do this thing. Because the questions she asked me yesterday, it's like there are so much reading. Like even she's aware who was this person who did this to me. Character assassination.
Thank you, Senator Kathuri. You've asked your question. So
my question is the operationalization of this law, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable CS, thank you so much for a comprehensive report. But Kenya is becoming well known for good laws, good constitution, no implementation. You admit to the fact that the gambling companies that are operating in Kenya and misleading our young people are way more than the ones that are legal. I would want to know exactly who is supposed to deregister these companies, because you cannot come here and say there are so many that are not working. It is the executive that should actually be implementing the law that should not facilitate such companies to operate because we know what they are doing to our young people.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, CS. Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy when I see a citizen of Kiambu serving the nation. My question, having scanned through the response, which I can say is unusually honest, because it reveals weak enforcement, weak data, and weak accountability, my question is, from the report, only 15 out of 224 gambling and betting firms are fully registered. That is 93% of them are not registered. My question is, can the CS explain why? Because they are out there collecting data from Kenyan citizens and mostly Kenyan minors. That is in your report, table 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chesang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one concern, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to know what the ministry, what is the ministry's plan in terms of solving this issue. Mr. Speaker, the government has spent so much money to put infrastructure and open so many ICT hubs in the country, including in our polytechnics. The ones that are being built now, the Center of Excellence, and the ones that are deployed through our Member of Parliaments, the 1,450 hubs in the country. Mr. Speaker, personally, as the ICT chairman, I have so far accompanied the ministry in opening so many of those ICT hubs. And my worry is the ones that have gone back to, Mr. Speaker, are not working in the way that they are intended to work in terms of assisting many of our youths, creating employment, and
Senator Allen, what is your question? And avoid making a speech.
I'm asking my question. So, Mr. Speaker, many of our youths are not monetizing in those ICT hubs. So, the 1450 hubs, my question is now that the 1450 hubs that are being built across the country in each and every ward, what is the ministry's plan in making sure that when these hubs are finished and we have many of our youths across in all these 47 counties in these hubs, what is the measures that the ministry is taking to make sure that once these hubs are fully equipped, that they can serve the purpose that they're supposed to be intended to do? Because
Senator Mazayo. Well, Senator Mazayo, I'm told you had already asked a supplementary question. Under standing order, you're only allowed to ask one supplementary question. So, CS Kabogo, you had noted the question by Senator Mazayo. You need to clarify further because the Honorable Senator is saying it was inadequately responded to. You may proceed, CS.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, swala la Mheshimiwa Mazayo nilijaribu sana kwa lugha yetu ya Kiswahili kujibu. I did it to the best of my ability as I sit here. But Mr. Speaker, as I started answering supplementary questions, I did give an undertaking that after we get proper questions on the handset, the ministry will undertake to bring a supplementary paper on all questions that are asked on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, on the question asked by the Honorable Bonnie on the issue of Safaricom, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of Safaricom making dubious profits. I probably would want to seek further guidance on that statement the Honorable Bonnie asked. But on the issue of Wi-Fi, we did promise, yes, Kenyans, that we shall put public hotspots. Initially, Mr. Speaker, only about 3,500 public Wi-Fi hotspots were working when I joined the ministry. And the problem that we have on the many that are not working is that sustainability issues were not considered during inception. And a team has been put together, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we get a sustainable way of maintaining, because some of them is not even bills, it is just an issue of maintenance. What we have proposed and are doing now in the ministry on the issue of public Wi-Fi, Mr. Speaker, is to give this Wi-Fi business to the young boys and girls where they are, for them to maintain on a small fee of about 5 shillings for anyone who wants to use this Wi-Fi. It's now undergoing public participation between the ministry and other involved parties, so that we may actualize the issue of making sure that public Wi-Fi hotspots are maintained by young Kenyan boys and girls where they are. So I envisage, Mr. Speaker, that by the end of the year, we should have about 10,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots working and running in those public areas. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of betting kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Haji, nilisema katika taarifa niliyopeana hapa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuwa shida kubwa sana imetokezana na mambo ya betting, na 70% ya shida nyingi ambazo zinapatikana mitandaoni haswa zinakuja kulingana na mambo hayo ya betting. Tuna habari kwamba, Mheshimiwa Speaker, hata vijana wengine hushikia wamama nyumbani kisu, ampe 100 ili akaweze kwenda kufanya maneno ya betting. Kwa hivyo kipaumbele katika wizara yetu ya mawasiliano ni kuweza kufuatia sheria ambazo zimewekwa. Japokuwa changamoto, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni kuwa kila sheria ikiwekwa na ni sheria nzuri, wa Kenya hukimbia kotini haraka na kuweza kusimamisha. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, nipeane ahadi hapa katika bunge la Senate kuwa wizara itakabiliana na shida hizi zinaambatana na maneno ya betting vilivyo, ili tuweze kusaidia nchi yetu kusonga mbele bila shida hizi za betting controls. Mheshimiwa Speaker, on the other matter raised by the Honorable Kathuri, a very serious concern, yes. Many of us have suffered. And this is what, Mr. Speaker, I expressed in my statement, that we already now have laws and regulations to be able to deal with this issue, especially one, the take-down part of it, which, Mr. Speaker, I have said we've been stopped by the current matter in court, and we hope that this matter will be cleared soonest for us to be able to take action. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have a committee between the ministry, the regulators, and the office of DPP to make sure that most of these cases are prosecuted ASAP. Again, we have a problem there because, as you know, our criminal procedure systems require certain procedures to happen as people are taken to for criminal prosecution, Mr. Speaker. From Senator Karongo, he asked, out of 224 cases of licensing, only 15 are fully licensed. The others are partially, I have explained there. But, Mr. Speaker, we've given the agencies 40 days to be able to make sure that those that are in the process of properly registering are registered within that period, without which their licenses should be cancelled, Mr. Speaker. And that is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. Senator Chisang asked on the issue of the 1,450 digital hubs and what plans we have. Mr. Speaker, we currently have trainings going on for young Kenyans who will be engaged as trainers to be taken into those digital hubs where they shall become trainers of trainers to train those that will be responsible for training young Kenyans who are using these digital hubs as platforms for digital economy. I want to tell the House that also recently we have engaged a company that is giving us 700,000 trainings to young men and women, which will be issued with certificates of online platform using. So the ministry is aware. We're also a little bit slow on the issue of completion of these digital hubs, and we have spoken to members of parliament to try and expedite the construction of these digital hubs. We currently are having devices to take to those that are ready, and this exercise is ongoing, and Senator Chesang, being the chair of the ICT committee, is very involved in the process of bringing these hubs to working. What was the other one? I think that's all, Mr. Speaker, unless I have missed any. But again, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I undertake to bring in, once we get the answer to get the proper questions, we shall bring in a substantive answer for each and every one of them. I submit.
Yes, Senator Kathuri. What's your intervention?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether you attempted to answer my question. So maybe you can do that before he leaves.
Mr. Speaker, this is the one that I said we are having issues on taking down those things that, for example, what I have seen that you referred to because of the current court case. We are trying to lift that ban in court so that we can start doing it. But our hands are tied at the moment. But between us and the regulators and those that are involved, there is something the ministry is doing to make sure that we can put a stop to them before they are aired. And that is happening. Again, not trying to circumvent the matter that is before court, Mr. Speaker. But again, I said we shall try and make sure that you have comprehensive answers to each and every question. And we even ask those that had supplementary questions that they didn't ask, if they can be forwarded to the ministry, we shall be more than willing to answer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sears. You may now take leave. Honorable Senators, we will move to question number 027 by the Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Tom Ojenda. Honorable CS, welcome back to the Senate. We'll straight away go to question number 027 by the Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Tom Agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Senator Beth Siengo, standing in for Senator Professor Ongenda. The question goes, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures the Ministry has adopted to cushion small-scale traders against eroded profit margins caused by the rising cost of essential commodities? Part B, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the Ministry intends to expand access to affordable credit through the Hustler Fund, SACCOs, or other credit guarantee schemes for informal traders in Kisumu County, given that the current interest rates remain as high as 23 to 24%. Part C, what safeguards exist to ensure that women and youth traders who form the majority in Kisumu's informal markets are equitably included in these credit support programs? I submit.
Respond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 27 by the Senator for Kisumu County. Honorable Speaker, on A, the Ministry, through the state agencies, has implemented multiple initiatives to support and cushion small-scale traders against eroded profit margins caused by the rising cost of essential commodities. The Ministry, through Micro Small Enterprises Authority, MSEA, has rolled out quite a number of targeted strategies and flagship projects aimed at enhancing MSME resilience, creating decent jobs, and positioning youth-owned enterprises as key drivers of inclusive economic transformation. Some of the intervention and measures include grants and affordable financing, market access platforms, capacity building, digital transformation, constituency industrial development centers, CIDCs, work sites in various markets, modern markets being built, cold storage facilities, formalization of MSMEs, and circular economy and value chains. For number B, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure expanded access of affordable credit to all Kenyans, and particularly in Kisumu County, the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME Development has expanded access to affordable credit through the Hustler Fund, which is available to all Kenyans 18 years and above, at the interest rate of 8% per annum for those who repay on time, and 9.5% for those whose loans are beyond 14 days. The ministry also, through Kenya Industrial Estates, promotes small and medium industries with a focus on rural industrialization. Kenyans, including Kisumu traders, and specifically those with focus on machinery qualify for credit facility with an interest rate of 10% per annum. The ministry has also supported the development and growth of savings and credit cooperatives, SACCOs. SACCOs are key players in the realization of Vision 2030 and the Kenya Kwanza plan of bottom-up economic transformation agenda by mobilizing savings and credit uptake for investment. For C, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME Development through UWESO Fund aims to enhance the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, persons with disabilities through entrepreneurship training, provision of affordable credit, market linkages, and mentorship. The program is delivered at the constituency level as a revolving fund whose activities are implemented by the respective constituency UWESO Fund Management Committee. The fund has provided affordable credit amounting to 197,984,000 to 2,212 groups, 1389 women groups, 745 youth groups, and 78 groups of PWDs. These groups have benefited with Kenya shillings 130,669,440 to women groups, 60,453,285 to youth groups, and 6,861,275 to PWDs groups. A total of 35,241 individuals have also benefited from the fund. The fund provides training of the beneficiary groups before they are issued with loans. So far, 82,659 beneficiary groups have benefited from these programs within Kisumu County, having 276 groups of youth and women who have been trained on business development services. This builds the skills of entrepreneurship and enables the groups to take advantage of procurement opportunities provided through access to Government Procurement Opportunities Act. Honorable Speaker, all these initiatives and many more have not fully addressed issues such as sector-specific support, associations alignment, and a comprehensive engagement structure. In order to continually address these gaps and provide a more holistic approach to supporting MSME in Kenya, the ministry has developed a platform that brings together both the public and the private sector with an objective of establishing an MSME development sector ecosystem for sustainable and social economic growth that is generated towards bringing all the stakeholders together through the Kenya Public-Private Sector MSME Dialogue, named MSME Connect. Already, the engagement with MSME have been done with 5 counties, with one held in Kisumu on 28 November 2025, with the participation of over 1,000 enterprises. This has provided an opportunity to all MSME in all counties to market their products, network, and contribute to the policy framework discussion while aligning the business owners to adopt a saving culture through the cooperative. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is also intentionally facilitating reliable markets for MSME goods and services through national, regional, and cross-border trade fairs, and as such expanding revenues, reduce risks, and generate jobs by enabling MSMEs to scale up. To this end, the ministry hosted the East African MSME Trade Fair from 7th to 16th November 2025 in Nairobi, which hosted over 5,000 participants across the 8 East African community countries who exhibited their goods and services. During the trade fair, the ministry held a high-level ministerial meeting with discussions centered on access to finance, digital transformation, access to market, and clean competitiveness. And thereafter, a declaration was announced and signed off by the stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, I thank you once again and I submit.
Senator Beth Siengo, do you have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My supplementary question goes to the CS and it's on Kitui County. Women and youth traders in Kitui County face exploitation by middlemen and brokers, and their SMEs are not supported. What interventions has the ministry put in place to protect them and take them through training for capacity building to enable them access markets directly and affordable credit support programs as well? Thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi na mimi niulize swali. Waziri, swali langu ni kuhusu hizi senti ama pesa ambazo zinatumika kwa women empowerment na kusaidia wale ambao wanaishi na disability. Hii pesa katika Kisumu umesema ni milioni 197 na shilingi kadhaa. Sisi watu kutoka Tana River, ningependa kujua ni hela ngapi ambayo imeenda kwa kaunti yetu, kwa sababu wamama wengi wa masoko makubwa kama Garseni, Hola, Madogo wanalalamika kwamba hawapati hii mipango. Unasikiza zinatangazwa kwa serikali lakini hawaioni, alafu sisi tukienda tukiongelea tunaambiwa iko wapi. Kwa hivyo nataka kujua ni hela ngapi ambayo imefika kwa kaunti yetu ya Tana River. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Edi Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see the CSC again today. Bwana CS, there has been a lot of challenges to SMEs in the recent past in the wake of flooding disasters, where you find that a place like Migori County, and even to some extent places like Budalangi, floods have wiped out the simple assets that small and medium enterprises depend on to do their businesses. It takes years for these small and medium enterprises to actually build these small assets to make sure that they can be able to progress with their businesses. What is the ministry doing to intervene, not with credit facilities, but with flexible capital, to intervene and help those traders in Migori Market or even in Kabuto and Sori, places like Budalangi in Western Kenya, so that these small traders can be able to regain their cadence in terms of doing their businesses just by acquiring simple assets to continue with their businesses, especially because even Met has said that in the next seven days, we are still going to experience the same kind of floods and rains that could even affect these markets that we have that are small in our communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is good to see my neighbor, CS Oparanya. Mine is on the issue of Hustler Fund, Nyota Fund, Youth Fund. Mr. Speaker, he has indicated in response to the issue of access and the high interest rates on the commercial bank loans. My issue, Waziri, as a ministry, do you have intention either to waive these interests, to give them an holiday in terms of payment, or even cancel or absolve some of the loans, not only in Kisumu County, but across the country, Mr. Speaker? I yield back.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS Oparanya, thank you for the presentation. And I would like to begin by appreciating you for empowering vulnerable groups in Bungoma County last week, in Bumula sub-county. We have got 8 more sub-counties to go, and also the entire Kenya, because I stand for all parties in the country. My question is this: what interventions is the ministry putting in place to stabilize prices of key commodities like fuel, electricity, transport, basic goods, and the issue of collateral security when these vulnerable groups come to seek for loans? And all those are affecting small-scale traders countrywide. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Welcome, CS Oparanya, to the Senate. My question is about the Hustler Fund. Honorable CS, among the first days you came here, you indicated that the default rate on the Hustler Fund was quite high. Would you kindly share with this House how much, in terms of percentage, we lost as a country in terms of bad debt relating to the Hustler Fund, and what lessons have been learned and can be shared countrywide openly in order for the future such funds to actually perform better?
Senator Mwenda Getaya.
Waziri, ningependa kujua, unajua huduma ya Fuliza ilianza kwa msisimko mkubwa sana. Lakini nimepata taarifa kwa wafanyikazi wengi, wafanyabiashara wengi sana wandogo ambao wanasema kwamba hiyo huduma imefifia. Sijui wizara yako iko na mpango gani ya kufufua hiyo huduma ndio wale wafanyabiashara ndogo waweze kunufaika kwa hiyo huduma.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Sionko Siengo asked about how we are dealing with the small-scale traders in her region. Let me, Mr. Speaker, say here categorically that the interventions that I mentioned are countrywide. We do not segregate for a particular region. Organization of these groups, we sensitize them. We have officers all over the country who sensitize these groups, who are there to make sure that when these groups are together, they are registered under MSEA. That is the process we call formalization. And each sub-county has an officer from MSEA to ensure that those groups are put together, they are registered, and they are trained. After being trained, it is up to those groups to make sure that they apply facilities amongst the funds, the many funds that have been created by the government. Thereafter, if they get the funds, Mr. Speaker, then we go in to train them for financial literacy so that they are able to know how those groups would manage their finances. This we have done it countrywide, but as I mentioned, we have also the MSME Connect. This is a forum where we involved as a government, we involve private sectors. People, there are private sectors who are also dealing with these small traders. We have NGOs who are there. So we are also putting them together so that we have a uniform way of dealing with these small traders in terms of encouraging them to come together, in terms of the curriculum when we are training them for financial literacy. Mheshimiwa Mngatana uliuliza mambo ya pesa kule Tana River. Ni pesa ngapi ambao tumeisaidia Tana River? Sasa sikujua utauliza swali kama hilo, lakini ukitaka ujue ile pesa ambao kupitia kwa hizi mipango ambao tunayo katika wizara, niko tayari baada ya hii tuende kwa ofisi, au kama siende kwa ofisi niko tayari kuleta hiyo jibu kupitia kwa Mheshimiwa Speaker. On the issue of Migori County, you talked of disaster. Disaster is a cross-cutting issue. It's very difficult to pin disaster on one particular ministry. And when we have disaster, mainly the Ministry of Internal Security plays a leading role. It is a multi-ministerial agencies come together to deal with disasters. So a portion that is applicable to my ministry, you are a portion and you see how to deal with it. And in most cases, you find also, if the disaster is not material, then you find that we leave that disaster to be dealt at the county level. So county governments have also a role to play. Being a governor of Migori, when we have minor disasters involving few traders, maybe floods along the river, maybe there are 4 or 5 of them, then it is important that your first contact should be the governor of Migori to help you. But if it is excess, then the national government comes into multi-agency. Mambo ya Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund, at the moment, it is a very successful fund, I can tell you. Over 27 million Kenyans are now borrowing and repaying a Hustler Fund. The senator says that we give them a holiday, that we waive. There's no free lunch. This money is given for these people to do business. And as you know, government does not do business. The government also sometimes borrows this money from elsewhere to make sure that they cushion these traders, and the government has to pay with even a low interest rate. However, Uwezo Fund is interest-free. Uwezo Fund, where we encourage groups to come together, work together, we train them. Those particular funds are interest-free, and I will encourage you members of the Senate to be very close to your members, especially those women groups and youth groups, to help them, sensitize them on what the government can do for them, because being their representative, you have more information, you are more knowledgeable than them. Now, on the issue of the nominated senator from Bungoma, thank you, Senator, for attending my functions when I was there, where facts have been misrepresented. But I thank you for coming. Stabilization of prices is something that cannot be approached for one ministry. It is a whole government approach. But the Ministry of Finance plays a key role in stabilizing monetary issues, fiscal issues. Also, the role of central bank is very critical. So it's not just an issue of one ministry. This a multi-ministerial, it's a national government entire approach. So this is not an issue that I can tell you that I can have the right answer for you. But what I can say as a ministry, we are just trying to cushion small businesses by making sure that they get credit, affordable credit from various funds created by the government, and this also improves in stabilization of prices to some extent, because their products are fairly priced to the people. On the issue of collateral, the issue of collateral has been an issue, especially when you talk about small traders who don't have fixed assets at the moment that they can use for collateral. And that's why the government has introduced Hustler Fund. With the Hustler Fund is a digital financing ecosystem that you do not need collateral at all. And Hustler Fund now, if you are a good borrower, you borrow and you repay. Now you have a limit of borrowing up to 150,000 shillings, which you can borrow at very low interest rate, but no collateral at all. I will encourage members of parliament here, the senators, to be part of the ecosystem of Hustler Fund. Because unless you are in need, then you cannot educate other members of your community. On the Hustler Fund default rate, usually when a new thing comes up, people rush to test to see what is in there. And this is what happened with Hustler Fund. Quite a number of people who came in, about 7 million came in, borrowed, and some disappeared. We have been talking to these people, and I can assure you that some of them have been able to pay. But it is not all lost. We are encouraging them that please pay, and when you pay, your credit limit is enhanced, and so you are able to borrow more. And in any case, if we want to follow them legally, we have the ID numbers, because the borrowing is attached to ID numbers, so all is not lost. I can say we have not lost, but there are small pairs. At the moment, the default rate is very, very low. Out of that, what is borrowed, 90% is paid within the expected period. Naye mheshimiwa Senator wa mwisho aliuliza mambo ya Fuliza. Unajua Fuliza haiko chini ya national government. Fuliza hiyo ni mambo ya Safaricom ambayo mimi sijui. Mimi mambo yangu ni Hustler Fund. Kwa hivyo ikiwa mambo ya Fuliza, nafikiria tulikuwa hapa na ule ICT CS angekusaidia kwa hayo. Mambo yangu ni Hustler Fund. So ukiwa na maswali ya Hustler Fund, niko tayari kuwajibu. Asante.
We will now move to question number 35 by the nominated Senator Beth Siengo. However, before I allow the Senator to ask the question, allow me to make this communication. Now, honorable senators would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery this morning, of a visiting delegation of the former Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, staff and farmers. The delegation is in attendance to follow the proceedings of the Senate in relation to question number 35 and 36 by the Honorable Senator Beth Siengo, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Honorable Beth Siengo, as you rise to ask the question, you can extend a word of welcome to the delegation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I take this chance to welcome the guests who are seated to follow the proceedings and the answer to the questions that I've raised, because they are directly affected by this. Honorable Speaker, I come from Eastern Kitui County, and these great citizens of Kenya, majority of them come from Central. This is a message to say that Kenya is one, and we need a united country. Feel welcome, follow the proceedings. I'm happy that you got time to be here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now going to my two questions. Honorable CS, who is also my friend, I have this concern for Kenyans who have served in this country, and they have been following their dues, as my question goes. Honorable CS, when will the ministry ensure payment of outstanding terminal dues to the laid-off staff of the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, numbering 402, who were separated from service between 2002 and 2010, and who are owed approximately 400 million. B, could the Cabinet Secretary state whether the ministry has comprehensive payment schedule for settlement of the said staff dues, indicating timelines, amounts payable, and beneficiaries, and whether the schedule provides for interest accruing from the date the payments fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I'll leave it at that, because the following question is also mine.
Are they related, so that the Honorable CS can take them at once?
Okay, let him respond to that, then I'll ask the second.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to also acknowledge the presence of the delegation from Eastern on this particular important issue. It shows how this particular answer is important to them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 35 by the Senator Beth Siengo, and my response is as follows. The ministry will settle the outstanding staff terminal dues amounting to Kenya shillings 528,691,304.81 under the COV debt waiver program in the second quarter of the financial year 2026-2027. For B, the ministry has a comprehensive payment schedule for settlement of the said staff dues. At the time of receivership, the staff terminal dues stood at 528,691,304.81. This comprised of a former MD and deputy MD at 12,371,448.10. General staff dues 7,896,687.55. Statutory liabilities 64,640,371, and staff creditors 340,438,017.86. And provision for court awards, legal costs and interest on staff dues of 103,344,584 and 66 cents. The outstanding staff terminal dues shall be paid under the coffee debt waiver program in the second quarter of financial year 2026-2027. And Mr. Speaker, I want to add and apologize that these payments have been outstanding for long, and I know the affected employees have really suffered. But I want to make a commitment here that we shall make sure that these payments are made as stated in my statement.
Very well, Honorable CS. Senator Beth Sengo, do you have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really appreciate the CS for his response. However, I have this supplementary. Some of the staffs have passed on, others who are sick are unable to access medical care, and other expenses such as food, shelter, and school fees. The ministry has been promising, as you have already indicated, Bwana CS, that you are going to pay. What guarantee is there that this matter will be concluded?
Bwana CS. No, that's my formula. Honorable CS, respond to the supplementary question. The prime supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise here that already this payment has been approved by the cabinet, and already it is going to be allocated in the coming financial year. The debt waiver was audited and established at 6.8 billion Kenya shillings. Out of that, Mr. Speaker, already the ministry has been given 2 billion Kenya shillings, and we are expecting 4.8 billion shillings, of which we have prioritized payment of this staff dues. And these matters arose because there was a receivership. And when there is a receivership, sometimes our hands are tied. We have to operate within the receivership regulation and laws, and that's why it has taken quite a bit to pay this particular staff. But let me guarantee you, Madam Siengo, that this amount will be paid as stated, because this was a commitment by His Excellency the President when he promised to waive coffee debts, and these staff were lucky that part of the receivership the receivership amounts that were outstanding from the old KPCU amounting to 1.4 billion was included in that particular amount.
Let's get other supplementary questions. Senator Chalage.
Mr. Speaker, I extend a warm welcome to the suffering KPCU. Mr. Speaker, members, and I hope this matter can be. My only concern, Mr. Speaker, is that the minister, and I thank CS Oparanya because he's a very brief and to the point, and I hope other ministers will learn from him. Mr. Speaker, my only concern is says there an outstanding of 528,691,304, but the end of the response there, the minister indicates that it has its coffee debt waiver program in the second quarter of financial year 2026-2027. My concern is the minister has not gone on record to indicate whether during the budget policy statement and financial and budget allocation is there. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the budgetary allocation is not there, then this is just a statement. So how much was allocated to clear this 500 million plus? Some of them have died, some of them are sickly, some of them are depressed, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we don't want to subject Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, sir. They say if you want to know the strength of a nation, you know how they treat their most vulnerable in terms of need. So can the CS go on record and tell us the amount cited here has been allocated by the National Assembly in the financial year 2026-2027? I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well, Senator Wakwabubi. Consolata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to come from a coffee growing region, and that's why I'll keep coming on stage to advocate for anything that relates to coffee. I have this supplementary question to CS Oparanya. I've been following you in various platforms advocating for people to plant a lot of coffee. Now that the pool is becoming vast, can you tell this House the long-term policy interventions the government will implement to prevent recurrence of unpaid terminal dues in parastatals and cooperative institutions undergoing restructuring? Thank you.
Honorable CS, answer. No, let's get this other one from Senator Bugwa.
Thank you, Speaker. CS, the question by Senator Siengo had initially asked for a figure of 400 million. And in your response, you are saying you are ready to pay 528 million. Could you provide a comprehensive list, even if it is not now, for these Kenyans to know that their names will not be missing when the payment time comes? Thank you.
I'll respond to the three supplementary questions. Honorable CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the first question, let me assure this House that, as mentioned earlier, the total figure that His Excellency the President committed himself to pay as coffee debts, of which 1.4 is included under the receivership of the old KPCU, 2 billion was already dispersed to the ministry by the Treasury this financial year. But the 2 billion went to pay for those coffee farmers who had borrowed from commercial banks because they were under stress to be auctioned. And that's why we gave those particular debts a priority when we use the 2 billion Kenya shillings. I want to assure this House, Mr. Speaker, that the coming financial year, we have already agreed with the necessary agencies that 2 billion will again be allocated to us the next financial year, 2026, 2027. And I want to assure this House that the people, this staff have suffered enough, and they are going to get the first priority to be paid out of the 2 billion Kenya shillings. They will be the first one to be paid. And if they are not paid out of the 2 billion, I'm ready to be summoned here to be clearly here why I lied to this House. The other question by the senator, my sister from Bungoma, the issue of long-term intervention and paid payments. Mr. Speaker, as a ministry, we found out that there were weaknesses in governance in cooperatives and in SACCOs. That's why some of these issues have been reoccurring year in, year out. As a long-term solution, the ministry has come up with a reviewed or revised cooperative bill 2025, which is already has gone through this House. It has also gone through the National Assembly, and now it is at mediation level. We are certain that if that particular bill is enacted, most of the weaknesses that we have been having in cooperatives will be sorted out. Issues of governance, issues of term limit, issues of supervision, they are all have been addressed within that bill. Secondly, we have also the SACCO Societies Amendment Bill, which is already before the National Assembly, and it is on their way. They have gone through it. It is on its way to this House. And please, I plead with you that when it comes before you, look at it objectively so that we are able to pass it. And if the two bills, the mother bill and the SACCO bill, both of them pass, they will be able to resolve some of these issues. There will be non-payment because it mitigates against such issues. I think those are the three questions.
This one from Senator Chalgi.
The last one is the list of beneficiaries. I never carried. I have the list, and it can be availed. I have my colleague here who is supporting me from New KPCU. I want to direct him to provide that list of beneficiaries so that, Mr. Speaker, it can be forwarded to your office for the consumption of the Member of Parliament.
Senator Chalgi, what is your point of clarification?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I only want one commitment from the CS on budgetary allocation. He is saying there is 2 billion Kenya shillings, but he has not committed that out of 2 billion Kenya shillings, the amount of 500 plus million that should be allocated to declare these employees of KPCU, he has not met that commitment that in their allocation.
What he said, and I saw the former employees nodding and they were happy, is that he gave his commitment to clear the pending bill of the former employees first. First priority is to clear them.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't know whether my English and yours are the same and the English.
No, Mr. Speaker, you know, I went to the great school of Kapsawet boys, where it has produced 2 or 3 presidents of this country, including the current one. My only concern is he has said there is 2 billion that has been allocated to the ministry to look into this issue of coffee debt waiver. My only concern is he willing, as per the priority and schedule list of the beneficiaries of former employees, including, and Senator Siengo has put it correctly, including the estate of the deceased and the sickly who cannot access those funds, including the administrators, so that any person who has passed on, the administrators or their beneficiaries can be able to benefit from the payout. That's not only my concern, but I appreciate with the way he's committed to resolve this matter once and for all in this financial year. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I don't want to bring the CS on that matter back to the podium because this House has clearly absorbed its commitment, and it is on record that you will clear all the issues. And he has committed also to give the list to the representative of the KPCU members. So maybe what I can request is that the CS also has also said that he wants to be summoned again back to this House if he doesn't pay. So his commitment, and I know where he comes from, I know he is really committed, because my culture and his culture is almost the same. So when a man says, I commit, you take that as a gospel truth. And also the PS is aware, if we say yes, it is yes. A no is a no. So let's go to the next question, kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, question 036. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the ministry plans to pay outstanding proceeds due to coffee farmers for coffee sold through the debunked Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPU, in the coffee pool year 2008-2009, amounting to approximately 60 million? B, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain whether the ministry has a payment schedule for the affected farmers indicating timelines, amounts, payable and beneficiaries, and whether the schedule provides for interest accrued from the date that proceeds fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest? Thank you.
Bwana CS will respond.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me on the onset say that such issues of delayed payment will never happen again. Since then, reforms have been undertaken, and now at the moment, those farmers who sell their coffee through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange get their payments within 5 days after the auction date. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a commitment, and those are reforms that has happened in the coffee sector all along. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 36 by the Senator Siengo as follows. On A, the ministry plans to pay the outstanding balance of 56,392,928.87 cents proceeds due to coffee farmers for coffee sold through the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, in the coffee pool year 2008-2009 under the coffee debt waiver program in the second quarter of the financial year. Number B, the ministry has a payment schedule for the affected farmers. The outstanding amount to coffee growers in the coffee pool 2008-2009 was 56,392,928.87 cents. This is after the previous settlement of 50,667,514.99, which means the total figure, Mr. Speaker, was over 100 million, and not only 60 million, out of which 56 million has been paid. There is an outstanding balance of 50 million. This amount is inclusive of interest at that time. The outstanding amount to coffee growers shall therefore be paid under the coffee debt waiver in the second quarter of the financial year 2026-2027. And I want to categorically state here that this question has similarity with the previous question, because this amount is part of the 1.4 billion owed to staff and various suppliers of the old KPCU, which has been included in the coffee debt waiver program for the second quarter of 2026-2027, and I want to confirm that this amount has already been proposed for allocation in the budget of 2026, 2025, 2026, 2027 financial year.
Senator Beth Siengo, if you have any supplementary question, again.
Thank you. I think the clarity was on the year, the budgetary allocation, because he has mentioned two. So kindly, I would only request for that clarity. Which financial year?
Any other supplementary questions, Senator Chalagay?
Mr. Speaker, just further clarification on this payout to under KPCU and proceeds to coffee farmers. Waziri, if it is not of trouble too much, there was a small matter also that happened with the old KCC and new KCC. So I really wanted to find out from other sectors apart from coffee. There was one, the non-payment of former KCC workers and payment to KCC, all KCC to farmers, if there is any other sector that needs to be paid, and whether the ministry has allocated. If you can provide now the response, or through the Speaker in the course of a few days, I'll be very grateful. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I'm interested with the KPCU issues first. Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what I want is a confirmation from the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary says there is a proposal in the budget of 2026-27 financial year. Did the proposal from the ministry originate from the ministry, and as that specific figure as a priority for the ministry, Honorable Speaker, and whether there is any evidence to show that is actually in the proposal? When you look at this matter, it's a matter of 2008. We are now in 2026. Even the very farmers we are trying to pay, some of them, I don't know how they are going to receive that due, but probably when we offer offerings in the church, they will celebrate in heaven. So the few are still alive. They should be paid as soon as possible. So we want a confirmation and evidence that is actually in the budget. And it is upon the ministry to make sure that that allocation remains in the budget, and whether it is a priority in the budget.
Senator Mandago, unfortunately, you know, you have just come, but we really converse to that matter. But for the interest, since you are one of the key representatives from the lift, you'll just get an opportunity to just give you that surety. But he really committed himself to those figures. Any other member? No. So, Honorable CS, you can answer those two. And if you'll attempt to answer the KCC and the new KCC matter.
Thank you very much. I want to categorically state here that the financial year I'm talking about is 2026-2027, and that is where we have provided. Where it is now up to the National Assembly either to reduce or increase. Otherwise, where it has gone through the various stages, and we are hopeful that this figure of 2 billion will be in the final budget approved by the National Assembly or allocated by the National Assembly. And as I've said here, I want to commit myself that this amount is part of the 1.4 billion that we are giving priority to have this matter of the old KPCU matter rest on the debts of the old KPCU, so that we are now able to deal with the new KPCU issues. On the issue of KCC, I'm not attempting to answer, but I can categorically say I have the capacity because I know what is happening. On new KCC staff, what happened, this issue is different from the old KPCU issue of staff, because these are staff dues which are direct there. But on new KCC, it involved even SACCO deductions. It involved those people who used to work with staff, in addition with those staff of the old KCC. Because now the new SACCO, the Maziwa SACCO is no longer there. What we have done, we have formed, through your directive of this House, we have formed an interministerial committee comprising the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME, the Treasury, and the Labor, Ministry of Labor. 3 ministries, already a technical committee has met, and they have now an interim report that I will be presenting to this House through the proposals that have been made by the committee on how that particular amount owed to new KCC staff, to the old KCC staff, and also to the Maziwa SACCO that is now defunct.
We go to the next question, number 039, Senator for Nyandaro County. Senator Medu. Senator Mohamed, in fact, you can ask on his behalf.
Yes, Your Honor, I was authorized by Senator Methu to ask this question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a justification? Sorry, question number 039, being asked by the Senator for Nyandaro County, Senator John Methu. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide justification for the suspension of SACCO societies registration in the country, and state whether public participation was conducted before the decision was taken? Number B, when will the registration resume? And C, what measures has the ministry put in place to mitigate against the adverse impact of the suspension on financial inclusion, savings mobilization, and access to affordable credit, especially among the youth who have already organized themselves under the proposed societies such as the Rise Up SACCO Society in Githurai 45, but are unable to obtain formal registration due to the suspension? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Cabinet Secretary, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to question question number 39 by the Senator for Nyandarua County. For A, the ministry has noted the mixed performance of the savings and credit cooperative SACCO subsector. In order to reform this subsector, the ministry appointed a team of experts on 20th May 2025 to review the legal and institutional frameworks and other operational areas and come up with recommendations to assist the ministry to develop policies and guidelines towards the improvement or transforming of the sector. During the formal engagement of the Committee of Experts on SACCO sector reforms in May 2025, the ministry announced the suspension on the registration of new SACCOs. This decision was taken as a precautionary measure to safeguard members' interests and allow for a comprehensive review for the sector's regulatory and governance landscape. The reasons for suspension were as follows. One, to allow time to reform the legal and regulatory framework. Number two, to prevent the brand dilution and market saturation. Number three, to enable cleanup of existing SACCOs landscape. Number four, protection of member savings amid governance failures that have occurred in the sector. And number five, to align Kenya with global best practices. The suspension of registration of SACCOs was not a freeze, but a strategic pause to protect members, restore integrity, and lay the foundation for a resilient, well-regulated SACCO sector. It was to ensure that future SACCOs are not just registered, but ready to serve, govern ethically, and align with Kenya's financial inclusion goals and objectives. Mr. Speaker, Section 93 of the Cooperative Societies Act, CAP 490, provides that the Cabinet Secretary may from time to time direct the Commissioner for Cooperative Development on the exercise of his powers and duties under the Act, and hence this does not require public participation. For B, the Committee of Experts handed over its report on the transformation of the SACCO systems in Kenya just last month. This landmark report made a significant recommendation and if the recommendations are adopted, this is going to be a milestone in our collective efforts to build a SACCO system that is resilient, transparent, well-governed, and fit for the future. As a result, the registration of SACCOs has resumed, but under new administrative registration guidelines. For number C, the moratorium on the registration only related to SACCOs because of their financial mediation business involving collecting deposits from the public and offering the same as loans, which calls for government intervention to protect members said deposits. As earlier stated, the registration of SACCOs has resumed, but under new administrative registration guidelines. It is important to note that many small SACCOs are registered all over the country to only provide back office service activity called BOSA, or otherwise known as non-deposit taking. Many of these are inactive and exist just on paper. Those that are active are neither stable nor financially viable because they serve just a few members with a limited impact on financial inclusion. Consequently, a time has come for the SACCO sector to explore market-driven solutions for consultations and mergers of these very small BOSA-only SACCOs. This is the only way to ensure their financial viability and stability. In this regard, officials of SACCOs operating within the same or similar traditional economic and social common bonds are being requested to immediately start conversation relating to mergers as a solution to their survival. This is the way to go in order to have a prosperous SACCO sector. The ministry shall issue guidelines to facilitate the amalgamation of the cooperative societies.
Senator Faki, do you have a supplementary question?
Sina swala la ziada, ni kutoa maoni tu kwamba kusimamishwa kwa uandikishaji wa vikundi vya SACCO, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya mikakati ya kurekebisha sheria za uandikishaji ni sawa na kuzuia watu wasiweze kuzaa, kwa sababu kuna baadhi ya wale watoto wanaozaliwa ni wahalifu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, waziri amekubali kwamba wameanza kufungua. Kwa hivyo tuna matumaini kwamba SACCO zitaweza kuandikishwa kwa wale ambao hawajahusika na vikundi vya SACCO. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Mungatana, you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SACCOs are very, very famous as instruments of doing business in the matatu industries. And people are investing in this business every single day. Many people, because it's a necessity for many Kenyans who go to work and back home, and others who go to further up country. So, Mr. Speaker, it was quite sad to hear that the minister has suspended the registration of new SACCOs, and although he has explained a good reason for doing so, and which we accept, what we needed are clear timelines. Like, Kenyans now listening to him would want to know exactly when is it that they can now resume registration, because people are buying vehicles every day, and people don't want sometimes to go to established SACCOs, especially in certain routes, because those SACCOs, as you well pointed out, Waziri, some of those SACCOs are very badly managed. You have agreements with them, the owners of the vehicles are not paid on time, management is not good, the workers are not disciplined, and that investment doesn't pay. So what we wanted to know is, when are you, what is the timeline, what is the framework for telling Kenyans that this is the time now you can go and register new SACCOs in those different lines for matatus to operate? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much. Lile swali la kwanza, kwanza wakati niliingia kwa ofisi, wale ambao wanaendelea kusikiza mambo ya SACCOS katika nchi hii, mnakumbuka ya kwamba wakati huo tulikuwa na lile shirika la KUSCO ambao pesa mingi za wananchi zilipotea, karibu bilioni 13. Wakati huo pia tulikuwa na shirika la Metropolitan kule Kiambu ambako bilioni 7 sana wananchi zilipotea. Kwa hivyo nikiwa waziri singeweza kukaa tu na kuangalia pesa za wananchi zinapotea. Ndio kwa sababu tuliwaamua kama wizara tuangalie ni nini suluhisho la ambalo linaweza kusaidia pesa za wananchi zikiwa kwa SACCO siwe zinaangaliwa vizuri. Ndio nikaja na hiyo kamati ya expert ambayo imeleta recommendation nzuri. Pili, tulisema tuko na kwa register ya SACCOS katika nchi hii tuko na SACCOS 14,000. Na ukiangalia zile ambazo zinaleta returns ni chache sana. Kwa hivyo niliamuru commissioner wa cooperative aandike barua kwa hizi SACCO zote zilete returns. Kwa hizo 14,000 karibu 2,000 peke yake ndio zimeleta returns. Ni kuonyesha ya kwamba zingine ziko tu kwa majina lakini asifanyi kazi yoyote. Na zikiwa hivyo, tuko na wananchi wengine walakai ambao wanatumia zile inactive SACCOS kuchukua pesa kutoka kwa wananchi. So ile kondia ambayo mimi nimechukua ni kuona ya kwamba pesa za wananchi ambazo ziko kwa SACCOS zinatunzwa vizuri. On the issue raised by Mheshimiwa Mungatana on registration of SACCOS, on the timeline, I've said already that now we have new guidelines. And the new guidelines are very clear. For anybody who wants to register, there are now new guidelines. One, you must show that you have their specific promoters. Who are the promoters of this SACCO? Is there a bank account? And if the bank account is there...
Cabinet Secretary, there is an intervention from Senator Mandago who wants to seek a clarification on an initial answer.
Yes. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi nasimama kuuliza kulingana na kanuni za kudumu za bunge. Ukianza kujibu swali kwa kutumia lugha moja, unafaa kutumia lugha hiyo mpaka ukamilisha. Waziri ameanza kwa kujibu swali kutumia Kiswahili. Je, ni sawa akifika pale katikati aende kwenye Kiingereza ili hali wananchi wakulima walikuwa nafuatilia kwa Kiswahili?
Senator Mandago, nitakujibu mwenyewe hiyo swali. Swali alikuwa anajibu ni ya Senator Mohamed Faki na aliuliza kwa Kiswahili. Ndo akaamua kumjibu kwa Kiswahili. Senator Mungatana aliuliza kwa Kiingereza. Ndo anamjibu kwa Kiingereza kwa vile anafuata kanuni ya bunge. Na lazima ukumbuke waziri alikuwa mbunge.
Thank you for
anajua sheria.
Me. And Mr. Mandako is taking me as a layman. He knows my experience in this house. I think he was just pulling my leg. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for protecting me. I've said now, for those who want to register a SACCO, they must have promoters, they must have a bank account, and that bank account must at least have 10 million Kenya shillings. To show some viability, they must be proper bylaws, and they must complete application forms and take to the relevant director of cooperatives at the county level, who will countersign before it is forwarded to Commissioner of Cooperative for consideration, and they must also attach a cash flow for the next 3 years to show that this is a viable circle. These are some of the conditions that we have put in place to make sure that we have serious institutions that will be taking care of the interests of the members. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to commit myself that those circles now can be able to register, having fulfilled the conditions that are pointed here, are able to register immediately, so long as they satisfy those conditions.
We'll take 2 supplementary questions from Senator Kamar, and then followed by Senator Murango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I want to thank the Minister for the questions that he has given from earlier in the day, and the assurance that he continues to give this House that he is ready even to come back. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that Moi University Circle has been revived, courtesy the Minister's promise to this House, and we really want to thank him for that. In fact, the registration certificate is out already. I just want to ask the Minister 2 clarifications. One is that cooperative societies are actually, except for policy, devolved. And if they are devolved, what role did the county governments play in this new, did they have their own? Because public participation really, from the questioner, is not for us or for anybody else, but for county governments to participate because of the way county governments do their things, that they must have public participation. Were they involved in any way, or are they being inducted at all? Are they aware already as CECs of cooperatives or chief officers of cooperatives, so that we don't go for the same mistakes? Number 2 clarification is 2,000 out of 14,000 having responded is a very low figure, as you have said, Waziri, but I'm wondering, what are you doing with the balance? Are you writing letters to them, warning letters, or what is it that's going to happen to make them respond? Because they are still there on the ground. Are we going to have a session for them to come back, or are they going to re-register? Thank you.
Asante Mr. Speaker. Okay. Swali ambalo ningetaka kumuuliza waziri ya kwanza ni kabla ya kuvunjilia mbali kuandikishwa kwa vyama vya akiba na mikopo, kuna kitu moja ambao naona inakuwa makosa makubwa, kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, huwezi choma ghala kwa sababu panya ameingia kwa ghala. Kuna wale wahusika wakubwa, najua wako hata Kirinyaga, ambao bado tunangojea majibu, kama Mwitevia Rural Sacco ambao walipotea na pesa za umma, Roma Cooperative ambao walipotea na pesa ya umma. Lakini sababu kubwa ya watu kujiandikisha kwenye vyama vipya vya ushirika na vyama vya akiba na mikopo ni kwa sababu vile vyama wako navyo tayari havina uwazi. Kuna wizi katika vile vyama. Na pia niseme kwamba pia kumekuwa na utepetevu, kwa sababu katika ofisi yako waziri ni kwamba si lazima mngojee mpaka vyama vya ushirika waimbe pesa za umma, na tunajua pia kuna sasra mojawapo ya taasisi ambazo zinafaa kuangalia hizi vyama. Alafu wakija wakifanya ubadhirifu wa pesa, mnakuja mnafunga kuandikisha. Mstahiki Spika, hiyo ni sawasawa tu na mtu ako na ugonjwa wa kuhara, lakini kuliko utafute ndawa ufikirie kushona mahali shida inatokea. Kwa hivyo ningeuliza waziri, ni lini tutawajibika vizuri tuhakikishe kwamba wananchi hawapati shida kwa sababu ya vyama vya ushirika na vyama vya akiba na mikopo bila kufunga njia ya haki na kisheria ambayo wamepewa kuandikisha vyama? Hiyo ni swali la kwanza. Na la mwisho, Mstahiki Spika, nikipitia, hii ni maoni yangu tu, kwa sababu najua waziri ni rafiki yangu na alikuwa Kirinyaga juzi juu ya vyama vya ushirika na matatizo tulio nayo kwa sababu ya ndeni ya kahawa. Waziri, ukienda tukumbuke. Asante Mstahiki Spika.
Senator Murango, nataka nikupe nafasi ubadilishe lile neno ulisema kwa kutumia lugha ambaye inafaa ndani ya bunge.
Mstahiki Spika,
na mimi najua unajua Kiswahili iko neno mingi ya hiyo maradhi ulisema mtu akiwa naye.
Mstahiki Spika, unajua kwenye mwili ya binadamu kuna viungo tofauti tofauti. Sijui kwa nini tunaona aibu, tunataja mdomo, tunataja mapua, lakini tukifika sehemu zingine tunaona aibu. Mstahiki Spika, hata kwa kamusi hilo neno liko na sikulitaja, nimepeana.
Senator Murango, sikusema usimame na ufafanue ile kitu ulisema. Nimekuambia ubadilishe kwa kutumia lugha ambayo ni ya bunge.
Mstahiki Spika, neno gani hilo Mstahiki Spika? Sababu sikutaja.
Usinifanye nirudie Murango, Senator Murango, unajua vizuri sana ile lugha, ile neno na kuambia ubadilishe.
Nikumbushe, naomba Mstahiki Spika nikumbushwe kwa sababu sikumbuki nikisema jambo lolote ambalo sifai kutumia. Mstahiki Spika.
Mkumbushe Senator Mandago.
Unajua Mstahiki Spika, seneta wa Kirinyaga anajaribu kucheza mchezo wa paka na panya. Ulitoa mfano ya ugonjwa wa kuendesha, lakini neno ambalo nilitumia si kuendesha. Hilo neno ndio tunafaa sasa urekebishe.
Mstahiki Spika, nitambadilisha jina kuhara niseme kuendesha, lakini kuhara na kuendesha maana ni sawa. Mstahiki Spika.
Sawa Murango. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Kamar, for appreciating what we did for the Moi University SACCO. I think now it has been revived, and as a senator of that region, I hope you put your interest there so that that SACCO is able to serve the people of the university. Now, we acknowledge here that cooperatives are devolved. As you know very well, there are cooperatives that operate within a county, and there are also cooperatives that operate beyond the boundaries of one county. So there are county cooperatives, and there are also county national cooperatives that operate throughout the country. So this was a challenge, because you can't have a national cooperative being subjected to 47 county laws. It will create a problem. So these are some of the issues that we have now addressed in the new cooperative bill. And the new cooperative bill has clearly defined the responsibility of the county governments and the responsibility of the national government. It has also assigned roles clearly, and the types of cooperatives have also been segmented in terms of primary cooperatives, secondary cooperatives, and federal cooperatives, and apex cooperatives, where secondary and primary cooperatives operate within the county, national cooperatives, federal cooperatives operate nationally, and apex cooperative at the national level. So the two, apex and federal, have been assigned to the national government, and the primary and secondary have been assigned to the county government. So the roles are now very, very clear. Now, the issue of 2,000 versus 14,000, what the ministry is going to do, it will put in the newspapers the 2,000 SACCOs that have responded by making sure that their returns are up to date. And they will give 30 days to the balance of 12,000 to respond. If they don't respond in 30 days, we'll assume they are either inactive or they are not there, they are not operating, and therefore they will be clearly deregistered, and will therefore conduct the Association of Bankers to make sure that if any of those ones are holding bank accounts elsewhere in any of the banks, then the banks, those bank accounts should be closed so that they are not misused in future to defraud innocent people their hard-won wealth. So that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Mambo ya wizi wa pesa katika SACCOs. Hapa awali nilisema ya kwamba wakati niliingia wizara, tulikuwa na mambo mengi ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea kwa mambo ya Cusco, kwa mambo ya Metropolitan, mambo pesa mingi zilipotea kule Cusco bilioni 12, kule Metropolitan bilioni 7. Ni mpaka lazima tuwe na njia ya kuona ya kwamba wananchi wakiweka pesa zao katika SACCO, hizi pesa zinatumika vile inatakikana. Ndio kwa sababu tulionelea, kwa sababu pesa ziliendelea kupotea, na tulikuwa na complaints nyingi, mabarua nyingi kutoka kwa sekta fulani. Ndio tukaamua wacha tuangalie, tustopishe, tulete kamati ambayo itaangalia experts. Nikapata hao wataalam wa kuangalia hata mambo, nilipata hata wawili kutoka kule ng'ambo wasaidie sisi hapa, na pata Wakenya wako ambao wamesomea haya mambo. Nikawaweka hapa watu 5 kuangalia haya mambo, na sasa hivi wameleta report ambayo itasaidia sekta hiyo. Ndio kwa sababu tulisimamisha, na hapa awali nimesema tayari tumeanzisha usajili wa wale ambao watakuwa wanafuata zile ambazo zinatakikana, na nina hakika ile SACCO amendment ikija hapa, itakuja hapa, iko katika National Assembly, ikifika hapa muiangalie kwa makini, kwa sababu tunataka tulinde mali ya wananchi. Ni hiyo ndio kazi ya wizara. SASRA ilikuwa na mamlaka ya SASRA ilikuwa limited, yani SASRA ilikuwa iangalie wale SACCOs ambao wana mali ya milioni 100 kwenda mbele. Ile recommendation ambayo imekuja sasa imesema shilingi ikiwa kwa banki na shilingi ambayo kwa cooperative siko sawa. Kwa hivyo mamlaka ya SASRA sasa imepanuliwa ili iangalie cooperative zote. Hakuna iangalie ile ya 100 peke yake na iwache hizi zingine, kwa sababu shilingi ni shilingi. Hata ikiwa kwa cooperative kubwa, ikiwa kwa SACCO kubwa, ikiwa kwa SACCO ndogo, shilingi ni shilingi. Asanteni, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. We'll take the last batch of questions. starting with Senator Kinyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet Secretary has indicated that over 10,000 SACCOs risk being deregistered. Mr. Speaker, that one will lead to less competition, which will consequently bring about higher interest rate on the loans, but low interest rate on the savings of members. What is the Cabinet Secretary going to do to caution the good Kenyans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next question by Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the answer by the CS for part A of the question, where he says that as a justification for suspension of SACCO registration, Mr. Speaker, that under 2, it was prevention of broad dilution and market saturation, where he continues to say that there was a proliferation of under-resourced and poorly managed entities. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that if we know SACCOs that started, very humbly, like Equity Bank started at a very small SACCO. So if we make it a condition that it has to be over-resourced, because he talks about under-resourced SACCOs, then we will risk having, investors with humble beginnings from being registered and therefore kill their dreams, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, any SACCOs that have been closed and have actually sunk members' savings, like some 2 of them in Kirinyaga, Muitaidia SACCO and Roma SACCO, Cooperative SACCO. Exactly what is the guarantee that the CS is giving that members who had saved with these SACCOs will receive their funds, and are you taking legal action against such offenders? Because to sink people's money is an offense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, now that there's a report of the task force that was looking at the legal framework and the reforms in the SACCO sector, Honorable Speaker, have they sensitized the cooperatives on the new legal framework as the stakeholders in that sector, Honorable Speaker, of the report?
The last question by Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, just my supplementary question on the issue of suspension of registration of cooperative by the minister. I wanted to get further clarity that he stated Section 93 and the powers of the minister, and Section 93 and 93A of Cooperative Society Act 490. Looking at the powers of the minister, one of them does not involve power to order suspension of cooperative society. So my only supplementary on registration of SACCOs, my only supplementary is, where did the cabinet minister get the legal powers or president to order suspension and registration? Because looking at other powers of even the commissioner and powers of the minister, maybe you can clarify that. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Cherargei, maybe just to put us all on the same page, what are the powers given to the Cabinet Secretary?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at Section 93, it says, of Cooperative Act 490, the minister may at any time or any other director commissioners to exercise of his powers and duties under this act. Section 93A, other powers of the commissioner, without prejudice to any other powers under this act, the commissioner may call for elections in any cooperative society, A. B, attend meetings of a cooperative society and require every society to send him at a proper time notice and agenda of every meeting and all minutes and communications in respect thereof. C, require the societies update their bylaws. And D, finally, exercise such other powers consistent with this act as may be prescribed. So of all this power of the minister and commissioner, there is nowhere that he has the power and authority to, legally under this act, to order suspension or cancellation or removal of the SACCOs. Maybe you can clarify.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Looking at Section 93, it says, of Cooperative Act 490, the minister may at any time or any other director commissioners to exercise of his powers and duties under this act. Section 93A, other powers of the commissioner, without prejudice to any other powers under this act, the commissioner may call for elections in any cooperative society, A. B, attend meetings of a cooperative society and require every society to send him at a proper time notice and agenda of every meeting and all minutes and communications in respect thereof. C, require the societies update their bylaws. And D, finally, exercise such other powers consistent with this act as may be prescribed. So of all this power of the minister and commissioner, there is nowhere that he has the power and authority to, legally under this act, to order suspension or cancellation or removal of the SACCOs.
CAP 490, as described by the Cabinet Secretary. Can you refer to that? CAP 490.
Yes, it talks about the power of the minister. That is the Cooperative Societies Act, and if the new cooperative, he keeps referring to the new cooperative, unless and until the new Cooperative Act bill is signed into, then we can now refer to that. So I needed that clarity because the bill is yet to be ascended by the President. It is in mediation, and I thank the minister, who is a seasoned politician, a former member of parliament, a cabinet minister, a political party luminary. I wanted to find, is it hard for him to tell us which power is it using? Is it the power on the bill or the act itself? That is my only clarity, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in fact, Senator Murango, who opens the doors for the people of Kirinyaga, is the one leading the mediation.
Thank you, Senator. Cabinet Secretary, you may respond.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the question raised by Honorable Kinyua, Senator Kinyua, I've clearly said that as provided for in law, and this law was, the Cooperative Act was established in the 70s. Things have changed. Within that law, it provides that any 10 people can come together and form a cooperative or form a SACCO, 10 people. And looking at what has been happening all along, all these years, over 30 years, over 40 years, most cooperatives that were formed by such a small number have collapsed. That is the experience. So we are talking from evidence. Even if the law provides for 10 at the moment, but we are saying now things have changed, 10 is not viable. And that's why we can say out of 14, only 2 are active. And we have noted that when elections are around the corner is when registration go up. During that time, there is also a rambase being conducted for SACCOs. The time you hear of a rambase, because a SACCO should be a self-sustaining institution. The time you hear of Arambe, know that that SACCO will never survive after the election. As responsible citizens of this country, we must guard resources of innocent members who come together to form a SACCO. And this is the essence of what we are saying. So we are saying SACCOs are all over. They have opened boundaries. They are not tribalistic. So you can join a SACCO any corner of this country. Nowadays they are digital. They are digital. So you can join any SACCO. And then we are saying, come together for economies of scale. And as a ministry, we are providing guidelines if you decide to come together. We are saying all SACCOs must now digitize. How do you digitize when you have no capacity? You have only 500 shillings in the bank account and you are waiting for a rambe to be conducted. We must be serious. Because these things going on that we are now empowering SACCOs, those things after elections, there will be nothing. So, if we want to empower, let's empower women groups. Call them groups, but don't call them SACCOs. So I've looked at these issues very critically, honorable members. And that answers even the next question, because the next question asks what guarantee these people have lost money. This is part of the reforms that are coming up. These are part of the reforms we are bringing. We are creating the post-guarantee fund, that those circles who that will go under genuinely, like what happens to the banks, there will be guarantee fund that will be managed independently, that will be able to be used to make sure that your deposits are refunded to you as the receivership proceeds. That is part of the guarantee that we have. So support that motion when it comes here. On reforms, this committee of experts went in the entire 47 counties and listened to cooperative members, listened to cooperative officials. So what they have recommended to the ministry is actually from the people, from the cooperators at the grassroots. At the same time, the National Assembly and the Senate, you have a chance also to go for public participation on the issues that have been raised. So to me, that will be enough sensitization. If it has been done by the Committee of Experts, it will be done by the National Assembly, and possibly it will be done by this House. That will be enough sensitization on reforms that we are bringing. On the issue raised by the Mheshimiwa on the powers, if you read clearly, who registers the circles? It is the Commissioner of Cooperatives. So you can have powers to register, and you don't have powers to stop. The powers I used, and I've said clearly, I directed the Commissioner, and the law, Section 93, gives me powers to direct to the Commissioner on performance of his duties, which means if the Commissioner has overlooked something, I have the powers to direct him to look at that particular thing. So those are the powers that I used. And powers are not one way. Powers are two way. So you cannot register and not be able to deregister. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. There being no further questions, we shall allow the CS to take leave. Cabinet Secretary, we thank you very much for your time, and we wish you all the best in your duties. Karibu sana. Clerk, next order.
Order number 8, motion, reports of the Kenya delegation to the sittings of the Pan-African Parliament committees and other Pan-African Parliament organs held at Gallagher Convention Center, Midrand, South Africa on 13th September 2024 and 20th September 2024.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that the Senate notes the reports of the Kenya delegation to the sittings of the Pan-African Parliament committees and other Pan-African Parliament organs held at the Gallagher Convention Center in Midrand, South Africa on 13th September to 20th September 2024 and 28th October to 17th November 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on the Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this motion speaks to two reports, two sittings that we held in South Africa to represent the Pan-African Parliament as a Kenya delegation. Mr. Speaker, The Kenya delegation comprises of 3 members from the National Assembly and 2 members from the Senate. As required by the Pan-African Parliament rules, it is balanced between the side of government and the side of opposition. It is balanced on the gender question. In fact, Kenya is doing very well when it comes to female representation of that delegation of 5. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 members from each of the 55 countries that sit in Pan-African Parliament. Some of the members have been suspended because as soon as your country experiences a military coup or there is an unconstitutional change of government, then that country is suspended from all organs of the AU, including the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, these 2 reports are extensive, and I know members of this House have had opportunity to interact with the material. But in general, Mr. Speaker, just like any other parliament, when we go there, we debate on various issues, and also, Mr. Speaker, we belong to different committees, and we operate just like any other parliament that would do its business in a sitting of the assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, we debate various things. We debate various issues affecting Africa. We are the voice of the people of Africa. And, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, the people of Africa have the heads of states who meet in Addis Ababa to make executive decisions on behalf of the people of Africa. But in those executive decision-making processes in Addis Ababa, there is hardly any provision for debates. But, Mr. Speaker, when we come to Johannesburg in Midrand, where the African Parliament is located, we debate and pass motions, pass legislation that is supposed to help Africa move forward. Mr. Speaker, for the 2 reports, there are extensive issues that have been raised, but I want to focus on the African trade, continental trade area. Mr. Speaker, in both reports, the question of establishing a free trade area through Africa that was passed by the heads of states, the protocol passed and endorsed by almost all African states in record time. Mr. Speaker, this is a continuing focus for us in terms of debates at the Pan-African Parliament. So one of the things that we have debated in both, it's a running theme, in both of these reports is the need for Africa to increase its intra-Africa trade. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, a lot of African states, they do more business with Europe, more business with America than within Africa itself. So one of the questions that we have debated and we have concurrence on in both reports is the fact that African countries need to develop structures that will ensure that trade within Africa is promoted and increased. Mr. Speaker, many of us will remember the time that Kenya was taking coffee to Ghana, and it took more than 3 months, Mr. Speaker, from the time the president flagged it off here in Kenya for it to be received in Accra. And this is because connectivity between Kenya and Accra is a problem. For a normal person who wants to trade with Accra, who wants to trade with Nigeria, with Sierra Leone, connectivity between here on the eastern side of Africa all the way to the western side of Africa, if you're not using aeroplanes, it becomes very difficult because there's a dense forest in between and transportation is a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making a reality the increase of trade, the Parliament of Africa has sent us here as one of their recommendations that in passing legislation within our countries, both at the national level and even at the county levels, we must take into consideration the fact that we need to create structures and infrastructure that will allow movement of goods and movement of persons within Africa to be increased. And we, as members of parliament, from the northern side to the southern side of Africa, to the eastern and western and central side, because we divide ourselves into those 5 caucuses, we have a concurrence on this, that when we come back home, one of the most critical things for us to do is to advance the fact that infrastructure for Kenya should be enhanced so that we can have connectivity with other African countries. And this will be done in this manner, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate what the government is doing right now in the Northern Corridor. We appreciate what the government is doing with the plan to create the connectivity and expand SGR all the way to Malaba. Because, Mr. Speaker, it will mean that people who are trading from Kenya, they can go efficiently to Uganda. And equally, Mr. Speaker, we have, as a nation, opened our skies so that African nations and African nationalities who come to Kenya, you do not have to, apply for visas before you come to Nairobi. You come and you get your visa while you're here. We have made it easier, and Kenya is leading in this direction. So that in this country now, you have many, many people who are from different African nations living here and making a life in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to urge the Senate to note the contents of this report and take it with us, Mr. Speaker, that in the African Parliament, we want to increase trade, intra-Africa trade. We want trade to flourish, and we want that when we are passing legislation, we have the Africanness within us to make sure connectivity is possible from one state to another and to increase the amount of trade within Africa. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move, and I would ask the Honorable Senator Cherarke to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be as brief as possible. As I
I'm not doing it.
Huh? What'd you say?
I don't want to take the exam. But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
Nairobi! Your time is now. Masani ya kutoka vlog, na KBC imeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tu. Tuone kama kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Huanga bad ni mbaya.
Do you know what's inside that prepackaged food? Those unhealthy ultra-processed foods high in sugar, salt or unhealthy fats can lead to diseases.
According to the Ministry of Health, approximately 39% of all deaths in Kenya are as a result of non-communicable diseases such as obesity, diabetes, cancer, and high blood pressure. The foods and drinks we consume every day can affect our health more than we realize.
Clear information on packages about what's in our food can help us have a healthy diet. From the Food Policy Coalition Kenya.
Hello, and thank you for joining us here for Lunchtime News on KBC Channel 1. It's coming to you live from the Broadcasting House in Nairobi. My name is Giverson Minor, and our sign language interpreter is Lensa Odingo. Join us for the next 1 hour for news within and of course across the country, including sports. And now let's begin. The county government of Kilifi has received lenacapavir, an injectable antiviral medication used for both HIV treatment and prevention. Subsequently, Kilifi County government seeks to reduce new HIV infections from 19,000 in 2024 to 1,000 by 2030. The annual injection has been hailed as a game changer in the fight against new infections, with at least 10 facilities in Kilifi receiving the antiviral medication. County government officials and NGOs alike noted that Kenya is still lagging in reducing new infections, but these new treatment will be a booster in realizing the success of the same.
Wengi waweze kujua hali zao za kiafya.
Kwa hii sindano, it's quite a privilege. I'm actually delighted because it will prevent the high risk of getting HIV.
And now, residents of Mikinduni, Widho, Juhudi and Salama villages in Lamu West constituency, Lamu County, are calling on the government through the Kenya Wildlife Service to intervene and help stop the destruction of their crops by elephants. The red locals who stage demonstrations say they are suffering losses as their farm produce end up destroyed with no compensation given to cushion them. Take a look.
The locals who are counting losses say the destruction of their farm produce by elephants is destroying their livelihoods, saying they have to source for alternative money-making ventures after their crops got destroyed.
Wameharibu minazi, wameharibu mikorosho, wameharibu miembe, wameharibu mpaka mihogo.
Mtu watare hivi davu, ama tuchukue sheria mkononi, tumechoka kabisa.
They're calling for urgent intervention to cushion them from the constant losses from wildlife. This even as residents living near the Mwingi North Game Reserve and the Kitui South Game Reserve are being urged to always seek safety first in the face of rising human-wildlife conflicts in the area.
Tusiingie tu maeneo ya usiku sana na dovu, tukae tu mchana. Vile vile ukimuona dovu utafanya nini? Na usalama ni kumwondokea yule mnyama, pili ni kuripoti kwenye usika.
And farmers from the Kirero village in Igembe North Sub-County, Meru County, are counting losses after elephants invaded their farms and destroyed their food crops.
Ndovu zimekuja, zimeangamiza mimea yetu na zimekula mimea yetu.
Hawa ndovu wamerudishwa kwa pale wanapasa kukaa. Warundi kwa National Park ama Game Reserve huko Samburu.
The residents are decrying that KWS and the management of Meru National Park have failed to effectively control wild animals, leading to wanton destruction of their produce. Yusufar reporting for Lunchtime News.
And our residents of Oldonyiro in Isiolo County have protested plans to relocate the site for the construction of the proposed Crocodile Joe Dam on the Ewasonyiro River from the agreed location. The project, first proposed in 2013 to serve the Isiolo resort city, has sparked tensions after residents claimed they were not properly consulted during the planning process. Now, the residents say they had agreed that the dam would be constructed at Lolkinyang, a few kilometers from the Isiolo-Laikipia border, during the previous public participation. However, moves to further relocate the dam to Nantudu and Balsalinga without the involvement of the local community has been faulted by the residents. Take a look.
Meka Dam alikuwa anaitwa Crocodile Meka Dam huko area Lolkinyang, amehamishwa.
And now from Isiolo, let's take you to Busia County. A family in Bugengi village in Matayos sub-county is in distress after their 16-year-old son with disability mysteriously disappeared from home 2 months ago. The family says despite reporting the matter to security agencies and conducting extensive searches across the border county, efforts to locate the teenager have remained unsuccessful. His sister Elizabeth Mbone is now appealing to well-wishers and anyone with information to help the family trace their missing kin. The boy was last seen wearing a yellow t-shirt and black trousers on the day he went missing.
Uliza Maguru, ni namba zote ziko kwa upande wa Maguru. Sikupata kwa jibu lolote. Sasa nikabidi sasa nijisati tu mimi mwenyewe sasa niende paka penye mtoto. Wakati mmoja nilipata mtoto alitoka hapa akaenda paka Bungoma. Nikatoka hapa saa 12 nikafika Bungoma. Ilifikanga huko Bungoma nikajaribu kutafuta mtoto, nikatafuta sikupata.
And now, 15 years after squatters settled in Solio villages on what was then a dry landscape with little or no vegetation, the area is now experiencing a remarkable environmental transformation with a vigorous tree planting campaign bearing fruit. Through stakeholders led by Habitat for Humanity Kenya, the once dry land has become fertile and productive, with other regions with residents embracing the tree programs even at homestead levels. Now, according to the residents, they started climate adaptation or rather adaptation programs 3 years ago aimed to promote agroforestry in the area. They say other interventions include promoting Safi latrine models, revealing that with climate change, the area is prone to flooding and could affect residents' hygiene.
have been partnering with Habitat for Humanity for the last 3 years to implement climate adaptation actions that help the community to build resilience. And to date, agroforestry and tree planting that we are promoting is one of those activities. We are pioneering the Safi latrine model that is flood resilient, so that then communities don't have to be building latrines every rainfall cycle. We are working with hygiene promoters to make sure that people are sensitized to adopt behavior change that will protect them from infections and sanitation and hygiene related diseases.
Now, that story takes us to a very short commercial break. Don't go too far. There's still so much more lined up for you.
Wewe leo unaona ukinibaia chai. Shika.
Kijana mdogo anakushinda na akili. Hivi ndio nataka kusema? Monica, si nilikwambia sikutaki kwa mikutano yangu ya kisiasa?
Hashiki simu, hasemi lolote. Yaani kazi yako ni ngumu kweli.
Nikusaidia nini wewe?
Maisha yangu yamo hatarini.
Na nimewaandalia kitu kitamu.
Na nileta kwa picha mzuri kama tutakaribisha wageni pamoja.
Monica, mimi ndio nataka hiyo kiti, sio wewe.
Wewe tulia.
Nasikia lilipelea kutoka mapema.
Josh, babako atasema nini akisikia hii?
Wewe ulivunja kwako, sitaangalia uvunje kwangu.
Kila mtu abaki kwa leni yake, sawa?
Okay, tutaongea.
Ulinisaliti.
Abidi. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnaona kwamba sisi tunacheza hapa? Si mchezo chief. Hii kesi mimi naweza nikaitupilia mbali.
I'm not doing it.
Huh? What'd you say?
I don't want to take the exam.
But you haven't taken it. How do you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa? Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi. Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani? Ngo yele sekwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani. How can pikipiki swim like a fish? Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu. Mzee, mimi ndio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara. Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesayo, ubenyesao wala mbuli.
Looking for sisterhood? Craving solidarity? Ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond backmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
And I welcome back. You're watching Lunchtime News on KBC Channel 1. Now I take you to Baringo, or rather where a contingent of security officers on security mission escaped death by a whisker after a land cruiser they were traveling in was swept by flash floods following heavy rains in Silale Ward, Tiati constituency in Baringo County. An armored police carrier that was deployed to rescue the police car met the same plight after it stuck into mud at River Wichatis during the rescue mission. Now, however, both vehicles were later recovered. Local leaders calling on the government to accelerate the construction of security roads in the area to avoid such occurrences.
Land cruiser that was carrying security officers came to a grounding halt here, prompting the intervention of the armored police car to come to its rescue. Minutes later, the water levels here rose, submerging the police land cruiser. Grounding rescue efforts and rendered this pathway impassable for both people and cars alike. With the ongoing rains causing havoc, leaders are now calling for the completion of the necessary infrastructure to prevent further losses.
Maji imejaa mpaka imefunika barabara. Hii diversion ya kupita hapo juu mlimani mpaka tukatie lam pale Chepilat, magari imeweza kulala hapo kwa sababu serikali hawajaweza kuweka maram kwa hiyo barabara.
Kama serikali iko na pesa, mbona iwe ni pesa ambayo ni ya kwenda kufanya emergency response? Mbona isiwe pesa ya kutengeneza barabara? Sehemu ya Kuchatizi tengenezwe bridge, sehemu ya Kambuzende iwekwe bridge, sehemu ya Koreti iwekwe maram.
Businesses and learning activities have also been disrupted, with learners unable to go to school due to the floods.
Ni gharama kubwa kwa mzazi ambaye hata kuweza kununua kalamu na kitabu ni ngumu. Sasa je, mambo ya kuweza kulipa bot kila wakati, kila asubuhi na jioni ni ngumu sana.
The vehicles were eventually moved later, with locals calling for the construction of a bridge in this area. Isufar reporting for Lunchtime News.
Now from Baringo, we take you to Embu, where the Embu County government has embarked on a multi-million expansion of the Rupingazi Weru irrigation scheme that is said to benefit over 366 households in the semi-arid regions of Mbeere South. The 69.9 million shillings project is expected to revamp farming by providing reliable irrigation water. But the project was first initiated in 2013, with the first phase of the project covering 54 hectares, benefiting at least 137 households in the Rika area of Mbeere South sub-county.
This project represents yet another milestone in our county government's commitment to transforming agriculture from subsistence farming into a modern, climate-smart and commercially viable enterprise capable of improving livelihoods and enhancing food security across Embu County.
Now, counseling practitioners have raised concerns over the rising cases of mental health challenges in workplaces, saying the situation is affecting productivity across different sectors. Now, speaking during Mental Health Sensitization Forum in Kenol Town, Murang'a County, the Kenya Counseling and Psychological Association said the increased mental health challenges are caused by economic hardships, pressure to meet targets, job insecurity, and family-related stress. Led by association's CEO Rachel Kiaridas, they recommended the introduction of employee wellness programs in workplaces.
One of the things that is very difficult is balancing work and life. We still need to be very deliberate and intentional in coming up with programs that will enable the workers to deal with their mental well-being. For example, I can suggest that do we have days where the workers are able to go maybe for just an hour or so in what we call self-care? Or Do we have days where the workers can work flexibly? So that
the person we are reporting to, we get so many.
James Nyamoya was born on December 27, 1927, in Nyaribari, Masaba, in present-day Kisii County. He studied at Nyanchwa SDA Primary School, Kamagambo Mission School, and Kisii Secondary School before traveling to London in the 1950s to study law at King's College. While in Britain, where he briefly practiced as a barrister, he interacted with future independence leaders including Mwai Kibaki, Munya Wayaki, Jean-Marie Saroni, and Matthew Guy Muli. On returning to Kenya, Nyamoya first worked in the colonial administration before resigning and opening a private law practice in Kisumu with support from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He soon became part of a new generation of African lawyers involved in the nationalist movement alongside Agwing Skothek and Mareka Geshaga. During this period, he represented Odinga in a sedition case and reportedly wrote to the Queen of England protesting the treatment of Africans in colonial Kenya. After independence, Nyamoya served in several senior government positions including Assistant Minister in the Office of the President, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for Provincial Administration, Minister for Power and Communications, and later Minister for Labour. At the same time, alongside Mwai Kibaki and Tom Mboya, he contributed to drafting a sessional paper number 10, which guided Kenya's early economic policy. As Minister for Labour, Nyamoya is credited for establishing the Industrial Court of Kenya and formulating the Employment Act, frameworks that structured labour relations between workers, employers, and government. Kenya also joined the International Labour Organization during his tenure. Nyamoya represented Nyaribari constituency in Parliament from 1963 to 1979, where he championed education and healthcare development in the region. When Joseph Murumbi resigned as Vice President and Daniel Arap Moi was appointed to the position, Nyamoya became leader of government business in Parliament, a role that effectively placed him above the Vice President in parliamentary hierarchy. This development created political rivalry between Nyamoya and Moi that would later shape his fortunes after Kenyatta's death. After President Kenyatta's death, his political influence declined. He lost his parliamentary seat in 1979 and later served briefly as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission. In the 1990s, he joined Mwai Kibaki in founding the Democratic Party and became its national vice chairman. James Nyamoya died in 1995. He is remembered as a pioneer lawyer, nationalist, and cabinet minister who helped shape Kenya's early legal and labor institutions. Jackie Wambiru, The Cabinet.
And now let's take you to Samburu County, where residents of Sunrise in Maralal, Samburu County, have lamented over alleged grabbing of an access road to Maralal town, forcing the residents to look for an alternative route to access the town. The residents have given the Maralal town municipal leadership a 2-day deadline to open the road. Samburu Lands and Urban Planning CC have confirmed that the matter is under investigations. Let's take you to Kericho County, where a section of Kericho County MCAs have rejected plans by a private company to start buying cherries directly from the farmers. The leaders, led by a Kamasian member of a county assembly, Philip Rono, and his Londiani counterpart, Vincent Korir, claim the company West Valley Coffee will also set up a pulping station at Kandege area next to Fortenan, and is reportedly planning to establish a milling plant. The MC said the move is against a Coffee Act of 2026, warning that it will encourage theft, exploit the farmers, and kill cooperative societies, and later dictate the prices of coffee.
The law was introduced to protect farmers from exploitation, improve traceability, reduce theft, and strengthen cooperative marketing systems. Key reasons why illegal cherry buying is prohibited includes: 1. Protection of farmers. Middlemen often bought cherries at very low prices from farmers, especially during harvesting seasons. The Act seeks to ensure farmers receive fair payment through licensed cooperatives, factories, or registered dealers.
I am calling upon AFA, the county government of Kericho, and the regulators in the sector, because if they are going to allow the unscrupulous business people to interfere with our coffee growing, then
of 650,000 barrels per day. Brian Kimani spoke exclusively to the Nigerian billionaire on the sidelines of the Forward Africa Summit that came to an end on Tuesday evening.
Thank you for joining us here. You have shown interest in investing in Kenya's petroleum industry. Can you tell us more information about that?
I think it is not Kenya, it is East African refining hub, which we want to set up here. We want to take crude from Uganda, the crude from Ethiopia, crude from Southern Sudan, so that we stop exporting our raw materials and importing finished goods. So what we are trying to do is to set up the refinery to serve all the East African countries so that they can become self-sufficient. You can see what is happening today in the Strait of Hormuz, where now we've been suffocated of getting petroleum products. So these are the sort of things that we want to do. You know, our group has about $45 billion to invest between now and 2030, and that's why we're looking at doing infrastructure. We're doing quite a lot of things, and hopefully we will try to make sure that this refinery, by the grace of God, if we come to an agreement, we sign an investment agreement, we will start it this year.
Do you have any preferred country where within the East African region you would want to set up?
We're actually looking, I don't want to say that right now, but we're looking at the best location that makes sense.
Location that makes sense. Do you have a figure that you are willing to invest in the East African region? Like
this refinery will cost us $17 billion.
$17 billion.
Oh yeah, it's single largest train in the world. Yes.
Are you looking at any other investable project within the East African region?
Either in the ports also. We have some key areas. Once we have that, we'll invest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, that is Africa's richest man, Alingo Dangote, there giving us a sneak preview of what he wants to invest within East Africa. He says he's willing to invest in the petroleum industry as well as any other sector in the region, as long as there is that political goodwill.
Thank you, Brian Kimani, for that exclusive. And it takes us to a very short commercial break. Don't go too far. There's still so much more.
Wewe leo unaona ukinibaia chai. Shika.
Kijana mdogo na kushinda na akili. Hivi ndio nataka kusema? Monica, si nilikwambia sikutaki kwa mikutano yangu ya kisiasa?
Hashiki simu, hasemi lolote. Yaani kazi yako ni ngumu kweli.
Nikusaidie nini wewe?
Maisha yangu yamo hatarini.
Na nimewaandalia kitu kitamu.
Na nileta kwa picha mzuri kama tutakaribisha wageni pamoja.
Monica, mimi ndio nataka hiyo kiti, sio wewe.
Wewe useme wewe tulia.
Nasikia lilipelea kutoka mapema.
Josh, babako atasema nini akisikia hii?
Wewe ulivunja kwako, sitaangalia uvunje kwangu.
Kila mtu abaki kwa leni yake, sawa?
Okay, tutaongea.
Ulinisaliti.
Abidi. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnaona kwamba sisi tunacheza hapa? Si mchezo chief. Hii kesi mimi naweza nikaitupilia mbali.
The bottom-up economic transformation agenda is not just a plan on paper.
Manifesto tulioandika na tukauzia Wakenya na wakatupigia kura, sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama.
It is happening on the ground across Kenya.
Enda subabogi Moriega Jodhurwa untie Mugani Pamjambo.
In agriculture,
Turkana wameamkia mambo ya ukulima sasa.
On our roads,
Lami black anaingia hapa anagausha hapa, wacha bana.
In health,
all our patients are in SHA 100%.
In housing,
kutoa watu kutoka nyumba za mabati kuleta nyumba kama hii ya ghorofa ni kitu ya mzuri sana.
In our markets,
umetukumbuka sisi mama mboga, shida zetu umezitatua,
and so much more.
It's a good thing the government inakuja mashinani na this is all what we have been requesting.
This is transformation. This is impact. This is delivering the plan. Every Friday on KBC Channel 1.
Now, welcome back. You're watching Lunchtime News on KBC Channel 1. And now let's get to business. New infrastructure projects are opening up the counties of Meru and Isiolo for tourism and investment, leveraging wildlife, cultural and adventure attractions. The Eastern Tourism Circuit Framework spotlights these historically overlooked counties as hubs for ecotourism and heritage experiences. Take a look.
For decades, parts of the counties of Isiolo and Meru have not fully tapped their tourism potential despite their vast ecological, cultural and wildlife attractions.
First of all, Isiolo is at the center of a country, of a Kenya, in that matter. There are a lot to enjoy here in Isiolo. We have Isiolo Airport, which is just some few, like 2 kilometers from here. We have other things. We have on your way to Marsabit, we have Samburu National Park.
Poor road conditions and limited connectivity have led to long travel hours and high transport costs, which have impacted the region as a tourist destination. However, this is steadily changing, with the ongoing Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project expected to redirect travel to Lower Eastern and Northern Frontier tourism circuits.
This road being positioned where it is, it's going to open us to huge potential that is in the north.
Isiolo is positioned at the intersection of the Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport Corridor, the Isiolo-Mandera Highway, and routes connecting Kenya to Ethiopia and Somalia.
Those projects, we have one advantage because we have accommodations and we have so many people who are coming from Nairobi, from Marsabit, especially the engineers, those people who are in the project, the business people, they come and spend here. They also come and they come with their families. Most of them come with their families because, as I've told you earlier, we have several incentives like swimming.
Scenic routes linking Isiolo to Samburu and Marsabit are increasingly being highlighted for adventure tourism, rock climbing, photography, tourism, and overland travel experiences.
Place is good. The ambience itself, it's good. So it's one of the best places to be. There is no need of you going to Naivasha and the rest of the places, but Isiolo is the best place to be. That one you can bear witness.
The project is stimulating service sector demand along towns along the corridor.
Right in front of me is this particular piece of infrastructure that links Kenya to Ethiopia, and to my right, that links Somalia to Kenya. Once this particular project is complete, it no longer talks about connectivity, but also gives the people of Kenya, and especially this region, a lifeline of social-economic development.
So the State Department of Agriculture, the State Department of Mining, the State Department of Lands and Physical Planning, all of them have to begin thinking in one direction so that we are able to do something out of the ordinary to spur the development and the economic well-being of this area, of course supported by the road infrastructure as it should be in the bigger picture of projects.
The key component of the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project is upgrading the 740 kilometers road corridor between Isiolo through Wajir and Mandera to bitumen standards. Regina Manyara reporting for KBC Channel 1.
Thank you, Regina Manyara, for that report. And the tea levy regulations of 2026 are aimed at protecting the identity and value of Kenyan tea in the global market. Now, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe has told the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock that implementation of the new regulations will pool funds for, among others, branding and marketing of Kenyan tea.
The new 0.8% tea levy on tea exports introduced by the tea levy regulations of 2026 dominated an engagement between the Agriculture Ministry officials and the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary says the new levy is aimed at strengthening Kenya's competitiveness in the global tea market.
All those countries, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, all those countries that trade in tea have all got a levy that they are charging to develop their own markets. So it is one thing to say that Kenya should not charge a levy. Everybody else is charging a levy so that we don't develop our products.
Kagwe says Kenyan tea continues to be blended and rebranded in international markets without clear geographical indicators identifying it as a Kenyan product, denying the country full value from one of its leading export commodities.
Geographical indicators that were signed this week at State House in Nairobi between France and ourselves, for example, within France, geographical indicators of our tea is part of the reason why we must have funding.
Ndotamo Kami for Lunchtime News.
Migori County has unveiled its second public library under the leadership of Ochilo Ayako in partnership with other stakeholders. The modern facility, valued at 4.2 million shillings, features more than 500 books ranging from pre-primary 1 PP1 learning materials to tertiary education resources aimed at promoting a strong reading culture across the county. Now, speaking during the official handover of the facility to the county government of Migori, the chief officer for Gender and Inclusivity, Professor Rose Ogwang, said the county is committed to ensuring the library is fully utilized.
Migori County has a tendency of looking forward to a population that is well versed with all information, all-round population, and we are promoting the culture of reading.
And now let's get sporty for a moment. The Kenya Volleyball Federation has scheduled the final national men and women's league matches that were scheduled from tomorrow. The matches will now be played from the 11th to 14th of June this year at the Nyayo National Basketball Court. Kenya Pipeline is still unbeaten in the women's league, having won all the 6 matches they have played so far. They seal the top 5 positions on the current log, led by Kenya Prisons with 26 points after 9 wins out of 10. KCB are 4 points adrift, tying with DCI, followed by Post Bank with 18, while Kenya Pipeline have 17 points. Now, the Kenya national women's rugby team, the Kenya Lionesses, is training at Kasarani in preparation for the Rugby Africa Women's Cup Performance Division, slated next week from the 21st to 31st of May at the RFUA grounds. The 4 nations tournament defending the champions South Africa, Uganda and Madagascar, who will play in a round-robin format. The Kenya Lionesses, who finished second in the previous edition, will kick off their campaign against Uganda ladies, where they will be going for nothing short of victorious start. They took part in the HSBC 7th Division 2 series this year, where they recorded mixed results to finish 6th in the Montevideo leg. That's where we end our lunchtime news on KBC Channel 1. My name is Giverson Maina, and our sign language interpreter is Lensa Odingo. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Wewe leo unaona ukinibaia chai. Shika.
Kijana mdogo na kushinda na akili. Hivi ndio nataka kusema? Monica, si nilikwambia sikutaki kwa mikutano yangu ya kisiasa?
Hashiki simu, hasemi lolote. Yaani kazi yako ni ngumu kweli.
Nikusaidia nini wewe?
Maisha yangu yamo hatarini.
Na nimewaandalia kitu kitamu.
Na nileta kwa picha mzuri kama tutakaribisha wageni pamoja.
Monica, mimi ndio nataka hiyo kiti, sio wewe.
Wewe tulia.
Nasikia lilipelea kutoka mapema.
Josh, babako atasema nini akisikia hii?
Wewe ulivunja kwako, sitaangalia uvunje kwangu.
Kila mtu abaki kwa leni yake, sawa?
Okay, tutaongea.
Ulinisaliti.
Abidi.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnaona kwamba sisi tunacheza hapa?
Si mchezo chief.
Hii kesi mimi naweza nikaitupilia mbali.
Hapa Bura tunataka kuitengeneza ekari 40,000. Tuzalishe mchele, tuzalishe chakula. Tayari nimepanga na waegezaji. Mimi nimeweka milioni 400 ya kukamilisha phase 2 ya ile kanal. Na hiyo kanal itamalizika ndani ya miezi 2. Mimi nitakuja hapa mwenyewe kuja kuifungua.
From a distance, this looks like a farm in the highlands of Kenya. long, healthy cane is thriving here. This is the new face of the Bura irrigation scheme in Tana River County.
Sugarcane here mature in between 10 and 12 months. In other parts, Western Kenya, Nyanza, production takes around 20 months for cane to be mature. The sugar content, as of today, 7 months after planting, is around 14%. The average production in Kenya is 12%.
Hatujafikiria kabisa kama kutakuja kutokea mradi ya miwa. Lakini ni bahati Mungu ametuletea. Na tunashukuru penye tuko tunaendelea na.
Tulipojaribu kupanda, sisi tuliopanda, tukaona mradi hata ile miezi hii miwa ilitakikana ivute ikakuwa iko tayari mapema. Sasa tumefurahi.
So vile nimeona kama hapa kuna shamba kubwa. A lot of shamba ni kubwa sana. Kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa ile sugar industry nimetembea, ile shamba acreages kubwa ni Nzoia Sugar ni 10,000 hectares peke yake. Lakini kama hii ya Bura Tana River tunaweza kuwa na over 50,000 acres ya kupanda nyuklia. So kuna high potential, ngawaje ni fast for irrigation. So tutakuwa tunapanda throughout the year. Lakini kule Western tuna depend kwa rainfed. So hatupandi continuously.
Niliona kama ni bahati ambayo imetuangukia sisi watu wa hapa Bura. Hasa kulikuwa kuna kampuni yoyote ya watu ambao ya watu kufanya kazi. Ilikuwa tu ni biashara za watu binafsi ama ufanye ukulima wako. Wakati mwingine pia maji yalikuwa yanakosekana, kwa hivyo ukulima pia ulikuwa unaisha. Ulikuwa unasimama.
The completion of the gravity irrigation system by the National Irrigation Authority, as promised by President Ruto, has awakened Bura's agricultural potential.
Last year, His Excellency the President commissioned a gravity flow, a canal 26 kilometers long, to abstract more than 11 million liters per second from the river. And that unlocked room for what we are calling large-scale farming.
We were pumping using diesel. And it's important to mention that every month we were spending 10 million Kenya shillings to pump water. And this water was never enough. Under the instructions and guidance of President William Ruto, we were able to do the Bura gravity. We have been able now to expand from now the 6,000 to 25,000 acres. And I've also indicated we are working in a way in which we are going to expand to a further 40,000 using the infrastructure which is already there, and ultimately to 120,000 with an additional support of capital injection in the project.
We made a decision to invest in sugar, specifically here in the Bura irrigation scheme, because of the two main reasons. One, which was the major reason, was because of the gravity water that has enabled the scheme now to have a full-time access to the water. Sugarcane requires quite an amount of water in terms of irrigation. And the second reason was because of the kind of the terrain that we are having, which encourages all manner of irrigation systems. And now the gravity water that is now, water is actually available that can be able to encourage this kind of investment.
What began as a trial to prove viability has now exceeded all expectations.
We have tested the yield. It's giving us an average of 130 tons per hectare. This is a record achievement in the sugar industry in Kenya because we don't have any sugar investment in this country that has recorded a yield of more than 100 tons per hectare. But again, this is achieved because this is an irrigated crop. We have provided the right conditions. And most of these varieties, some of them even right from the time they were released, they had never been put under this kind of environment of irrigation. So we are able to get their full potential.
Tukiangalia nyuma yako unaona hiyo miwa ni mita karibu 4.5 na bado haijakomaa, miezi 7 tunaelekea. Yale majaribio yamefanya kuwa yameonyesha, matokeo yameonyesha kwamba inawezekana kulima miwa hapa kutumia kwa kunyunyizia maji. Na ndio maana based on this concept tumetafuta wawekezaji. Hapa kuna ekari zaidi ya 270,000. Lakini tunataka kidogo tu kulingana na ile maji tuko nayo. Na pia wakazi hapa pia wafaidike katika hiyo miradi. Wakuje walime ekari 50,000.
Na pia tukiongea mambo ya byproduct especially for the one for sugar, apart from just giving us sugar, hiyo byproduct pia tutasaidia kupata vitu kama ethanol, na pia tutaweza kupata kutoka ile bagasse tutaweza kupata pia production of power. So kwa hivyo kuna benefits mingi ambazo zitakuja kupitia hii mradi.
This project is more than investment. It is opportunity for the people of Bura.
Na nashukuru hii kazi imenisaidia kwa sababu niko na kijana sahi ako form 3, mwaka jana alikuwa form 2, ako form 3. Na tunashukuru kwa sababu hata malipo sisi kama casuals wanatulipa kila after 2 weeks. Kwa hiyo ukipewa 2 weeks unaweza kupeleka shule, alafu 2 weeks nyingine unapanga mambo yako, unajisaidia.
Sina shukuru kabisa. Sisi tuendangi Nairobi, sasa kazi hapa tu karibu. Wale alikuwa na tapatapa huko yote wameshaja hapa. Ile alikuwa bibi hakai naye ashatulia. Ile alikuwa anachunga ng'ombe, siku hizi hakuna, ng'ombe ni kidogo. Lakini saa hii watu wameona amechanuka, tangu one sukari inaingia hapa. Nasikia amechanuka kabisa, nataka hii kazi. Kwa hivyo sisi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa rais yetu, aendelee hivyo hivyo na tufaidisha. Mungu atuweke hai pamoja na yeye. Salama Mungu atupatie. Mambo yote ni Mungu.
Nilisikia kuna mradi ya miwa huku. So inahitaji vijana wengi wanahitajika huku kazi. So pia mimi nikasema nahitaji hiyo kazi, ndo nikajileta huku na nikafanikiwa kupata kazi. Mimi imenisaidia kwa sababu nina watoto wanahitaji kwenda shule na nahitajika karo. So ile faida yenye nalipa salary inaenda shuleni.
Kama watu wengi wenye walioajiriwa hapo unapata kama hawakuwa hata na bima ya SHA. Lakini sababu ya kampuni mpaka ukuwe na ile bima ya SHA ndo unaweza kufanya kazi. Na afya ni kitu muhimu kwa mwanadamu. Huwezi fanya kazi ama kuwa na raha kama una afya.
Tunapozungumza leo katika hii proof of concept, kuna vijana zaidi ya 215 wako kazi hapa nyumbani. Number 2, wawekezaji watatengeneza zile factory, sugar mill na pia rice mills hapa Bura. Number 3, uchumi wetu wa Kenya unaendelea kuinuka, tunapunguza ile hela tunatumia kwa kuimport vyakula kutoka nchi za jirani.
Besides employment, locals are also gaining valuable skills in sugarcane cultivation, a crop that is now taking root as a new frontier in the region.
Huwa na session ya kuwafunza jinsi ya kukata miwa. Unakata namna gani, vipande namna gani. Kama tunakata vipande 3 and 3 iPads, huwa tunawafunza namna hiyo. Huwa tunawafunza mbolea ya kupanda shamba na mbolea ya kutop dress ni tofauti. Alafu pia tunawafunza mbegu inakuwa na miezi 6 ama 7. Lakini ya kushaka sukari ni miezi 10 ama 12. Huwezi chukua ya miezi 10, 12 upande kama mbegu. Haitamea ama itamea chache sana. So tunawafunza mambo yote.
Ukuzaji wa miwa ni kitu ambacho tumeanza kulearn, na kwa sababu watu walikuwa wako vulnerable sana. Kwa hivyo watu wamekuwa na bidii ya kutaka kujua na kutaka kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo tumelearn mambo mengi ya jinsi ambavyo miwa inatakana ipandwe, jinsi ambavyo hii kazi ya miwa iko. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru kwa sababu ya hiyo kazi ambayo inatupatia mapato.
Hii ni rahisi. Ukimwaga dawa, alafu kama ni kufanya spot weeding, nyasi zinakuwa ziko kidogo kidogo. Na mmea tayari utakuwa ushafika juu, kwa hiyo mnafanya ile kidogo kidogo. Hata kazi ya hapa si ngumu sana. Hata mshosho anaweza kufanya.
This cane also ranks among the highest quality in Kenya for sugar production, signaling that Bura is ready for large-scale commercial cultivation.
Another important parameter that we have achieved here is the amount of sugar that we are going to get or extract from the cane. We have already done preliminary testing. We normally do that through brixing. And we've been able, the varieties are varying. The leading is actually giving us about 16, bricks of 16. Another is giving us a bricks of 14. But in Kenya, the average bricks that has ever been recorded, that's a standard recorded, is about 12. When we talk about bricks, it's just an indication of the amount of the sugar you are going to extract from the cane at the time of crushing. So those are the two key parameters that have given us a lot of confidence that sugar cane farming and the sugar business as a whole can be done in this particular region.
Kuna investors wawili ambao wote wanafanya sugar, which is mmoja anafanya 25,000 acres, mwingine anafanya 25,000 acres. Currently in the country, deficit yetu ya sugar ni approximately 400,000 metric tons. So with this production, we should be able to do at least bridge the deficit by 60%. Hii kumaanisha kwamba Tana River County itasaidia na njia kubwa sana ku reduce deficit, at least 30% of our rice deficit in the country, na pia ku reduce 60% of our sugar deficit in the country. And we also expect the investors to actually ramp up the whole production within a period of 3 to 5 years.
As tractors prepare more land for seed cane, and as more irrigation infrastructure takes shape here, it is evidence of a promise made and a promise delivered.
The whole area that is earmarked for seed cane, right from where we are up to where we are currently doing the development for seed multiplication, it is 700 acres. That's under seed cane. We are developing, and we want to achieve that. The whole 700 acres will be under seed cane, probably in the next 2 months. You've been able to see the developments that are going on. Then going forward, after we've done the multiplication, we are going to get to the stage of commercialization. Now we are happy also that the government of Kenya has granted us the access to the commercial fields through the normal bidding process that has been completed. And we are also very grateful. And that is an area that we have earmarked for the commercial development. The seed that we are multiplying now is now going to be planted on the other side. In the next 8 months, we'll be developing our commercial fields.
Tuko na hakika ya kuwa kilimo hivi sasa kinaenda kufanyika bila kipimo. Hatutasikia tena ati mafuta hakuna mafuta ya kupampu maji yanakuja yenyewe. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo limetusisimua vizuri na pia tunafurahikia kuhusu huo mradi. Kwa hivyo tunamshukuru hata rais mwenyewe kwa sababu ya gravity, ambalo ni jambo ambalo limebadilisha na litabadilisha hii eneo letu kwa sana.
Looking for sisterhood, craving solidarity, ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Sio ngono kuja kuchukua, sio tabu hivyo. Na shapasi. Kimaliza nitapitia hapa ngienda steni nitakuregeshea.
Sitakuchoma.
Hapa ni mkono wapata moto makerekani. Haya pasi hiyo, lakini hala pasi yenyewe si yangu. Utumie ukimaliza tu niregeshe.
Toke kule ninatoka mwenyewe na haraka zangu ninakuja kuchukua changu. Leo waje kuniambia changu hakiko changu ninakukabidhi wewe. Leo kiko nyumba ya pili. Wewe ulipata mahari ya kumuoa Amina ukashindwa kununua pasi.
Kama imevunjika mkono ukimwomba msamahani huo mkono utawekwa binadamu.
Sasa si pasi mpya itanunuliwa.
Wewe wajua pasi hakuna.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio uliibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduzi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
bindu nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyesaye wale mbuli.
Uhali gani mtazamaji wa kipindi cha Mkulima? Leo hii katika Mkulima tupo katika kaunti ya Nyeri. Ukipenda ni wadi ya Endarasha, na ni eneo lenye milima na linajulikana sana katika upanzi wa karoti. Karoti, watu wengi wanajua karoti kwanza kwamba ukikula karoti utakuwa na uwezo wa kuona mbali. Vile vile mtazamaji, hili ni tunda ambalo sungura mjanja analipenda sana. Kwa hivyo basi tutakuwa tunaangazia zao hili la karoti, tuelewe lipoje na linafanya vipi katika eneo hili. Mtazamaji, nikukumbushe kwamba pia tunafadhiliwa vilivyo na Chuo Kikuu cha Utafiti cha JKUAT ambacho kinafanya kazi kwa karibu sana na wakulima katika taifa la Kenya ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanapata elimu bora ya kufanikiwa katika kilimo biashara. Ungana nami katika makala haya kama kawaida. Mimi naitwa Boniface Mutunga. Karibu site, karibu Endarasha. Mtazamaji, ukiniangalia nipo katika shamba ambalo bado halijaweza kupandwa. Mkulima wangu ndo huyu hapa, anajulikana kama Bwana David, ambaye anafanya kilimo hiki malukuki sana cha upanzi wa karoti. David,
yes sir.
Vipi?
I'm well, thank you.
Haya, sasa wewe ndio mtaalamu katika sekta hii. Kwanza jitambulishe kwa mtazamaji akuelewe.
Mimi ni kwa majina I'm David Derito, na mimi ni mkulima wa carrot. Na ndio tuanze kilimo ya carrot. Kwanza shamba muhimu sana ni kutafuta shamba. Ukipata shamba pahali pasuri, bado unatafuta penye unaweza pata maji, kwa maana carrot sana sana inategemea maji. Na shamba sasa, kuanzia kwa shamba lazima uanze na preparation. Na kwa maana carrot ni mizizi yake ndiye tunakula na inaenda na chini, ndio lazima sasa ile shamba ufanye preparation mzuri. Kushibua, tunashibua from 6 to 10, sana sana 10 centimeters deep. Kwa hiyo sasa lazima ushibue vizuri ili iingie kwa mshanga kwa urahisi.
Kwa urahisi, iwe na urahisi wa kupenyeza.
Kusiwe na any blockage. Kwa hiyo hata mshanga lazima uangalie the type of soil. Mshanga yenye unaweza shibua
ndio
na isirudishe kushikana kama clay soil. Sasa ukimaliza kutayarisha shamba namna hiyo, ndio sasa unaenda kwa broad scattering ya seeds. Na ndio usipotee sana, unaanza kufanya nini? Kufanya some spacing,
ndio
ili wewe mwenyewe uone penye utafanya hii broad scattering. Sasa ukifanya hivyo, sasa unapiga tu about 3 nini, upana tu 3 foot. Sasa utachukua mbegu. Hii ni ya kucontrol wewe, usije ukapata sehemu zenye haujapanda mbegu zako.
Ndio
sasa unaanza
unamwagia tu pole pole.
Sasa ukifanya hivyo, you are very sure
ndio
katika kila sehemu umepata.
Kwa hivyo ukipanda hivi mbegu unafunika?
Usifunike,
unawacha hivyo,
unaacha tu hivyo.
Ichomwe na jua.
Ikichomwa na jua ni kama jua inaharakisha nini, germination.
Ndio
kikaa siku 8 kwa shamba kwa jua tu hivyo. Sasa anza ku
irrigation
ya maji. Maji tunafanya gai
ya sprinkler.
No germination can occur without water. Enough water.
Lakini kuna mimea ambayo haipendi maji sana, haihitaji maji kwa wingi ili kufanya vizuri. Je, karoti ni kati ya hiyo mimea ama karoti lazima utumie maji?
Karoti ni kati ya mimea yenye inapenda maji kabisa sana.
Sasa ukishamaliza kupanda unanyunyizia after 8 days.
After 8 days.
Nini next?
Next, unangojea for 1 month. Sasa katika hiyo mwezi mmoja
ndio
yote ita germinate. Sasa ikigerminate, kitu ya kwanza ni dawa ya kupalilia. Sasa ukitumia ile dawa ya magugu, unajua sasa ni carrot peke yake itamea. Magugu haitamea. Tuna variety mingi, na sana sana hapa variety varieties ndo zinafanya.
Na ukiangalia eneo la Endarasha ni eneo ambalo linafanya vizuri sana katika uzalishaji wa carrot.
Kabisa.
Siri ni gani?
Siri tu kwanza ni mshanga. Na tena the climate itself. Kwa maana hii climate si hot sana.
Ndio.
Hii mumea ya carrot na tukilinganisha na mimea ingine tunapanda hapa, hii mumea ya carrot ndiye tunaona inatuletea pesa tena kwa haraka.
hii hapa naona ni 200 quarter a kg ya mbegu. Sasa hii unaweza kupanda eneo la eneo kiasi gani?
Ratio hii karoti na kupanda ni kama ni 250.
Ndio.
Ni tuseme unapanda kuotanika.
Naam.
Kuotanika inaenda tu kuota ya mbegu.
Aha.
Kwa hiyo ratio ni kama ni 1:1.
Okay.
Kwa maana kuota
inaenda kuota. Tukiangazia tu tukimalizia ni kati ya matatizo gani ambayo umeweza kuwa ukikumbana nayo wakati umeanza upanzi wako wa karoti?
Matatizo ya karoti?
Naam.
Tuseme sana sana kwanza ni maji.
Maji.
Na maji kikosa ni kama hautafaulu vizuri. Second ni hii ugonjwa tunaita ya blight. Sasa hii blight ndiye
tunapiga dawa.
Tunaangalia kabisa isishike hii ugonjwa isishike. Ikishika kwa maana mazao yako imeisha. Yenye sasa imetusaidia sana hasa mimi mwenyewe ni sasa hii teknolojia ya masomo. Kwa maana sasa tuko na wataalamu hasa kutoka kwa watu kama wa JKUAT wenye wanakuja na wanatusaidia kwa kilimo sana. Tuko na wenye wanatembea kwa field, sasa wanakuja wanakufunza na kuambia sasa hii dawa inafaa dawa hii iko na kopa mingi. Sasa kitu kama kopa nini visi nini components hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua. Sasa ni kama shule nyingine wametuletea kwa shamba. Na tunafaulu sana na wao. Tukifika wakati wa kuvuna
ndio
hata hatutubii mashebe ama nini. Tunanyunyusia maji kwanza. Sasa mchanga inakuwa ni rahisi kutoa. Kwa maana sasa hii si ni kitu ati imeenda sana. Unatoa tu na unafuruta tu unatoa. Zinatoka.
Kuna mtu anauliza ukiangalia hivyo unajuaje kama hii karoti imekuwa nzuri?
Si unaandika siku ya kupanda? Miezi itachukua. Kwa hivyo hata hautakosea sana. Kwa maana unatarajia ni miezi 4. Kwa hivyo ikimaliza miezi 4 tayari karoti iko tayari.
Naomba uzungumze na mtu ambaye ako na ulegevu wa kuingia katika kilimo. Unamwambia nini?
Jitume tu. Kazi ni mingi. Na ukianzia kazi ya kilimo hautapotea. Kwa maana kilimo ina pesa. Sasa ile pesa tafuta agronomist wa JKUAT na wako wengi hapa sana. Sasa ansia na yeye. Mtatafuta shamba mahali, atakubibia mchanga, atakuelekeza na utafaulu.
Mbele yangu kuna mkulima mmoja wetu ambao tumetolea mafunzo pale JKUAT. Baadhi ya wakulima wetu hututembelea, wanapata mashauri ya bure, wanapata kujionea mbinu mpya za kilimo za kisasa, na vile wanashirikiana na watafiti wetu na wanakuwa na siku ya kuuliza na kujibiwa maswali yao kuhusu kilimo bora.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumatano ya tarehe 13 mwezi huu wa Mei, tutakuwa eneo la Nanyuki kuanzia Matanya, Wiyumirire, Mugetho, Ichuga, Thigitho, Majengo na hatimaye tumalizie Nanyuki Town. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
This show will celebrate your creativity, your talent, and all the fun things you love to do.
My name is Jordan Mwangi. I'm an ex-world scholar. My hobbies are playing basketball, playing football, and reading books.
And today's book is The Best Thing Ever.
Chinky, chimpanzees, chew, chunky chocolate chips.
I'm Chef Zawadi, and today I'm going to show you how to make potato salad.
Vous présente un poème intitulé
le respect de la planète.
Mtazamaji, hiki ni kiungo muhimu katika chakula chetu cha kila siku. Hivyo basi katika awamu ya pili ya kipindi cha Mkulima tunaangazia zao hili la kitunguu. Aina hii ya kitunguu inapandwa vipi na soko lake lipoje? Nikikueleza pia kwamba tunafadhiliwa vilivyo na chuo kikuu cha JKUAT ambapo kinatembea na wakulima katika safari kama hii ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanafanikiwa sana katika zao au katika kilimo biashara, kwa sababu hiyo ndio nia yao. Na huyu hapa meneja wa shamba hili Panyako. Vipi?
Asante sana ndugu Boniface.
Haya, sasa hii kazi yako jameni, umeisomea ama vipi?
Mimi ndio manager wa hili shamba ya wheat farm ambayo iko huku Nyeri, na ambapo tunafanya kilimo biashara. Sisi tunategemea biashara kabisa kwa kilimo. Mimi nimesomea JKUAT na huku niko na hiyo historia ya kilimo.
Kwa hivyo huku ingia tu.
Passion iko, lakini pia masomo yapo. Si ukulima uingii tu kubahatisha, hapana. Lazima ukue mtaalamu kabisa.
Umezungumzia chuo cha JKUAT na umetembea na chuo hiki katika safari yako. Tueleze wamekusaidiaje katika biashara yako ya kila siku hapa shambani?
JKUAT tunashukuru sana kwa sababu kuanzia kilimo vile tumefanya kilimo kwa miaka 10 na zaidi. Na tumekuwa tukitembea na hiyo safari. Tulipoanza tulikuwa tunagaragara tu kwa tunaelewa mambo vizuri, lakini tulipopatana na wao walitusaidia kabisa. Wanatutembelea mara kwa mara kutuangalia tunaendelea vipi na kazi zetu. Na pia sisi pia kama wakulima, kama manager wa wheat, tunahudhuria kwa mgamano zao, tunaenda pale kama kuna showgrounds tunaenda. So vitu kama hizo wametusaidia kabisa.
Mna kitunguu kinafanya vizuri sana.
Yes.
Hii ni aina gani ya vitunguu ambavyo mnapanda hapa?
Kwa hivyo sisi tumelima kitunguu kama African Red, F1, Shani F1, SV, and this is Lambada. Hii ni Lambada. Na pia kuna Malbec F1. So hizo ndio aina ya vitunguu ambayo watu wamelima sana, na tunaona mazao vile zinakuja zinafurahisha mkulima. Pia utapata mazao tele kabisa.
Sasa mkulima wakati anataka kufanya vizuri katika kilimo cha kitunguu, safari yake anaanza wapi?
Kwa kilimo ya kitunguu,
naam,
ni vyema kwanza ujijue kabisa kama mkulima.
Ndiyo.
Ni mbegu gani inafaa kwa hiyo area, kwa hiyo eneo, kwa sababu kitunguu sio kitu unaanzisha tu, unatoa tu mbegu unaleta hapo unaanza kupanda. Kitu cha kwanza angalia mbegu. Mbegu hiyo inaendana na hiyo hewa ya pale. So hiyo itasaidia mkulima, kwa sababu mbegu kitunguu inaweza leta upande na ikatae kuweka bulb. Haiwezi, itakataa kuweka kichwa kama ilivyo kama hii. So kwa hivyo kitu cha kwanza ni mbegu. Tafuta mbegu mzuri kwa zile hazina wanapeana mbegu mzuri. So hivyo itakusaidia, hautapoteza. Hiyo ndio ya kwanza. Kitu cha pili, kama mkulima uangalie, usiingie tu ukulima kwa sababu mtu mwingine anafanya. Hapana. Ukulima inahitaji ustadi. Kama ulivyo, mtu asikwambie anza polepole, hapana. Lakini ukianza kwa imara, utafute maoni kwa wataalamu kama mimi kama huyo mwingine
JKUAT,
kama JKUAT, watakusaidia kabisa, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza kitunguu inahitaji uangalie kabisa kwa ukamilifu, ndio iweze kukusaidia. Kitu cha tatu, ukishamaliza hizo vitu, umetafuta mbegu, umeshapata maoni, maelezo vizuri namna ya kupanda kitunguu. Pia ni vyema uangalie ule mtu mwenye ana uzoefu. Ni vyema umulete ndani akusaidie kwa hiyo kazi.
Mkulima anataka kuanza safari hii. Umezingatia hayo mambo yote. Sasa ukishapata mbegu ya kutosha, the next step.
Umeshapata hiyo mambo yote, the next step tunakuja kwa nasari. Kitunguu yako unapomwaga kwa nasari, angalia vizuri. Kitunguu usipoweka vizuri kwa nasari haitamea. Utastukia inaweza maliza hata miezi unaongoji imea, haitamea kwa sababu wewe hujazingatia yale mambo kadhaa. Kitu cha kwanza, maji namna umeweka. Kitu cha pili, hukufunika vizuri ile nyasi ya juu. Kitu cha tatu, ile mchanga unapofunika kitunguu mbegu,
ndio
uliweka mchanga mingi au kuzingatia maybe inatoa
kiwango cha mchanga.
Kiwango cha mchanga unamwaga tu, hapana. So ile mbegu lazima uifunike vizuri kwa ustadi, usiweke mchanga mingi ili isiweze kumaliza kuzika ile mbegu kabisa, kwa sababu kuna ile kitu tunaita rotting.
Kuna kina ambacho length ya kwenda chini ambayo
so kwa ile mchanga ni vyema ufunike kwa sentimita kama 3.
Kwa sentimita kama 3
kama 2 ikienda sana
kitu kama hii
kidogo sana ikusaidie. So hivyo utafanya vizuri, mmea yako itamea. Zingatia sana ile mdudu inaitwa cutworm. Cutworm inakuharibia nasari. Dumping off na cutworm ndio kitu mbaya sana kwa kitunguu pale kwa nasari. There's dumping off ni ile maji, umeweka maji mingi, inazidi inaozesha mbegu,
inakaa swamp.
So unazingatia hiyo. Unyevu ndio muhimu. Unyevu. So hiyo ndio muhimu sana kwa nasari. Mbegu yako kwa siku 7 hadi siku 10, ukichelewa sana siku 10, lakini siku 7 mbegu yako inafaa umeanza kufungulia ile mulch, uitoe. Ukishatoa mbegu yako hiyo mulch, kitu cha kwanza uzingatie fungal. Unapata mkulima mwingine anasema ni baridi. So hiyo mambo ya fungal ni muhimu sana uzingatie, na kulisha hiyo mbegu bila kama hujalisha ni shida, haitaendelea vizuri, utakosa
binadamu kama hajakula.
Kwa sababu unaweza pata asilimia kidogo sana ndio umetoa kwa hiyo nursery beds. So kitu cha kwanza unazingatia, kimaliza siku kama 4 kama umefungua, kama umechelewa sana, lakini siku 2 hapo unaweka mbolea. Kuna DAP ama urea na CAN. So ukilisha mmea yako kwa nasari, umchanganyishie pengine hiyo DAP na urea. Ukichanganyishia na upe maji vizuri, hiyo mmea itakula hiyo mbolea vizuri na itashiba, na hiyo mambo na ugonjwa haitaisumbuliwa. Haiwezi sumbuliwa kabisa. Nasari beds zako zitasonga vizuri ukiwa tu unabadilisha, unapiga dawa ya fungal, any fungicides maybe kwa wiki mara moja, hiyo wiki nyingine. So nursery beds approximately siku 45 inafaa umemalizana na nursery. Hiyo mbegu inafaa ikuja kwa shamba.
Sasa kabla hapo kuna kiungo muhimu sana na ni maji. How do you give
watering nursery beds? Kupeana maji kwa nursery, hiyo ni lazima uifanye kila siku kama kiangazi iko, kwa sababu kama ukikosa kupeana maji, ile mmea itakula ile mbolea. So maji ni muhimu sana pale. Inasaidia hiyo mmea kujisimamia, ipate chakula vizuri, na itakula vizuri na itashiba, na ukileta kwa shamba pia itakuwa sawa. So maji unapea asubuhi na jioni, ukiona kama pengine mvua iko. Lakini kama kiangazi, kama msimu hii saa hii yenye umenipata saa hii,
ndio
hii msimu saa hii, maji unaweka hata kama mara 3. Kwa sababu mbegu ikiwa pale kwa nasari, mchanga inakuwa moto juu, so inakata hiyo mbegu yote inaanguka. So ni ngumu upate mbegu hiyo. Kutoa mbegu kwa nasari ikuja kwa shamba utakosa.
Mbegu zetu zishafika mahali ambapo sasa unastahili kuleta kwa shamba. Ziko hapa sasa, kama hizi ambapo ziko, itachukua muda gani ili kufikia hatua ilipofikia hapa?
Kwa hivyo mbegu yako umetoa kwa nasari, umeleta kwa shamba. Hapa sasa ndio mahali ambapo unaunda pesa. Ukishatoka pale, hapa sasa ni pesa. Sasa umeanza kuangalia, so ni vyema uangalia hapa vizuri. Kitu cha kwanza, ukileta mbegu yako kwa shamba, zile seedlings umetoa kwa nasari, imekuja kwa shamba. Kwa hivyo kitu cha kwanza, transplanting kwa nasari inachukua, unakuja nayo 45 days, umekuja kwa shamba. Siku ya kwanza unapanda na uweke maji shamba. Wekea kama haina unyevu, hakikisha hiyo maji umelowesha shamba vizuri. kwa sababu ukileta mbegu kutoka kwa nasi ikuje kwa shamba na ikuje bila maji, kitambo ijishikilie, mingi itakuwa imekauka. So ni lazima ukipanda mbegu, ukileta mbegu kwa shamba, maji kuwe kwa shamba. Kuna mtu anakata matawi akitoka kwa nasari ikuje kwa shamba. Pia hiyo ni muhimu, lakini pia kama mahali ambapo hakuna maji, ni vyema pia unaweza leta hiyo mmea hivyo, kwa sababu ile matawi ya kwanza inasaidia mmea kukula. Kwa sababu hiyo matawi ya kwanza ndio itasaidia mmea ijisimamie, ikule vizuri. So umemaliza wiki ya kwanza. Katika wiki ya kwanza umepeana tu maji peke yake, mmea ijishikilie. Baada ya siku 7, wiki moja, mmea wako umeshajisimamia. Hapo sasa unaanza, kitu cha kwanza unaanza na dawa ya wadudu.
Tukimaliza swala la magugu shambani, naona shamba lako ni safi sana. Unafanya nini?
Shamba langu katika upanzi ya kitunguu, kuna madawa za kulimia kwekwe. Pia kuna ule anatumia manual laborers watoe magugu na mkono kabisa.
Kwa hivyo hautumii jembe hapa?
Hapa hutumii jembe kwa sasa. Hapa hutumii jembe. So kwekwe mara ya kwanza, wiki ya kwanza, hapo unafaa utumie. Kama utatumia dawa, tumia. Lakini kitunguu ikifika ile umri, usitumie, kwa sababu ni kama unaisumbua. Umeona? Ni vyema hii kweke ikiwa hivi, unaleta mtu mmoja tu anakufanyia simamia hii shamba. Anahakikisha akiona kweke imekuja, anatoa. So anatembea, anazunguka huku akifanya kazi huku. Kama ni kupeana maji, lazima atembee akitoa. Kama hapa tukiweka maji, niko na wafanyikazi wanaweka maji hapa. So ile time wakati wanawekea maji, lazima wanaangalia zile kwekwe ni gani. So ni lazima upeane mfanyikazi wako amani na furaha. Pia anaona hapa kuna kitu inatokelezea, kwamba hata wacha mkulima ama manager peke yake aumie. So ni vyema mfanyikazi pia ataona kweli hapa lazima tufanye hii kitu ikuwe mzuri.
Hakuwa anajituma. Ndio wanasema kujituma.
Wanajituma.
Na ni lazima awe na moral.
Unampea moral. Akifanya kazi anafurahia sana. Hiyo ni kitu cha maana sana. So kwekwe ni kutoa, ikifika hii umri usilimie. Kwa sababu hii ndio wakati hii kitu inajitengeneza. Ukitingiza mmea kidogo inasimama, lazima tena ijisimamie ndio ianze kuendelea kuunda hii kichwa.
Soko lenu la kitunguu ni wapi na mnauza vipi?
Soko la kitunguu kweli ni changamoto kwa wakulima wengi, siwezi kuficha ndugu yangu Boniface. Kwa sababu mara kwa mara mbegu yake, bei yake inabadilika. Mara imerudi chini, imepanda juu. Kwa hivyo bei ya kitunguu kwa shamba inaweza fika hata shilingi 20. Lakini wakati mwingine hata itafika 200 ama 150 kwa kilo. So inaendana na wakati. Inaendana kwa wakati. Kama kitunguu itakuwa mingi, pia mkulima atafaidika, kwa sababu bei ya kitunguu itapanda juu. Lakini kwa wakati huu sasa, kitunguu yetu tunanunuliwa na shilingi 35 ama mpaka 50 kwa kilo. So kama eka moja hapo, ni lazima kama mkulima mzuri, umefanya vizuri, umezingatia ile nimekuambia, lazima upate tani kama 20 kwenda juu. Kama mimi hapa natumia overhead irrigation, lakini ile mazao napata ni mema zaidi. Pia kulingana na ule mtu anatumia drip, pia huyo mtu anapata zaidi. So kwa eka inafaa ukue na tani 20
na zisipungue.
Haya. Hiyo ni mtu mwenye amefanya kwa ustadi kazi yake, hajabahatisha, hajanyima mmea chochote. Hivyo utafanya vizuri sana. Na kitunguu iko na mazao mema zaidi.
Sasa zungumza na Gen Z ambaye hataki kufanya kazi ya kilimo, anasema ni kazi chafu.
Gen Z wenzangu, ukulima ni kitu bora zaidi. Na ukulima haichagui umri. Wazee siku hizi hata ndio wamekuja zaidi kwa ukulima. Gen Z, tafadhali tuamuke. Ukulima ni kitu bora. Ni kazi chafu, lakini pesa iko huku. Huku ofisi ni huku. Sisi tu ofisi ndio huku yetu. Sisi hatuna ofisi nyingine. Kwa sababu ukitoka hapa jioni, wewe unajua umeingiza yako vizuri, hata kabla hujaajiriwa unajua tu hapo umelipwa vizuri, umefanya hapa inaonekana tu, unajua uko na matumaini, ile kitu nimefanya kuna kitu inakuja, you have hope. So Gen Z, tuamuke, tuache kulala, tuache kufanya nini, tukuje kwa shamba. Kilimo ni kitu cha busara sana, ni kitu inasaidia wengi. Wengine wamejisomea kwa hii kilimo, wamejifungulia biashara, wamejiendeleza na maendeleo zao kutokana na kilimo. So kilimo, kama mimi nimefanya hizo miaka, mimi nitakwambia kwamba kilimo ni kitu cha maana sana na inasaidia zaidi. Watu wengi siku hizi ni kama wanataka kuacha ofisi wakuja watujiunge kwa shamba. Na mimi hiyo nafurahia sana kwa sababu ukiangalia hii huku kilimo kila mahali, kilimo iko sawa sana.
Asante sana Penyaku kwa mafunzo ambayo umetufunza leo hii. Hakika Gen Z wataamka.
Karibu kabisa.
Haya basi, mtazamaji, natumai umeweza kujifunza mengi kuhusiana na upanzi wa kitunguu. Hasa wewe Gen Z umesikia kutoka kwake Penyaku, anafanya vizuri hapa shambani, na natumai pia wewe umepata motisha ya kuendeleza kilimo hiki ambacho kinampatia tija na ni kilimo cha uhakika kweli. Kutoka kwangu sina mengi mtazamaji, lakini ni kujuze tu kwamba tumefadhiliwa vilivyo na chuo kikuu cha JKUAT cha utafiti, na kinatembea vizuri sana na wakulima ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wakulima wanafaidika vilivyo shambani. Mimi naitwa Boniface Mutunga. Mtazamaji, ikiwa una swali au ungependa tuzuru shambani mwako, tembea katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii @mkulima KBC Channel 1. Kwa heri, tukutane wiki ijayo.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumatano ya tarehe 13 mwezi huu wa Mei, tutakuwa eneo la Nanyuki kuanzia Matanya, Wiyumirire, Mugetho, Ichuga, Thigitho, Majengo na hatimaye tumalizie Nanyuki Town. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
I'm not doing it. Huh? What'd you say? I don't want to take the exam. But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
About 3 minutes to 2:30 in the PM. That is the time allocated for the sitting of the Senate, the plenary sitting on this 13th day of the month of May, the year 2026. This is the afternoon plenary sitting of the Senate. And this is a broadcast that is streaming live from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings. A broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. And now currently what you're seeing on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers. Members of the Senate have already begun making their way into the House, of course, to get ready for the business that they shall be transacting this afternoon. And the members of the Senate shall this afternoon also get into the business of considering a number of bills that are set out to be considered at the Committee of the Whole House stage. There are a number of bills. However, there is also a bill that will go into division this afternoon. This is a bill on the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill, a bill that is originating from the Senate and sponsored by the Honorable Senator Kathuri Murungi. It is a bill that is at its second reading stage, with debate having been concluded. And this afternoon, the bill is moving into division for it to be read a second time and also get into the next stage, that is consideration at the Committee of the Whole. So the principal object of this bill is to delete cathinone and caffeine, being substances found in miraa, from the ambits of the Narcotic, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Act. The mover of this bill, or the sponsor of this bill, backs their proposals that miraa is a recognized crop under the second schedule of the Crops Act 2013, and it is a source of livelihood for many Kenyans. That the government of Kenya has been at the forefront in instituting key institutional reforms in the miraa industry. And these reform initiatives culminated to the enactment of the Crops Miraa Regulations 2022, the opening of Somalia markets, and the renegotiation of the reopening of markets in other countries. However, despite these strides, the gains made in developing a well-elaborate and robust miraa sector, miraa industry continues to suffer setbacks as the National Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, abbreviated as NACADA, classifies miraa as a psychotropic substance because of the caffeine and the cathinone substances found in miraa. This particular move, however, then contravenes the government's position and continues to hurt the miraa market. So basically, this is a bill that seeks to ensure that miraa is not considered as a drug that will affect the users of this particular plant or crop, as the bill entails. So this is a bill that has been debated on the floor of the House, and the members this afternoon will be taking a vote regarding on whether the bill should move into the next stage, that is the bill to be read a second time. If it passes, then that means it will be moved into the next stage for consideration. If there are any amendments that may have been moved by the members of the Senate as they were considering this particular bill, then the bill shall move into the next stage. For the bill to pass, it will need a delegation of 24 members to be able to vote for it to be read a second time. So this is one of the business that the members shall be considering at the division stage. I had indicated to you that this afternoon members of the Senate have a number of bills that shall be considered at the Committee of the Whole. These bills include the County Hall of Fame, among other bills, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill number 3. However, the procession of the Speaker has already begun making its way into the House. We can't see that procession along the red carpet aisle. The business of the House is about to commence. That is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We are glad that you're joining us. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. There is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. And currently the quorum bell is on, of course, to alert the members of the Senate that the presence inside the chamber is highly needed for the House to be able to correct and also for it to be able to commence. So that bell is on. And as we wait for the House to correct, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the Senate will be transacting this afternoon. The Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, this is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly. It's a government-sponsored bill. And at the Senate, it's co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, that is Honorable Aaron Cheriot. This is a bill that was already considered at the National Assembly and passed, and has now been forwarded to the Senate for consideration as well, a bill that concerns counties, and the Senate being a house that oversights the functions or is mandated to be able to oversight on the functions of the county governments or the devolved units, then the Senate will also have to. So this is a bill that introduces a robust and forward-looking legal framework that is aimed at enhancing sustainable forest management, strengthening regulatory oversight, and also promoting community participation in conservation efforts. The legislators at the National Assembly had underscored this particular bill or the amendments towards this bill as having been designed to respond to emerging realities in forestry, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and the need for accountable. So this is a bill that will be considered at this particular it's part of the business that the senators shall this afternoon be considering. Debate on it to be able to resume. We can see the leader of the majority party, Honorable Aaron Cheriot, counting out finding out the number of the members in the chamber to be able to establish whether the quorum has already been attained. And once that quorum is attained, the Speaker shall call the House to order for the business of course to commence. So this bill, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, is coming up, or debate on it will be resuming this afternoon after it was interrupted on the Tuesday, the afternoon of 12th May, the year 2026. Debate on it already started. However, this afternoon, that resumption will be on for members of the Senate who may have not been able to participate or contribute to this particular bill to be able to give their input regarding the contents of this bill. Now, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53.1, also members of the Senate this afternoon shall be able to seek a number of statements from various standing committees. The Senator for Kakamega County, Honorable Dr. Boni Halwale, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the status of the construction of Bukhungu Stadium and the Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kakamega County. This afternoon, also the nominated Senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana, will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This regards the unresolved cases and the welfare of returning personnel from the Haiti mission. The Senator for Nairobi City, Honorable Edwin Sifuna, will also seek a statement this afternoon from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the state of Muhoroni Sugar Company. The quorum is about to be attained. We can see that more members have made their way into the House. And of course, in a short while, we shall be having that quorum attained, and the House sitting, or the sitting of the Senate, shall commence. More members of the Senate making their way into the House. Just a few members remaining for the House to quorate. And once that is attained, then the business of this afternoon shall commence. The Senator for Embu County, Honorable Alexander Mundigi, will seek a statement this afternoon from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. This regards the challenges that bee farmers in Embu County are facing. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
Clerk, we do have quorum now, yeah? Proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, Senator for Narok County, the Honorable Ledama Olekina. That statement is dropped. Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a statement on the critical shortage of family planning commodities and the family planning funds. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely the critical shortage of family planning across the country and the urgent need to ring-fence family planning funds. Mr. Speaker, family planning is a critical component of reproductive health sector and is directly linked to the right to the highest attainable health standard as provided under Article 43(1) of the Constitution. It also affects maternal health, the welfare of our young people, household planning, access to information, and the broader realization of universal health coverage. This statement is informed by a stakeholder consultative meeting held on the 26th of March 2026, attended by members of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, the National Council for Population and the Development and the Ministry of Health, United Nations platforms, UNFPA Kenya, Population Services Kenya, Kenya Plan International, JH, Piego, HINET, and civil society organizations. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is currently experiencing a severe shortage of family planning commodities. The Ministry of Health has reported that several commodities are at zero stock nationally, including combined oral contraceptives, 3-month injectables, progesterone-only pills, emergency contraceptive pills, and cycle beads. Other commodities include implants, male condoms, DMPA, subconscious injections, copper IUCDs, and LN IUDs remain at critically lower levels or below the optimal supply pipeline. As I proceed, Mr. Speaker, the total estimated funding requirement for family planning commodity standards stands at approximately $22.9 million. However, in the current financial year 2025-26, only 500 million was allocated. Out of this amount, only 250 has been disbursed to the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, leaving an outstanding balance of 250 million, despite valid authorities to incur expenditure having been incurred. This delay is particularly concerning because of the current procurement lead time for family planning commodities. It's approximately 13 months from the date of receipt of funds. Therefore, every delay in disbursements directly translates into prolonged stockouts at health facilities and limited access to essential reproductive health services. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of inactions are grave. The Ministry of Health has projected that the current stockouts could result in increased unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, maternal deaths, and additional healthcare costs attributed to unmet family planning needs. This would reverse the gains Kenya has made in reproductive health and undermine the country's universal health coverage objectives. As I proceed, Mr. Speaker, Kenya also risks failing to meet its commitments under the impact with UNFPA, under which the government is required to procure family planning commodities using domestic funds as a condition for receiving matching contributions. Continued non-disbursement, therefore, exposes the country to the risk of losing future compact support and falling behind comparable countries in the region. Mr. Speaker, in the view of the foregoing, I call upon, 1, the National Treasury to urgently disburse the outstanding 250 million to KEMSA to facilitate timely procurement of family planning commodities. Number 2, the Ministry of Health and KEMSA to provide Parliament with a comprehensive and current report on the stock status of all family planning commodities, including the procurement pipeline and expected delivery timelines. Number 3, the relevant parliamentary committees to inquire into the persistent non-disbursement of allocated family planning funds and identify the administrative or financial bottlenecks causing these delays. Number 4, the National Treasury and the Ministry of Health to develop a clear mechanism for ring-fencing family planning funds within the national budget so as to prevent diversion, delays, or reprogramming of this allocation. Ministry, in collaboration with organizations, in order to strengthen public information awareness on family planning services, particularly among young people, women, and underserved communities. And finally, Parliament to prioritize and ring-fence the ring-fencing of family planning funds during the consideration of the budget estimates for financial year 2026 and 2027. Finally, Mr. Speaker, family planning is not merely a health matter. It is a governance issue, a development imperative, and a constitutional obligation. The failure to disburse funds already allocated for family planning commodities undermines the right to reproductive health care and weakens public finance accountability. I therefore urge the House to support decisive actions to ensure that allocated funds are released, commodities are procured and distributed, and the reproductive health rights for women, girls, and families across the countries are protected. Thank you. Tabitha Mutima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern. The current fiscal approach adopted by the National Treasury, particularly in relation to the funding of Parliament and its critical functions. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is deeply troubling that while the national government continues to incur significant expenditures under Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Parliament is simultaneously being subjected to severe financial constraint. These imbalances not only raises questions of fiscal prioritization, but also risk undermining the constitutional role of Parliament as an independent arm of government. Mr. Speaker, sir, Parliament is currently facing mounting pending bills and acute funding shortfalls that are directly affecting its ability to discharge its constitutional mandate. Essential activities including committee work, legislative processes, oversight functions, and key statutory engagement, such as and other outreach unpredictable funding. Mr. Speaker, sir, equally concerning is a persistent failure by National Treasury to honor budgetary commitments. Promises of financial support, including allocation anticipated under the supplementary budget, have not materialized, leaving institutions to operate under significant deficit. This pattern erodes confidence in fiscal planning and creates operational uncertainty that is unattainable for a critical. The continued reliance on Article 223 to authorize expenditures while Parliament struggles to meet its core obligation presents a contradictory that must be urgently addressed. It is imperative that Treasury align its spending practices with the principles of accountability, transparency, and equitable resource allocation across all arms of government. In light of the above, I urge National Treasury to, 1, prioritize allocation of funding towards the settlement of pending bills by Parliament. ensure the time budgetary allocation, provide clarity and accountability regarding expenditures undertaken under Article 223. And number 4, adopt a more predictable and supports the effective functioning of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is sad, and Parliament cannot effectively perform its oversight role while simultaneously being uncertainty. Addressing this concern is not only a matter of institutional efficiency, but also to uphold the constitutional balance of governance. It is regrettable, Mr. Speaker, to note that Kenya had the opportunity to host the 4th World Summit of the Committee of the Future Parliaments this October in Nairobi. Unfortunately, due to a competing priority within the National Treasury, Parliament was unable to allocate the required US $100,000 to support the event. Mr. Speaker, sir, this decision is particularly disappointing given the significant economic and diplomatic benefit that such a global summit would have brought to Nairobi. Hosting parliaments would not only have elevated Kenyans' international standing, but also generated substantial revenue for the city through tourism, hospitality, and related sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Speaker. The subject of this statement is the visit we had in Kisumu just a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the state of Moroni Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, Moroni Sugar Company remains a critical source of livelihood for thousands of households within the sugar belt and continues to play an integral role in the local economy, serving as a pillar of hope for the people of Kisumu County and the neighboring counties or regions. Although the sugar production plant was officially leased to a private entity in 2025, residents continue to experience prolonged closures and unexplained plant failures. These challenges raise serious concerns regarding the sustainability and intent of the lease agreement. As a key economic driver, the potential collapse of Moroni Sugar Company would have devastating consequences for the livelihoods and aspirations of a significant population dependent on the factory and its hinterland. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current functional and operational status of Moroni Sugar Company, including detailed information on its daily cane crushing capacity and the staffing levels presently deployed at the plant. The statement specifying the total acreage supply raw materials for factory operations. Thirdly, whether the lease has fully taken over or the lessee has fully taken over the management and information on the consistency of factory operations and whether staff remuneration is up to date. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the long-term strategic plans in place to restore the plant to full operational capacity and to reposition it as a viable and competitive region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Kakamega County, the Honorable Dr. Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the status of the construction of Bukhungu Stadium and Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kakamega County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the two projects were initiated by the county government of Kakamega during the administration of the former Governor Wycliffe Oparanya as flagship development initiatives, infrastructure, and strengthening the healthcare services in Kakamega County and the wider Western region. Contractors were then subsequently engaged and significant public funds running into hundreds of millions dispersed towards the implementations of these projects. However, progress on both projects remained slow and limited, prompting the national government to assume responsibility for their completion. Despite this intervention, Mr. Speaker, the pace of implementation continues to raise concern among residents and stakeholders who are eager to see the projects completed and operational. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the initial approved project cost for the construction of Buhungu Stadium and that of the Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital. 2, what was the total amount of funds disbursed by the county government of Kakamega to these projects, to their respective contractors for each project prior to the national government's takeover? 3, what is the budgetary allocation set aside by the national government for the completion of the 2 projects following the takeover for their implementation? And finally, but not least, what are the projected timelines for completion and operationalization of the 2 projects? Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding the unresolved cases and the welfare of returning personnel from the Haiti mission. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to this to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding unresolved matters from the Haiti mission. Mr. Speaker, sir, while Benedict Kabiru Kuria has been recognized as a fallen hero abroad, his family is without his remains or verified information on his fate. This lack of closure is deeply distressing and demands urgent accountability. Even as the mission is declared concluded, the family continues to endure in pain, uncertainty, and unanswered questions. Recognition without clarity only compounds their grief. Further, beyond this case, concerns persist about other personnel whose situations remain unresolved, raising the need for a comprehensive account of all individuals deployed and their current status. As the mission concludes, this House must ensure transparency, truth and support for both the affected families and officers who have returned from a high-risk deployment. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, a comprehensive and verified account of circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Benedict Kabiru Kuria and ensure the immediate facilitation of repatriation of his remains to the family. Number 2, a report to unresolved cases from the Haiti mission and the current status of all deployed personnel. Finally, the measures in place to provide psychological support to all returning officers and ensure that all affected families are accorded full support, transparency, and dignity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Embu County, the Honorable Alexander Mundigi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, request for statement on the challenges facing bee farmers in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise person to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the challenges facing bee farmers in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, a significant numbers of farmers in Embu County are engaged in agriculture and produce substantial quantities of honey to face critical challenges, inadequate industrial processing capacity, which limits value addition and restricted access to both local and international markets. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Initiative being undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and the county government of Embu County to support bee farmers through the provision of modern equipment and technologies aimed at enhancing value addition and improving the quality of honey and related products. 2. The step being taken by the ministry to identify and secure both the local and international market for honey and honey product from Embu County with the objective of increasing farmers' incomes. Senator Alexander Munyimodigi, Dr. Embu County.
Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet County, the Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on the escalating cases of digital fraud facilitated through the telecommunications infrastructure and the erosion of public trust arising from data privacy breaches by state agencies and telecommunication operators. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya continues to face increased incidences of cybercrime and digital fraud, including SIM swap fraud, phishing, and spoofing. Reports indicate that cyber threats and related financial losses have increased significantly, with many Kenyans being targeted through fraudulent calls and other forms of technology-enabled deception. Further, concerns have been raised regarding the alleged unlawful access to and sharing of subscriber data by telecommunications operators and state agencies. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The number of reported digital fraud and cybercrime cases for the years disaggregated spoofing and other related offenses and the estimated financial losses arising therefrom. The measures being assisted fraud. 3. The number of investigations, prosecutions, and convictions under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act and other related laws, including the conviction rate for digital fraud cases and the challenges in bending successful prosecution. 4. The status of investigations into the reported cyber attacks on government websites, including measures taken to strengthen the security and resilience of government digital infrastructure. 5. The number of data access requests made by state agencies to Safaricom, Airtel, and Telcom since 2020, the legal basis for such requests, and measures taken by the Communications Authority of Kenya and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner to investigate and penalize unlawful access to or sharing of subscriber data. Finally, Honorable Speaker, whether the government has acquired, deployed spyware or other surveillance technologies, and if so, the legal framework, approval processes, and oversight mechanisms governing the acquisition and use. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Maruma. That statement is dropped. Senator for Mandera County, the Honorable Captain Ali Roba. That statement is dropped. There is another statement by the Senator for Taita Taveta County. Dropped. Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments for not more than 10 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the settlement request by Senator Hamida and Senator Kisang. Mr. Speaker, the mission to Haiti has a lot of unanswered questions, and we've heard statements to the effect that the government of Kenya were not given full disclosure as to exactly what the officers were going to go through. It is not just the officer who has been mentioned in the statement who died. Mr. Speaker, there was an officer and Machakos, a place called Katua, who also passed away in this mission, and another one reported, but we would like the committee to come with a full disclosure of activities. One of the issues and statements made while these officers were in Haiti were that, Mr. Speaker, they ended up using old vehicles, unreliable vehicles, and that would increase the attack. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we are of what exactly happened, what needed to happen, so that, Mr. Speaker, in the future, before Kenya gets involved in such activities, we will be knowing exactly what's going to happen to our officers. Mr. Speaker, also, in this sort of activity, now that I'm running out of time, I want also to comment on Senator Chisang's statement whereby a lot of people are being robbed. You know, you see the internet and swim swaps, and this money is being gotten out of banks. And thereafter, investigations are landing into nowhere. So many people have been conned. Sometimes the money also ends up into M-Pesa agencies and M-Pesa accounts. Still get to nowhere.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to comment on the statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana on Officer Kabiru, Mr. Speaker, who has been reported and crowned as a fallen hero. Mr. Speaker, even before his body was, actually even to this date, the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my time had been freezed or had been frozen. Mr. Speaker, I was saying I'm commenting on the statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana, who reportedly died during the infamous Haiti mission, Mr. Speaker. And the body of this particular officer has never been delivered to his family. And the whereabouts of this body even clear, Mr. Speaker. And this can be very, stressful and very harrowing to the family, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also be remembered that the announcement of the death of this particular officer was made by none other but than the head of state, even before the family had been informed. Mr. Speaker, I hear that it is a practice that before you have been able to set your eyes on a body, that you cannot, declare that somebody has died, Mr. Speaker. So I think then the committee deals with this. They should be able to call the relevant authorities to exactly establish why has Officer Kabiru been declared as a fallen hero, meaning that he's dead even before his body has been seen. And if the body has been seen, Mr. Speaker, why has it not been delivered to the family for final rites, Mr. Speaker? It will be remembered that we have also had reports of many Kenyans that have lost their lives in Russia, Mr. Speaker. And the government, when, I mean, it's important that the committee establishes whether these people that are reported to have been unaccounted for in Russia, whether...
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief comment on the statement brought by Senator Hamida. Mr. Speaker, the first question is, how did we get there? We got there because we were magnanimous. We are willing to be able to go and help people in Haiti when other African countries were reluctant, you know, because of our generosity. When are we ever going to stop being generous towards other people and you first look at yourself? I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, as we pursue this issue, to be able to remember what you are told when you enter an aircraft. You know, protect yourself, put on your safety belt first before you even take care of your child. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad, and I really empathize with the family, with this fallen hero. The fact that we were willing to go there when other African countries were reluctant, the fact that we knew very well that the gangs that we were going to face there, the Americans and other developed nations were not willing, were not even able to deal with, should encourage other countries, particularly the United Nations, to be able to put more emphasis to reimburse, compensate, and actually to try and track this body. It is very sad. That family will never say goodbye to their son. And I wonder now, those ones who survived and they came back home, will they end up like the soldiers who ended up being given an area and then they were just left without being recognized for the sacrifices that they have made for this country? Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we think twice about the welfare of our men and women in uniforms. Our police today, Mr. Speaker, I met the other one the other day, and he told me that he buys his own uniform. We no longer have money. If the police are buying their own uniforms here, and we are willing to send them to Haiti, why then can we not demand that these countries that were not willing to support our mission, support us, be able to help these families? I wonder even if there's any support, is it called psycho support to the family, psychosocial support to the family? So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important statement, and I really do hope that we can be able, the legal committee headed by, who is Sigei, can actually be able to get to the bottom line of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, with that, honorable senators, allow me to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2. We will move to order number 9 and thereafter resume the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. Clerk, please call that order.
Order number 9, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Now, Senator Faki, when debate was interrupted, you had taken the floor and you had a balance of 16 minutes. You may proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na nimesimama kuunga mkono mswada wa sheria wa mabadiliko ya sheria ya misitu katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana wakati nilipokuwa nimeanza kueleza ni kwamba sheria hii ina umuhimu sana kwa sababu tunaweka taasisi ambayo itakuwa inasimamia misitu kikamilifu. Vile vile kuna nafasi ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mkurugenzi service kwamba zile tunazoita carbon credit zitaweza kudhibitiwa kisawasawa ili nchi yetu iweze kupata mapato ya kisawasawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfumo huu mpya wa kuweza kupata mapato. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo awali kwa sasa nchi yetu haina njia ama haina uwezo wa kuweza kudhibiti haya masuala ya carbon credit. Kwa hivyo hii sheria itaweza kutupa nafasi ya kufanya hivyo. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tutakuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba zile mbegu za misitu ama zile miche ya misitu ambayo tunapanda nchini mwetu ni miche ambayo imehakikishwa na shirika la KBC. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile sheria hii italinda ile tunayoita pia kwa Kiingereza biodiversity. Sijui wewe Senator Murango biodiversity unaiita vipi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili? Lakini biodiversity ni jambo moja ambalo Mheshimiwa Spika litaweza kudhibitiwa na sheria hii. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii ina mambo mengi mazuri na ningependa maseneta waisome na hakikishe kwamba tumeunga mkono ili tuweze kupata sheria ambayo itasaidia nchi kuweza kulinda misitu yake na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba misitu inaleta faida kwa jamii kupitia kwa mapato mbalimbali. Tusitarajie tu kwamba misitu itatupa kuni ama itatupa makaa, la. Tunataka misitu iweze kutupa pesa nyingi ambazo ni za kisasa, sio zile ambazo za zamani ambazo ziko sasa, na kwa vile pia ndio njia pekee yake ya kulinda mazingira na kupunguza mabadiliko ya hewa tabia nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu na naomba maseneta waunge mkono tuweze kupitisha. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Senator Murango. Senator Faki, carbon credit kwa Kiswahili ni hewa ukaa. So, Senator Murango, I'm informed the Honorable Senator was actually seconding this motion. So I will now proceed to propose the question before I open the floor. Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question that the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2025, be now read a second time. Senator Murango, you may take the floor.
Asante sana, Mr. Speaker. Ningetaka kuunga mkono marekebisho ya sheria ambayo imeletwa katika bunge la Seneti. Na kabla sijasema hiyo, Senator Faki ameniuliza biodiversity inaitwa bioanuai kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, ya kwanza, misitu yetu ni muhimu sana kwetu. Na kwa hivyo si vizuri kuachia taasisi moja kuzingatia na kudhibiti misitu. Ni vizuri kuwe na pia na wataalamu ambao wanaweza kuangazia mambo tofauti kwenye msitu. Na Mr. Speaker, wakati mwenyekiti wangu ambaye ni Senator Faki alileta hii marekebisho ya sheria mbele ya kamati, kuna mambo mengi tuliangalia na kuna mambo ambayo tuliweza pia kurekebisha. Kwa sababu kwanza kurekebisha kusema kwamba zile sheria na zile nguvu zimepewa NLC zinakaa vile vile zilivyo, ili kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wetu kwa misitu. Jambo la pili ambalo ni muhimu sana kwa hii marekebisho ya sheria ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanaopanda miti pia wanapata hiyo mkopo wa hewa ukaa ambayo Mr. Speaker umetaja. Kwa sababu kwa muda sasa tumekuwa tujui, kwa sababu venye nasikia kuna walowezi mpaka siku ya leo huwa wao ndo wanafurahia matunda ya misitu kutoka nchi ya Kenya, bila wa Kenya na wanaolinda misitu kufaidika. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, wakati taasisi hiyo itakuwa imetengenezwa, itaweza kuangazia mambo mengi tofauti kuhakikisha ya kwamba hata kama tunamuua mgaa, haki yake tunampa, kwa sababu watu wengi wanaokaa karibu na misitu kazi yao inakuanga ni kuchunga tu misitu na kupokea kichapo wakati wanyama wanatoka na kuharibu mimea yao. Kama leo Mr. Speaker, unaona wale wanakaa karibu na Mlima Kenya upande wa Meru wengi sana wanalia na ndovu. Ukienda upande wa Taita Taveta, Lamu, naona wanalia na ndovu. Lakini faida ya misitu haitiririki inavyopaswa kufikia wale wanaolinda misitu na kufaidika nayo. Na tena Mr. Speaker, pia ni watu ambao wanasikia kama wameachwa nje katika wakati misitu, wakati kuna faida kwa misitu. Kwa mfano, Mr. Speaker, juzi katika eneo la Kirinyaga kuna kijana moja uliuliwa kwa sababu alipata akiokota kuni kwenye msitu wa Mlima Kenya na maafisa wa kulinda misitu. Mr. Speaker, ni mambo ambayo tunafaa kuangazia na ile taasisi iangalie ili tujue wale wanaoishi karibu na misitu ambao wanaudhika na wanyama pia wanafaidika kivipi. Kwa sababu kama mtu atauliwa kwa sababu ameokota kuni kwa msitu, hiyo itakuwa si jambo zuri, na tena ameuliwa na maafisa wanaolinda misitu. Kwa hivyo ninapoongea siku ya leo, ni vizuri pia taasisi ile iwe inaangalia haki ya kibinadamu kwa wale ambao wanakaa karibu na misitu. Na tatu, Mr. Speaker, ni kuhakikisha pia wenyeji wanapewa nafasi kwa misitu. Kwa sababu kama leo nimesikia taarifa ambayo imeletwa na Senator Mundige hapa, ambayo ilikuwa inaangazia sana sana wakulima wa nyuki wanaoweka mizinga. Kuna msemo unasema kitamu kilambwe, kilitokana kwa sababu ya utamu wa asali, Mr. Speaker. Na kwa hivyo wale wanakaa karibu na misitu wakipewa nafasi, kwa sababu nyuki hawaharibu, tena wanasaidia sana katika ukulima. Uchavushaji ambao kwa kimombo unaitwa pollination, Mr. Speaker, unafanyika kwa sababu kuna misitu na kuna nyuki. Kwa hivyo wananchi wanaokaa kando kando ya misitu wakiweza kupewa nafasi pia waweke mizinga kule, wataweza kufaidika kiuchumi na pia kufaidika kwenye mimea ambayo tunakuza kila siku, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nikimalizia ni pia kuwe na uwazi. Wakati mwingi wakati misitu iliyokomaa inavunwa, unapata sana sana wenyeji ambao ndio wanalinda misitu wao wanawekwa kando. Na unapata wenye wanapata hiyo nafasi ni watu wengine. Ili taasisi kama ile iangalie kwamba kuwe na usawa. Kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, sioni ni maana gani kwamba gatuzi zetu, na ukiangalia gatuzi nyingi hakuna wenye wana msitu, wakati misitu inakuja kuuzwa ama kuuziwa wale wanaohitaji miti ambayo imekomaa, Mr. Speaker, unakuja kupata zile gatuzi zetu bado wanatumia fedha nyingi sana kununua samani ambazo zinatumika katika shule nyingi za chekechea kwa bei ya juu. Na hili hali kuna miti ambayo kama ingeuziwa zile gatuzi, wangeweza pia kutengeneza zile samani watoto wetu waweze kuzitumia kwa bei ya kirahisi. Kwa hivyo pia tunataka taasisi ambayo pia itafanya kazi na ifanye kazi pamoja na gatuzi kuhakikisha kwamba faida za misitu si kupanda miti tu na kulea miti, ila wale wanaoishi na kutunza misitu wamepata faida ya misitu, Mr. Speaker. Ya mwisho ni kwamba misitu inakuanga ni vyanzo vingi vya maji. Mara nyingi, na hii ningetaka hata tukipitisha hii kwa sababu tumekuwa na matatizo kama haya. Wakati mnataka kutoa maji kwa msitu, kupata cheti ili uweze kutoa maji kwa vyanzo vya msitu kupelekea wananchi, inakuanga ni safari ndefu sana, Mr. Speaker. Wakati unaenda kwa maafisa wanaolinda misitu, unapewa story nyingi, hekaya za mbunuasi, esopo, ambazo zinapoteza muda mrefu. Najua kuna mradi wa maji kama kwetu, umemaliza kama na umepewa pesa na serikali, lakini marubano ya kupewa nafasi ama cheti ya kuweza kwenda kuingia pale kwa msitu inachukua miaka. Ni vizuri pia wajue kwamba ingali msitu ni mzuri, pia binadamu ni wanzuri kushinda kuliko wanyama. Kwa hivyo wakati kuna njia mwafaka ama maendeleo ambayo inafaa kulinda manufaa ya wakazi wasitekelezwe na watu wasiendelee kungonja. Sababu ngoja pia umiza matumbo. Kwa sababu haki ikichelewa hakuna haki yoyote hapa, Mr. Speaker. Kwa Mr. Speaker, nasema asante.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment originating from the National Assembly, which seeks to bring, to speed the forest conservation in Kenya. It is now a practice in the world. Mr. Speaker, there are so many projects being done by the government, and I'm sure you are aware of FLOCA, which has an inclination towards greening or making sure that we reduce the ozone layer. And such an effort goes into preservation of forests in the country. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these are not being shared equally in the country. We could actually afforest our country afresh, because they are indigenous trees which grow everywhere without so much need of water or be watered or irrigated. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to come out. The whole idea of carbon credits is featuring in this amended version. There is an improvement, but it's not coming out clear, because there are other laws associated with this, and now this law seems to be made to amalgamate all the laws in this environmental area, whereby the main idea is to plant more trees in the country. With the FLOCA projects, Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised. They would have been very successful if the water pans and the boreholes and irrigation was geared towards growing seedlings, and especially of locally generated forests, whereby the forests can grow naturally. There are places acacia grows naturally. There are places, natural trees which are not even thorny and have many other uses grow naturally. There hasn't seemed to be that effort. Mr. Speaker, when I grew up, there was a forest near my home, a natural forest on a hill which is described as a hill tower. But people raided it for many years, and it was becoming a desert, and erosion was beginning to take place. But when I was first elected in 2013, I hired a young person just to simply surveil and make sure no one cuts trees there. And then later on, the county government also hired somebody who assisted the employee I had hired as a member of parliament. And today, naturally, it has become a very thick forest. And you can see the changes in rainfall patterns. So, Mr. Speaker, if this law can be implemented and we grow trees to replace the ones which have already been cut and increase the greenery, not so much to earn carbon credits, but so much to improve our environment and take it back to what it used to be probably 100 years ago, Mr. Speaker, will be helping the country and the world. The idea of carbon credit is Kenya is not such a pollutant, but when other countries pollute the atmosphere and they encourage us to plant trees with the principle of polluter pays, then these countries are supposed then to pay us these carbon credits. But if you look at it, it is so porous, Mr. Speaker. Although we are making this law, I don't think this has been watertight enough to warrant a farmer who for real grows 1,000 acres of trees and increases the green coverage in the world is compensated for the so-called carbon credits. It seems so porous that it is owned by international cartels, and there's no proper formula how a Kenyan or a common person in this country will ever be paid a shilling on this carbon credit, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as much as we make this law, I think that the committee dealing with the environment needs to look further. I have seen the theme nowadays is environment. We had a very good meeting here of IPO and the issue of methane and all that, and I've seen that, and similarly there was a follow-up in Naivasha with the climate caucus, the environmental climate change caucus of the House, and I've seen there's going to be a further meeting between 15th and 17th of this month when we take a short break here in Nairobi and attracting quite a number of international partners in this, Mr. Speaker. But I thought as a country we should really protect our own people, and especially people who are going to invest. I have seen proposals in Makueni County where a Russian company had sneaked into the country and was trying to negotiate with the farmers to grow mangoes, which grow naturally as forests, and subsequently earn carbon credits. But without filtering this system through the national government system, it was very difficult for these people to access Makueni County directly, you know, and as much as the idea sounded very good, I still think not only growing mango forest, because mango is part of, you know, fruit production, which the tree coverage may be limited because of the space you need between mango trees so that they can give the best. And as much as we want to plant trees which are productive, from mango trees to mangrove trees, to you know, many other trees which produce, even coffee trees. There's so many trees which are productive, Mr. Speaker. You know, and each there seems to be conflict of laws, the agriculture laws on some of these issues, because some of them are scheduled crops, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as much as we are enacting this law, there needs somebody, or probably could amend more, to make sure that other laws are taken care of. I've seen quite a number of other acts which get touched by this, like the Pensions Act. I don't know what's the difference between the Secretary now being introduced, the position of Secretary being introduced, and Director General. I think it's just one and the same thing. I don't think much will change on that, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I think it is important, even when, Mr. Speaker, we work on this, that the experts in the House, it looks at it more keenly. I'm sure there are very serious experts in this House on environment and forest, and people who have very serious experience. And we have different forests in the country. The forest you find in Makueni is not the forest in Nandi. The forests you find in northern Kenya are so natural and amazing. I went there with Senator Chute and a few senators to deal with a cohesion issue in the north. And you could see there are places actually with very serious forests, Mr. Speaker, and whereby the tree cover can still be added even naturally and be more useful. But conspicuously, lack of supply of water, you know, you can see it. If you compare the desertification and the desert situation we have in this country, and the desert in Israel, Mr. Speaker, and how they use drip irrigation to grow forests and to grow trees to beautify Israel. Mr. Speaker, we can borrow this and make sure that even in the worst desert situation, we grow the species of trees which grow there naturally. And most of them are food and fruity and also beneficial commercially. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this great invention to amend this act and make it better. Although so many things have not been provided, Mr. Speaker, and the reasons why we are doing this, they have not been aligned as the usual when we are making a new act or we are amending an act of parliament. I think this one particularly can become very useful to the country. But generally, the practice we used to have during the Nyayo days of increasing forest cover and making sure, and the laws such that if you have 10 acres, at least 1 acre should be covered by a forest, that the farmers don't just farm, remain with the trees. You could have trees on fence lines. If you go to America, you find trees along the main highways, although part of it is to stop snow from of our accumulating on the roads. It breaks wind and beautifies the area. So I think we need to capture quite a number of things, beautification even in cities, towns, markets, and more important, growing economically useful trees to increase the tree cover in the country, and also to increase the credit, the carbon credits likely to accrue and to benefit farmers. So I do support, Mr. Speaker, and by third reading, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward into a number of amendments, especially well researched, to make sure this act is better and improves our environment in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to support this bill, but of course, with a few reservations here and there, but I know we shall be able, Mr. Speaker, to amend in the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, sir. I know this is a National Assembly bill. Mr. Speaker, out of curiosity is that we tend to process as fast as we can under 159 principle, the bills that come from National Assembly. But most of our bills, Mr. Speaker, has developed or have become part of cemetery and graveyard in the National Assembly. I don't know, in the wisdom of you and Senate Business Committee, we should be fair to this House, because I can see a number of bills we schedule are all from National Assembly. But I know it is in the wisdom of Senate Business Committee. Maybe in future, when some of us will be lucky to be in SBC, things may change. Mr. Speaker, just a few observations. The bill, and I want to start from, while we appreciate that there is a whole chapter on environment and Article 60, where even it proposes that 10% of forest cover, and I think that is where the president principle of building, of planting 15 billion Kenya shillings, 15 billion trees, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Kamaru?
Honorable Speaker, you know, I've really thought about it after 2-3 seconds, and Senator Chelagay should not run away from this mistake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the Senate Business Committee, which you chair, Mr. Speaker, has worked for us for the last 4 years. And there is never a time that that committee has been blamed for anything. But Mr. Speaker, listening to Chelagay understanding on 105, he is casting aspersions to that committee, Mr. Speaker, that next time when he gets a chance, or some of them refer to some of us get a chance next time, the committee will be learn better. That means it will be prioritizing bills from the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Senator Chelagay, you must withdraw and apologize to the members of the Senate Business Committee. That committee, we are here courtesy of the business they passed on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, at noon. When Chelagay was busy running up and down this town, that committee was sitting, even they did not take lunch. I know they sit up to even 2 p.m., Mr. Speaker. You are the chair. I know the minority whip is also a member. And many other members, Mr. Speaker, who are not present this afternoon. So, Mr. Speaker, because when you are not around, I also chair that committee, Mr. Speaker, and we do marvelous work. So, Mr. Chelagay, you cannot run away from casting aspersions to the cabinet of the Senate. That is the cabinet of the Senate. So, can you kindly withdraw, apologize profusely even to the chair, who is the Honorable Speaker? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Fernandi, you can raise your concerns without necessarily imputing improper motive on a committee of the Senate. Kindly proceed to withdraw and raise your concern without having to impute improper motive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for guidance, but I thought it was a fair comment.
No, it's not. That's why I've ruled the way I've ruled.
Okay. I withdraw and apologize, but my point has been made. Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday you were in Uganda, and thank you for representing the Parliament of Kenya in congratulating His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He is now going for the 7th term, 40 years in power. Mr. Speaker, and we congratulate you for attending on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I wanted to continue looking at Article 60 on the principle of even environment, the issue of ensuring the forest land resources, conservation that has been extrapolated. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take to the House when we had the climate summit that happened, and I saw Senator Kajwang, who is the chair of Climate Caucus, and I know from 18 to 21st they're having a meeting. Mr. Speaker, and I want to say, when we passed the bill during that African summit on climate change, the President has led 15 billion trees, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate, and these laws on environmental conservation, and this international conference, Mr. Speaker, is a conversation that we must take out of village mentality. Mr. Speaker, I saw a former impeached deputy president trying to cast aspersions on the African Forward, chaired by President William Ruto and Macron, President Macron, Mr. Speaker. You know, somebody who has not developed out of village mentality, and he was casting aspersions on why President William Ruto was hosting what we call Africa Forward Summit, that we develop resolutions. And this is the person who has never outgrown his village mentality somewhere in Uamunyoro, Mr. Speaker. He has not even held a meeting with the staff of an embassy. Some of us are better. Personally, I have ever sat with an ambassador of Brazil, Mr. Speaker, and you are saying you are an opposition leader and you don't know how international principles operate, Mr. Speaker.
The rule on relevance.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, but I was tying up with the summits that we have, because you remember in the last session, Mr. Speaker, we had African Summit on climate. And I'm underscoring the importance of international summit and engaging, because the issue of forestry and conservation and the issue of management is an international matter. It is not a village matter, the way some people want to localize through what we call villagitis and tension syndrome by some of our opposition figures. And that's why some of us miss Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to say on this Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, which is amending, I want number 2, and I wish it would have been addressed, and I'm happy Senator Ledama is here. Mr. Speaker, we have another problem which we must confront, Mr. Speaker, the issue of forest evictees. Mr. Speaker, I know there is what we call infrastructural evictees, but now we have forest evictees. You remember we had run-in, Mr. Speaker, especially on issue of Mao. We have so many Kenyans, even what we call absentee landlords. We have people that has been displaced, Mr. Speaker, even in my own county, Mr. Speaker, even in Meru, there are many Kenyans who, out of this issue of forest evictees, Mr. Speaker, have been evicted. Like a place called Ngatip Kong. I was somewhere in a place called Taptengelei, Kwa Kinyanjui. There is a place called Kapkoros. This forest, because we have 3 forests in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, to all the way to Kapchorwa, Mr. Speaker, the people have been evicted. When you go to Mgwen sub-county, when you go to Tindred constituency, when you go to Chesumei, Mgwen, and most of the, because of the forest. And you know, as much as Nandi, we have 3 forests. We have Nandi North Forest, we have Tindred Forest, and we have Kimondi Forest, Mr. Speaker. But Kenyans must see, I've seen the role of the, what we call Registrar of Forest in clause number 6. And I agree with Senator Mahanso, there is no need to have Director General, then duplicate those functions with the Secretary of the Forest. That is Secretary of Forest Regulation. It doesn't make sense because they do similar work, Mr. Speaker. And looking at the role that they have developed, you know, Mr. Speaker, the only solution for this forest to thrive in Narok, where Mao is, Mr. Speaker, to thrive in Nandi, to thrive in Meru, to thrive in Kilifi and coastal region on mangrove forests. The only way for the forest in Chemasusu, in Baringo, that is sharing Baringo and Nakuru County, is for the community to own this forest, is for the community to adopt a tree, Mr. Speaker. And I've seen the functions on the regulation of Secretary of Forest Regulation, Mr. Speaker. Some of them they have tried to include, including the Kenya Forest Institute on their role of seed production, issuing regulatory guidelines. Mr. Speaker, you remember, and we are lucky as a country, people like Wangari Maathai, the former Tetu Member of Parliament, who went to become Nobel laureate in terms of environment conservation and the issue of the conservation of our forests, Mr. Speaker. You remember people who stood and fought against destruction of the forest, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I want to emphasize that we must own these forests. We must ensure that these forests, there is the issue of licensing, regulation, certification, there is the issue of compliance, regulatory. Mr. Speaker, and you remember during Kibaki era, there is what we call shamba system, where communities are allowed to farm as they protect the tree. It is similar saying adopt a tree, Mr. Speaker. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the former deputy governor of Baringo passed on and we went to his home, I'm failing to recall the name where we were in Ravine, and I'm seeing the Senator Baringo is around. Mr. Speaker, and the only argument was those people was they allowed to do shamba system within the forest of Chemasu so that they can adopt and protect. You cannot bring regulations and compliance and licensing regulatory regime through Secretary of Forest without the role of the community. The community must own the forest. That's the only way you can protect. And you remember even during Nyayo era, Mr. Speaker, you remember during Nyayo era, there was what we call Nyayo T-zones. When you drive all the way from Kakamega through Shinyalu to Kakamega Forest, all the areas surrounding the forest, Moi, I saw some people castigating Moi. They don't know what Moi has done for this country. I saw somebody saying William Ruto is a reincarnation of Mzee Moi. Moi did his part during his time, Mr. Speaker. And you remember it is Moi, and I know, you know where Kiptagich is, Senator Ladama, Mr. Speaker. Moi came with Nyayo T-zone and ensured there was a buffer zone. They ensured they grow tea around most of the forests to protect the grabiosis system of grabbing land within our forest, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we celebrate Mzee Moi, one of the distinguished sons of Baringo, and one of the great leaders. Mr. Speaker, and you will never wrap the history of Moi. He ruled this country like a colossus for 24 years, and people like Senator Chemitei grew and they were drinking milk from Nyayo era, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we have many young men and strong men, Mr. Speaker. So that is what I wanted to say on the issue of Director General that we are introducing, and the issue of ensuring regulatory. We must encourage the issue of shamba system so that we can ensure, Mr. Speaker, we don't duplicate. Mr. Speaker, number 4 is on the headquarters. This bill, Mr. Speaker, I know you are a well-traveled man. You have been to Brazil. I think Brazil, there is Brasilia, Sao Paulo. Mr. Speaker, you have been to Tanzania. There is Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. There have been arguments in this country that we need to move our headquarters to Isiolo so that we decongest Nairobi. How can we say we are a house of devolution if we are saying this headquarters should be in Nairobi? These are forests. Do you see any forest in Nairobi apart from Kibiku or any other forest like here in Kiambu? Mr. Speaker, we should even take the headquarters of this forest service, Mr. Speaker, to be in Mau. Mr. Speaker, how do you decongest Nairobi? And I'm happy the party leader of ODM, one of the key stakeholders in governance of this country, is here. Mr. Speaker, we should encourage devolution by all instances, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are saying, if it is forest, take it to Mau Forest headquarters. If it is tea, take it to Kericho. If it is to maize, take national cereals to be headquarters in Wasingishu. If it is tourism, take it to Kilifi or Mombasa. If it is livestock, Mandera or somewhere. Maybe like if there are other things like potatoes, we can make it the headquarters of such, Mr. Speaker. But the point I'm trying to make, it is fallacious for us as a house to agree that how do we decongest Nairobi? Nairobi is clogging. Even the leader of the governor of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, has always told us that Nairobi is built on a swamp. God forbid if Nairobi sinks today, it will sink with the entire government, Mr. Speaker, of this republic. So we must be careful as we say, let us make sure that it is headquarters of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, underscoring the principles that we have had in Article 60 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of forestry, we need to develop an
would you wish to be informed by Senator Senior Counsel Mogeni?
No. From the way he's behaving, I am hesitant to be informed. No, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from this class? These who are Munyoro are now learning how to equal. Mr. Speaker, that is what I'm saying. Maybe if it was Senator Kajwang, I would have agreed because he is the chair of the Climate Caucus.
Conclude your remarks.
Mr. Speaker, I still have time. Mr. Speaker. I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Mogeni?
freeze my time.
Actually, I just wanted to assist my friend, Senator Fernandi, and just have it on record. He has made a statement, this House of Record, to the effect that the headquarters of this institute should have been devolved to one of the counties. And he says that this draft bill says that the headquarters will be Nairobi. But Mr. Speaker, I'd gone through this bill, and Section 29H actually says that the headquarters of the institute shall be in Kiambu County. And as defenders of devolution, we know that Kiambu is a county. Kiambu cannot be said to be Nairobi. So that statement he has made, that we should be thinking about devolution. In fact, this bill has gone ahead and said the headquarters will be devolved to one of the counties. So that should be on record. If that statement he has made remains, it is actually misleading. It's misleading. Thank you.
Senator Fernandi, your earlier statement was not factual. If you read through the bill, you may proceed to conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, but what the senior counsel is saying is economical with the truth, because Kiambu is part of Nairobi Metropolitan. So if we create Nairobi Metropolis, it will capture part of Kajiado and Kiambu. So it's still part of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, but I appreciate...
Senator Fernando, why should you argue on anything that is put before you? Just accept, as per the Act, okay, your statement is not factual, and proceed to conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm just saying it is good it's Kiambu, but it's still part of Nairobi Metropolis. Mr. Speaker, and Kiambu does not have forest. How many forests does it have? We should go to Mau. Karura is being dismembered. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of qualification, I have seen that they are saying people who should serve in the board are people who have masters. Mr. Speaker, that's unfair. Why don't we use the bare minimum of a degree? Why masters? We should have a degree, Mr. Speaker. Because even if, why are we unfair to Kenyans? In Parliament, we have even class 3 dropouts who have been elected to Parliament, who don't know how to read and write, Mr. Speaker, who don't know even how to sign. And they are busy yelling and yapping all over the place, Mr. Speaker. We need to be fair to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We are not the holier than thou, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure...
Senator Mogeni, what is your point of order?
I don't know what Senator Fernandi has taken this afternoon, because he's again making a very misleading statement. Mr. Speaker, you know that one of the qualifications for you to be elected as a member of parliament, you must have proficiency in the English or Kiswahili language. But he's making a statement on the floor that there are people who have been elected to this house who can neither read or speak or sign. That should not be on record when he's making that statement before this honorable house. And I challenge him to name those 3 members for the public to know.
Senator Fernandi, you may proceed to substantiate, failure to which you just withdraw and conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, how can I substantiate the obvious? They are known. They can't express themselves, Mr. Speaker. I can bring you a number of clips when you are even doing
swearing. Can you substantiate?
Yes, I can. With the answer, I'll bring the answer.
Proceed to substantiate.
Mr. Speaker, can I get time to substantiate in the next sitting?
By tomorrow.
Okay. Because they are there, and I'm surprised the Parliamentary Service Commissioner is not aware, and yet he's access to some of the academic documents.
Senator Fernandi, we have put this matter for tomorrow.
And I hope I'll get time to name the people who have never spoken even on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, and therefore I was arguing on the qualifications that we need to be fair, Mr. Speaker, so that our masters is too high. Let us make it at least a minimum of a degree or even a diploma in the relevant field. Mr. Speaker, and I know the chairperson of Senate on climate change in Parliament, Senator Kajwang, is in the House. The caucus, I would really want to listen to his rare thoughts, as rare as a snowball in hell, on what he thinks about this bill. After he says it, then we can think about it, Mr. Speaker. And you know he's a member of Broadbase, so I'm comfortable to listening to him. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2025.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on this very, very important bill, which I really hope that all of us can be able to take some time and read through the bill, understand the intended and unintended consequences of the bill. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, when I look at the bill, I struggle with two competing interests. One interest is a commercial interest versus genuine conservation of our forests, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the good senator from Nandi alluded to the fact that the good president of this country has attempted to ensure that we have at least 10% forest cover in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill suggests the following: that an easement is allowed to be able to create roads in forest for easy access. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, creates an avenue where we politicians can be able to grab the land, to put a road in the forest, in the middle of a forest, in the guise that we are actually doing it for the public good. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make my comments based strictly on the pros and cons of this bill, so that we can attempt, as the upper house, to balance the interest of genuine conservation versus conservation. Mr. Speaker, I have refused to accept the debate on carbon credit in this country because of the available literature which is there for my community, people in my community, to be able to understand the benefit of carbon credit. I've looked at the pros of this bill, and I appreciate them because they adhere to ensure that they align with the Constitution of Kenya and other international standards or global standards when it comes to issues of conservation. The bill has also set up a legal framework to be pursued, including one which I think is actually very unique, to ensure an oath of office, to ensure that there is accountability. This is the first bill, Mr. Speaker, that I've actually seen. It clearly indicated that when you are removing the director, you must subject him to the Constitution to be able to fair practices, labor fair practices. Mr. Speaker, the cons, which I want to focus a little bit on this bill, because I always look at a bill on the evidence-based, pros and cons, so that when we are doing this, we don't only think about our current generation, but we think about future generations which will be subjected to this bill. Most of the bills that operate in this country today, Mr. Speaker, are bills that were developed by our forefathers, the colonial masters. We have the Penal Code, which we are always struggling to amend to be able to fit into the current constitution. This bill, as we amend this bill, this is a bill that has come from the National Assembly. As we look through it, I want to beseech all of us to be able to take a toothpick and comb through every clause and ask yourself, what are the cons? Mr. Speaker, there is a risk of increased deforestation in this bill. Amendment to Section 56, which allows easement for public roads, utilities, and infrastructure in public forests, potentially, Mr. Speaker, accelerate forest clearance and contradicts the 15 or 10% forest cover in the country. That is an issue that we must be alive to and find a way to be able to either gazette clearly the forest, and also even the easements. Gazette them clearly, Mr. Speaker. That is one issue that is a con in this bill, and we need to be able to deal with it. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is an issue that I've alluded to it, that I've refused to entertain the debate on it because of lack of proper understanding, is a risk of carbon credit vulnerability. Section 47A and B, which is being added in this bill, enable forest carbon projects under the Kenya Forest Services, resulting in fear of poor governance, benefit, diversion, and sideline of local community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want communities to be able to own these projects. We have always supported shamba systems in the forest to enhance the forest cover. So when the decisions are now being made outside the community, that risks, because we want our people to be able to benefit. If there is any carbon benefit or carbon credit benefit, that carbon credit should benefit the local people who live there. So, Mr. Speaker, that is an issue that I think we need to focus on. Mr. Speaker, when I started my submissions, I spoke about the need to develop legislations for future generations, the need to develop legislation and continue increasing learning opportunities for us to enhance and better legislations. I see one of the biggest problems in this bill is once we eliminate training institutions, a replacement of Section 17, when you remove the Forest College, where are you going to get people who are going to be trained to be able to fully understand these issues? So, Mr. Speaker, this potentially weakens experts for future generations. Everything we are doing today, Mr. Speaker, is for the future generation. You know, I refuse to believe that I will live forever because I know my time is limited. So whatever I put my pen in, whatever I put my 2 cents in, has got to be something that will better the future generation. And this boils down to the 2 competing interests. One, which is the issue of commercial interest when it comes to the issue of carbon credit, and genuine conservation. Mr. Speaker, when the late Wangari Maathai was still alive, Uhuru Park was complete. Today, it's only a small section which can be considered Uhuru Park, because half of it was taken into building a bus park, the other half of it is just there. That conservation effort that she fought so hard for is something that reminds me of her agility and dedication to the goodwill of this environment of this nation. Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, was once regarded as a green city, but slowly by slowly it's turning into a concrete jungle. So we need to be able to safeguard these interests. We need to make sure that the expertise continue being trained. So this issue of a forest college must still be entrenched and brought back. So we need to look at Section 17, which is being removed. Mr. Speaker, the other cons in this bill is the loophole for exploitations of our forest cover. When it comes to the issue of development, we have to be cognizant to the fact that the only time that we'll have a clean environment is if forest remains forest. But when there is a small loopholes of allowing development in forest, it may enable some of us, and I'm not pointing at any person in particular, to have a desire in using corrupt means to cut a section of the forest to develop their own business empire. Mr. Speaker, it is important, and I want to reiterate this, and I'm happy that I can see young people in the public gallery, that every piece of legislation that we develop in this country has got to take their interest at heart. It has to put their interest first to make sure that we still maintain a good environment for them. When I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, we used to plant trees on a daily basis. Narok Town had a beautiful forest called Olekonya Forest. I'm currently attempting to try and plant more trees to see whether we can be able to save, the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, the future generation and even the Gen Zs, the Gen Alphas, must be trained. Whatever we do, Mr. Speaker, we must show them that we want to make this country a better place for them. We spend more time insulting each other left, right, and center. But when it comes down, when the chips finally fall, what should lead us, Mr. Speaker, is us developing an environment which is going to be good, that we are going to depend on ourselves as a nation first. We're going to look at Kenya first before we look at other interests of other nations. Kenya must always be first. Help me understand carbon credit. Help my people in the village understand carbon credit. Help these younger people, the generation, understand carbon credit. They do not understand. If I do not understand, I'm 100% sure that they do not understand. The people I represent do not understand. So when you want to amend legislation, ensure that you entrench their interest first. Make sure they're the ones who are leading that piece of legislation. And this brings me to my last point, Mr. Speaker, of equity and oversight gaps. We are now decentralizing these forest professional forums. But I see a lack of robust accountability. And what do I mean by that? The only way that we can ensure that our forests are fully accounted for is by ensuring that local communities, indigenous people, like when you go to the Loita Forest, Mr. Speaker, the Loita Forest is a very emotive forest with a lot of significance to the Maasai nation, both in Kenya and Tanzania. But recently, there have been some discovery of minerals in that forest. There's a particular interesting red stone, which is there. At first, people in the current government and the former government were leading in deforestation, cutting the trees. Mr. Speaker, I stopped a former cabinet secretary's trucks, which were transporting a lot of, cedar trees from there to go and build a hotel somewhere. So this issue, if the community interest is taken, so that this oversight body, the first oversight body must be the local community. Because when it floods, Mr. Speaker, if it happens in Mbutbut Forest, and let's say there's no protection of that forest by the local community, the landslide will affect the local people. If we cut all the trees, a majority of trees, to create easement in the Mau Forest, the people who suffer are the local Maasai and the Kalenjin people who live in that forest. So I want to beseech the move of this motion, given that it's a bill that is coming from the National Assembly, to consider at the Committee of the Whole to introduce these amendments that deals with those cons and try to turn them into pros. There's absolutely no reason as to why we should develop legislation that has got more cons than pros. Let's apply an evidence-based analysis to the bills that we bring into this House. Are they helping future generation? Are they helping us? Let's understand these bills properly so that we move on to them. And ultimately, yes, all of us are interested in making a buck or two. No one will not be interested. I'm happy that this bill recognizes those people who had a license for a timber yard or for grading of timber, that now, when the responsibility switches to the cabinet secretary, they will still be grandfathered into the new regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we must ensure that we promote a clear balance between genuine conservation and commercial interests. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Next is Senator Manzo. You didn't? Senator Mugeni.
Mugeni. Mugeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution to this Forest Conservation and Management Bill 2025, a bill from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed that this week we have dealt with a number of bills that have come from our sister house, National Assembly, and I'm happy that I'm speaking when our leader is here, Majority Leader Senator Cheriot. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what happens on the other side. Most of our bills, the bills that have come from this house, Mr. Speaker, have gone to the other house and they're just gathering some dust. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I received a communication to my utter surprise and disappointment that the National Assembly has refused to approve a bill that I drafted to take care of our senior citizens who are facing a lot of discrimination from insurance companies when it comes to providing medical cover for Kenyans who are aged 70 and above. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 27 of our Constitution, which outlaws discrimination on account of race or age, and taking into account recognition that health is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, I drafted a bill that was approved by your office of the Speaker to amend the Insurance Act to outlaw the practice by insurance companies where they refuse to take or to issue insurance cover for citizens who are aged 70 and above. And I did this in recognition that there are a number of Kenyans who are lucky to live beyond 70 years and above. In fact, I remember when we were burying the mother of our Speaker from our sister house, I was impressed to see his father, I think at 94, speaking very fluently and with very clear thoughts, Mr. Speaker. And I thought that that bill was going to address and solve that problem to the benefit of many Kenyans, our senior citizens. But I have received communication, Mr. Speaker, that the National Assembly has declined, that they will not process that bill because it is not a devolved function. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what reading of the Constitution that can ever be. And I hope that your office will take the initiative to have a sitting with the Speaker of the other House, Mr. Speaker, so that you develop some consensus. Health is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker. Seeking to extend that benefit to citizens who are above 70, because we are also soon going to be there. We'll be heading there, Mr. Speaker. Just the other day, Mr. Speaker, you saw the President signing into law some retirement package for judges. And when I read through the new law, I noticed that the government has now committed, which is a good thing, and I fully support. We must treat our judges well when they retire. That law has made it as part of the benefit, made it compulsory that at the expense of the taxpayer, retired judges above 70 years will be given full medical cover by the government, Mr. Speaker. So if we are doing that for people who are privileged to occupy positions at that level, we should also be doing the same, Mr. Speaker, for the poor Kenyans who don't occupy positions where they are guaranteed, Mr. Speaker, that they will get medical cover after retirement. Going back to the bill, Mr. Speaker, I've since learned that there are two headquarters and I want to correct the impression I created that Senator Cherargei was wrong. I've seen that under Section 4, the headquarters of the organization will be in Nairobi. It is the research branch that will be in Kiambu. So I want that to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, we must agree, Mr. Speaker, that we have an obligation to protect the environment, to protect our forests for the benefit of future generations. Mr. Speaker, when I served as chair of Anti-Corruption Commission, it is during that time that there was a sustained onslaught by a certain cabal in government then to grab Karura Forest. And we worked very closely with the late Professor Wangari Maathai, Mr. Speaker, and EACC filed several cases in court, Mr. Speaker, to stop that grabbing. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, Wangari Maathai used to say that Karura Forest is what she used to call the lungs of Nairobi. It's the one that gives people of Nairobi oxygen. If you deplete Nairobi, you may lack fresh air, Mr. Speaker. So we really must support any initiative like what I've seen in this bill, that will have a dedicated agency that will ensure that we protect our forest. Mr. Speaker, our desire is to have a 10% forest cover, but we will never attain it, Mr. Speaker, if we allow people to continue grabbing part of our national cover, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I was reading a decision, Mr. Speaker, where the Court of Appeal overturned a decision of the High Court that had allowed a Kenyan to grab about 4,600 acres of the renowned Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. And I want to read aloud that bench of judges, which included the newly appointed judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Warisame, Justice Gachoka, and Justice Mativo. That is an heroic decision, Mr. Speaker, that is giving back, they have said that matter back to the High Court. I hope the judge will hear that matter, Mr. Speaker, will act in a manner that protects Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. We have so many tourists who come to Kenya just to visit and bring foreign income to our country. If we finish Mara, Mr. Speaker, where will our tourists be going? What we should be thinking is how we can extend the railway network that goes through Narok to extend to Sekinane Gate so that there is easy access. I hope now that we have this bill, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the agency that will be appointed, Mr. Speaker, can even take the extra step of joining as interested parties in the many cases that have been filed in court, either by EACC or any other public body or any other interested Kenyan to protect our forests. Mr. Speaker, on the qualification of the head of this body, we have placed it as per Section 29B, 29(2)D, an experience of 15 years. Mr. Speaker, we should allow our youths to thrive. We have many young Kenyans who, at an experience of 7 years, they can serve very ably as CEOs. Remember when Mr. Oigara was appointed as the CEO of KCB? I think he was 30-something. He didn't have 15 years experience. But look how he turned around Kenya Commercial Bank to what it is today. And I think when he left, he was again poached by another bank. So when we say 15 years, Mr. Speaker, you are locking out the youth completely. And even I don't think, even at our professional level, at people applying to be judges of the High Court, we don't place it at 15 years. It's 10, Mr. Speaker. 10, and you can pass a sentence to condemn someone to be hanged, and that is it, bring his life to an end. It's a serious assignment. I will propose, Mr. Speaker, that we consider, because of our youth, we consider amending this clause to reduce the experience to at least 10 years. I would have preferred even 7, but maybe a middle ground can be 10 years. But to put 15 years, Mr. Speaker, you will lock out so many of our youths. And we want them to get employments, Mr. Speaker. Then on the issue of 29H on the headquarters, Mr. Speaker, I thought it would be nice, Mr. Speaker, to say that the headquarters of the Kenya Forest Research Institute will be at the headquarters of any of our devolved entities. We have 46 counties other than Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why we have said that specifically we make it to be Kiambu, Mr. Speaker. We should have said the headquarters of the institute shall be in one of our counties other than Nairobi, so that, Mr. Speaker, if Kisii or Nyamira can compete to be the headquarters of Kefri, why not? Or if it is in Kericho, or if it's Nandi. I don't know whether I've seen a law that is so prescriptive that it names a particular county as the headquarters of a body corporate like this. I'm just curious. Why say Kiambu? Why not Narok, for example, Mr. Speaker? Why not Nyamira, for example, Mr. Speaker? So I think, to change these headquarters, you must amend the law again, Mr. Speaker. I think we should leave it to be a bit open. Mr. Speaker, I've seen a number of cases where you appoint people to a board and the appointing authority is taken to court. Now, in this particular law at section 29, we are saying the chairperson will be appointed by the president, the speaker. Why can't we say that the CS in consultation or on the advice of the president, Mr. Speaker? Now, if you have an issue with this appointment, do you sue the president, Mr. Speaker? I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, that we don't give the president some of these very small duties, like appointing chairman. This is something that can be undertaken by the cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker. So I hope the committee that will consider this bill will put that into consideration. I have no problem with SRC setting remuneration, but Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why we cannot have a generic, salary structure for members who serve in our various boards. I mean, why, for example, should you say if you serve as the chair of Anti-Corruption Commission, you should earn 350,000, but if you are serving as a chair of Kenya Forest, Kenya Conservation and Management Institute, you earn 25. Mr. Speaker, when you walk to a supermarket, the supermarket does not know that you are from EACC and that the other one is from Kefri, Mr. Speaker. We should promote parity and fairness, Mr. Speaker. Everybody should earn the same salary. My argument has always been, Mr. Speaker, there is a police officer working for DCI who is supposed to arrest somebody who has committed a crime or somebody who has swindled public money. You have another police officer forwarded to EACC who is also supposed to investigate that crime somewhere, but you are paying the person at EACC more money than the other police officer from DCI who is doing investigation. What statement are we making, Mr. Speaker? Are we saying that this police officer is not being well remunerated because he's going to get extra money from somewhere, or what are we really saying? If remuneration, Mr. Speaker, is meant to ensure that we adequately compensate members who are serving in public service, then the earnings should be the same, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, the others who are earning less will say we have an excuse to look for other means of topping up so that we earn like people who are in those other bodies. The intention, and Mr. Speaker, I participated when we were making comments on what Kenyans intended when they set up SRC. Mr. Speaker, the intention was to make sure that the remuneration that Kenyans are earning is uniform, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to remove this idea of saying there's a special card of Kenyans working somewhere who earn more and others who earn less. That's why SRC was set up to equalize remuneration so that Kenyans can get what we see in other countries where if remuneration is set at $20 per hour, that's what everybody should be earning, Mr. Speaker. So in future, I hope we can, let SRC tell us, if you are serving as a member of a board, you are sitting in one sitting, you earn 25,000, up to a maximum of this and this, so that we don't keep legislating in every law we are saying in consultation with SRC. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. We need to conserve our forests. We need to ensure that we enhance the forest cover of this country, and we need to reduce our greed of wanting to grab our forests. You won't take all these things you are trying to accumulate when you die, finally. But the forests will serve the current generation and the future generation. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Mgatana Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2025. Bill number 38 of 2025 National Assembly bills. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly interested in the National Forest Research Institute that has been set up under this bill. Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County, we have a very serious problem. And this problem, Mr. Speaker, originates from a tree that is called the Mathenge tree. The scientific name for that tree is called Prosopis juliflora. Mr. Speaker, this tree has had a major negative impact on the ecosystems in Tana River County. And Mr. Speaker, it has killed grazing lands. It has affected farmlands. Today, Mr. Speaker, forests are dying because of this Mathenge tree. The history of this tree, Mr. Speaker, is that it was introduced in the 1970s and 1980s with the idea that it would fight desertification. And it was introduced in our county in those days because it's one of the semi-arid counties. And Mr. Speaker, when it came, it started growing with so much force. It spread everywhere. The wild animals would disperse its seeds everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, it grew so fast, and the roots of that tree, Mr. Speaker, are so strong. Even if you cut it today, tomorrow it grows again. Even if it is a dry season, if it rains a bit, all the Mathenge trees will come up again. It drinks a lot of water. It stresses trees. It even prevents the regeneration of the natural vegetation. It prevents regeneration of forests within our area. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to learn that in this bill, in section 291, proposed section 291G, there is, in fact, one of the things that this institute is supposed to do is to assess, map, control, and develop procedure for the control of invasive species. The Mathenge tree has become a major invasive species. And Mr. Speaker, it is a species that does not die. And it is so strong, it kills everything that is natural within the area. Mr. Speaker, even in large-scale irrigation schemes, like the Bura irrigation scheme, you will find that it clogs the canals. When farmers want to plant, they have to spend a lot of money trying to clear Mathenge before they can put the seeds. Mr. Speaker, even the locals, when we are grazing our animals, Mr. Speaker, if your animals, your cows, they bite for whatever reason because of hunger or any reason, they eat this tree, Mr. Speaker, they will have very serious digestion problems. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to the people of Tana River. I am glad that one of the reasons that has been set up for this research institute is to make sure they control invasive species. Mr. Speaker, what I have also seen in this bill is that they have tried to explain the question of lack of spread for research institutions. The debate has been, where is the headquarters? But I am not really interested in that, Mr. Speaker. I want this bill to speak to the fact that the people who actually suffer are people in the counties. We want this bill to be specific about establishing research centers within the counties, because what it has done is just to say regional centers for research. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the proposed 29G, it is just talking about regional centers. But when we were dealing with the establishment of judges, when we were passing those laws many years ago, after the new constitution was done, Mr. Speaker, I remember moving a clause that was very specific, saying that each county must have a judge at the county. And progressively, the judiciary has been appointing judges at each county. And Mr. Speaker, I was moving that amendment at that time because there was no high court in Tana River County. But I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, because of that law, each Chief Justice has continuously and slowly trying to make sure that every county in this country has a Chief Justice. And we have a judge of the High Court. And I am proud to say that in Tana River County, we now have a judge of the High Court. But if you look at the wording of the establishment of research centers in this law, it is not specific, Mr. Speaker, to counties. The language has not been that language that we would use if this law was being set up from the Senate and going to the other sides. So I would urge in the third reading, Mr. Speaker, that there be a very specific provision that progressively research centers for forestry be set up in all counties. This is because counties like Tana River County, where I come from, if these provisions are not in the law, the nation tends to ignore some of our counties, Mr. Speaker. They would go, when you mention forests, they don't think of counties like Tana River. And yet we have big forests, Mr. Speaker, in the Kipini area, for example. In the Bangal area, for example, we have huge forests, Mr. Speaker, that in fact are already under the Department of Forestry as we speak. So, Mr. Speaker, it would be a good idea that these forest research centers be established in every county of the Republic of Kenya. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to note that in the proposed clause 5, the national government is enforced to provide technical assistance to counties. Every county is supposed to get national government technical assistance in as far as agroforestry and commercial forestry in community land is concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, some of our community lands are registered in Tana River County, but some community lands are not registered. We would want, when they are giving these technical services on agroforestry, on commercial forestry, they should cover both registered and non-registered community lands as the situation exists right now. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important provisions in this Amendment Act is the establishment of the Forest Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good innovation because up to now, the Department of Forestry has been operating almost like some outsider department that only becomes important when you have political push for growing trees. But then now we are creating a full department which is headed by a secretary. And this Directorate of Forestry is going to be a game changer, Mr. Speaker, because we have the secretary in charge of forests who will be dealing directly with matters to do with forest, who will be directly advising the Cabinet Secretary for Environment on matters forest. He will be developing policy and doing everything else that needs to be done to make sure that forestry in Kenya is exploited to the maximum for the benefit of the people of Kenya. The problem I am having with this law, this proposed law, is coming on 29D. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this clause 29D, it is proposing that the register be established for all professionals in the forest sector. And Mr. Speaker, it is actually suggesting that it is the Secretary of Forests, whom we are setting up now, that will be giving the certifications for you to be a professional in the area, in the practice of forest management and everything related to forestry. Mr. Speaker, we have various professional bodies within the Republic of Kenya. We have the Law Society of Kenya, we have the doctors, we have surveyors, we have many professional institutions. And Mr. Speaker, you will remember that in this parliament, we passed a law to create HR professionals in human resource management, and we created a whole law for them so that the practice in Kenya has been that management or professional institutes and managing those institutions, it is done by professionals within that area. It is managed by professionals in that area. I'm a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, by training, and the Law Society is managed by lawyers. We conduct our own elections, we carry out our own disciplinary actions, and this is what we do. It is self-regulating. Now, that is the standard that goes across all professionals in Kenya. Now, how does it become that the secretary in charge of forests is the one that certifies professionals in this area of forestry? Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that one person or one office is in charge of a whole profession. There are many people in the environmental sector. There are many people who are already practicing agroforestry, commercial forest growing. There are people who have been trained in these areas, Mr. Speaker, on environmental management. How can it be that instead of us doing what is supposed to be done, setting up an institute for forestry professionals and having them manage their own issues, we are actually giving these powers to one office called the Secretary of the Directorate of Forestry? Mr. Speaker, I think I fault this law seriously on that matter, and I think it is not a good thing to create an office and give it so much power, and it does not make sense, because the qualification we have put for the Secretary of Forests is a person who has a master's degree. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are professors in the area of environmental law, professors in the area of management, economic, and professor in in management of forestry. Mr. Speaker, these professionals who are environmentalists are the ones who should be regulating the professionals within the area of forestry. It cannot be the secretary who just has a qualification of a master's. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a deficiency somewhere in this law that needs to be looked again in the third reading. We need to place amendments so that we can release the professionals to do their thing. Somebody who has a master's degree cannot be the one certifying a professor in environmental law as a professional in forestry. Mr. Speaker, that is a problem that I have noted with this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I would really support this bill. I think for the first time now, we are seeing that forestry is being given its proper position within the Republic of Kenya. I see, like, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not treating them as just a force, like a force that is not really defined, because it's not within even the structure of the Ministry of Interior. It is somehow a force, but somehow it is not a force, and they don't have a very good structure. But now, with the creation of the Secretary for Forests, and in the creation of this clear structure that is coming up now with this bill, I think we are headed in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has been known to be ahead in terms of making legislation. And I think this is one of a demonstration where we are going. We are moving away from what used to be just a small department of forests to a strong department that has policy direction, head of policy direction. And Mr. Speaker, we believe that it will be able to spread across the counties. I have made a case for every station, every county to have its own station so that we can develop this sector. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Senators, from my dashboard, there is no other senator wishing to contribute. Therefore, I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Speaker, sir, of this House who have spoken on this very important subject, this bill speaks to our future. Any country that does not take care of its national environment and its forest, Mr. Speaker, will one day pay a very heavy price. And I'm particularly happy with the kind of interest that I'm hearing from members that this is a matter which quite a number of them will actually be seeking to amend one or two things. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that, and I concede, Mr. Speaker, that rarely do you get the kind of interest on a topic that is fairly complex such as this from the number of members that we have gotten this afternoon, and each has picked a particular area of interest to them, things that they feel strongly about. It is my sincere hope that tomorrow, when we progress this bill, members will be available in the House to do the subsequent amendments alongside those of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 66.3, I request that the putting of a question be deferred until a later date, preferably tomorrow afternoon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Majority Leader, the putting of the question on business order number 9 is deferred. Honorable Senators, I again reorganize the order paper. We defer order number 10, and we go now to order number 11. Senator Kalenyamu, kindly approach the chair. Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, and requesting the clerk to call out order number 11, but due to other technicalities, we are not able to handle that now. So I defer business appearing as order number 11 all the way to 28 because we have no movers of these bills. Of course, yours truly is as under number 23, but I cannot be able to do that now. Then Karanyamu is here, but it seems not to be ready again also for today. So it defer again under number 29 to 34. Clerk. Honorable Senators, upstanding. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 14th May 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
We're so excited. We were allowing our imaginations to run rampant, okay? We had colors and names and parties and all the things we were going to do. And the nurse checked and said, "I'm so sorry."
Michelle Wilkins has sung with some of the top artists in the Christian music scene, from Mandisa to Toby Mac. All that time on stage didn't compare to the joy of finding out she and her husband Michael were expecting their first child.
The lady says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but there's no longer a heartbeat." It hurt. It was like a pain I had never felt before.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama.
Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni.
Vurugu nyumbani, mwadhirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Walemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti. Nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Utumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha. Nimependa sana hoja yako.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health.
Someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about The Viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good morning, Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good Morning Kenya, every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa? Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi. Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani? Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
bindu nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyezao wala mbuli.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa? Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi. Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani? Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
bindu nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyezao wala mbuli.
Looking for sisterhood? Craving solidarity? Ready for a space where every woman belongs? Then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
Wewe wahitaji watatu ili kukamilika. Mimi nahitaji wawili.
Wewe pia? Hivi Pili alikuwa yazungumzia ukweli?
Ule. Wani?
Na anafanya nini pale na Patel?
Hata ninashangaa.
Tusherekee
kwa kuja kwa Sitara. My daughter. My daughter.
Into the ancient palace, and these 10 stars begin calling for us. Where history is no longer hidden in books, it's right here in front of us. Watching the sun light up the walls and trees, every mission leading us forward. Where we start building the things we dream of is when we see how strong our hearts are. Every cloud can decorate the sky. Everyone can see how what's best for them. We'll get to paint the rainbow for lights, lighting the way for us to chase our dreams, our dreams.
My name.
Huh?
So, where to start? I think I better ask Yuanbao. What are you doing?
Hello? Li Xiaoyu, you're here.
Tomorrow again. It's always tomorrow.
That's enough.
Did you also modify your smartwatch?
My mom and dad gave it to me. Hey, what is that?
Look over this diagram for me.
Not yet. You still have to fix my detector. It's done, it's done. It's done? Finally! I've been waiting forever! I was inspired by Hangshi's scepter. I've enhanced the radar function and increased the database size. Not bad. Come on, let's find Baizi.
Do you seriously think this is going to work?
Don't worry, I have my ways.
Hurry up, Yuanbao.
Coming! This is Taihe Hall. Here. Wait for a signal. Take it. Come on. Don't break it again.
Hey, welcome back. Where's Yuanbao?
He's waiting for you to send a signal.
No problem. The perfect time to show you my newest trick.
Hey?
You're really attached to that.
You don't get it. It's to find my I mean, I needed to find Baize.
I almost forgot. This comes direct from Chavo. He said to give it to you.
Huh? Chavo?
My work is done. I'm gonna go cultivate with Brother Wisdom. See ya!
Huh? Mountain beast.
The mountain beast is usually known as the bridge spirit.
Yaola.
Hey, no wait. I have to find Baize.
Yuanbao just fixed it. Let's give it a try.
Then, let's be quick.
Gemstone Street.
We're up.
20 meters ahead on the left. We will reach.
Huh? Mountain beast?
Siegi is near. Siegi, one of the palace roof beasts. Known to be brave.
Step aside. I have things I need to do.
Just an operational error. It's fine.
Let me see.
Jiaowan can travel 8,000 miles in a day, fluent in all languages.
What's this little device? Oh, Hangshi said a human helped him repair his scepter. It was you.
That's right.
Professor Jiaoda, do you know where the mountain beast is?
Mountain beast? Which one do you mean? Not far from here is the Broken Rainbow Bridge.
Huh? This is Broken Rainbow Bridge? According to the map, there shouldn't be so many willow trees.
Hey, stop stalling. Let's go.
You guys hear that? Yaola! Yuanbao! Yaola! Yuanbao!
My name. My name. Are you looking for your friends?
Huh?
Are you the mountain beast?
Yes. Do you know my name?
Huh? I thought your name was the mountain beast.
Ignorant little girl. Any divine beast that guards a stone bridge can be referred to as a mountain beast, but that doesn't make it my name.
Then, don't you have friends? Someone must know your name.
My name was stolen by somebody, and all I can remember is the pain of betrayal.
You forget? How?
I'm not here to field your questions. I'm in need of a name. If I'm not satisfied, you'll end up like all the others, turned into willow trees.
You mean the trees used to be spirits?
Don't worry. Humans and trees have nothing in common. Science tells us it's impossible to...
We'll help you. Bridge Watcher.
Too obvious.
Will-o-wisp?
You mocking me?
I've got another. It isn't mean, and it fits your personality.
I'm listening.
The sublime, long-haired, beautiful, heavenly Sphinx.
What?
He's praising you, the long-haired, beautiful Sphinx.
Think you're funny? You kids really want to be trees, don't you?
No matter what we say, you're gonna turn us into trees. Because only your true name will leave you satisfied.
That is correct. Then I guess it's time to...
Got it! Centipede!
Centipede? It sounds familiar, but it's not my name.
be in the vicinity of the ancient beast.
Where are you going?
The scarlet trees have flowered, bathing in the warm sunshine, filling our hearts with joy. Summer nights are long, the moon was just me falling asleep. I have been missing you in my dreams. I long to see you, to travel back in time, to relive the good times we had together. I want to tell you all the things I have imagined, all the things I have liked. Look, the cat is lounging in a sunny spot. The past has been gradually forgotten. The stories are still being told. The smell of the flowering crab apples lingers in the air, hidden behind the glazed yellow tiles. The world is being lit up slowly. One quiet afternoon, a monster suddenly appears with a beard and roar.
Let's make friends!
Watch him take my hand as we walk behind the palace and disappear down the alley. The universe is dark, but there are so many stars. Our story feels more like a dream. Figures from mythology turn real in a blink of an eye as they reach out to me.
What is aloofness?
Chao Feng knows the best.
The best!
The seal is lifted, and a man becomes a monster. A beast with kung fu skills cannot be held back. Stop what you are doing. Come with me. Come on!
Breeze greets us at a sudden crossing point, waiting for so long. These tender memories are planted in my heart. I took a look back. I've been waiting for you.
Jihu was pretty good in the past.
How about a contest?
Yeah, then we can see who's the best.
No. That silly show of his is nothing.
Are you scared?
Scared? No. I don't even know the meaning of the word.
Then how about for the Xiaoyuan Festival? We hold a contest.
So then, this is why you came back?
Huh? Contest! Test.
Since you two want to hold a contest, and you know each other so well, how about Xiaoyu and Yongle stand in for you?
Huh?
How about they duke it out instead? Well?
Li Xiaoyu is the new gem master. Yang Yongle doesn't stand a chance.
Li Xiaoyu? She's a schoolgirl who doesn't even know magic.
Yayula, you...
Me what? I'm telling you guys, Suan-Ni is my master, the greatest magician in the world. And we're gonna obliterate Shihu and Li Xiaoyu.
In your dreams! I'm not scared! 2 former friends turned rivals, and that gem master's involved!
Well then, what do you say?
Let's go.
Great. We'll meet at Shenyu Pavilion for the Xiaoyuan Festival.
Are we gonna train here? Huh? Wow. Huh? Are we still in Monster's Canteen? Hey? What's this? Oh, look at that! Wow, that's so cool! Wow! Hey, Master, this is incredible!
Where'd they go?
That guy'd spy on them. It's a simple masking spell. Who cares?
And the total fee comes to... Huh? Where are they?
Time to begin. But don't call me master.
A master imparts his knowledge to his students. What can I call you if not master? Master, are all of these treasures yours?
Green, red, white, and black. 4 elements. Each with its own meaning. You have a gift for red. Pushing it to study white will be counterproductive.
Huh? I have to study white magic.
I need to find you a fishing rod, but now we're studying expelling smoke.
Hey? Is that... Shihu?
Look, this is an ink seal. It may not be alive, but it has a soul. Learn to work with it. Concentrate well. You need to trust it. Just like you trust your best friend.
Li Xiaoyu? She's a schoolgirl who doesn't even know magic.
As long as you're fine.
I'll figure out a way to repair it.
White magic doesn't suit you. I'll keep teaching you how to use the rod. It remains to be seen how capable you are.
Even if it doesn't suit me, I'm gonna win this contest for you. I have a question I've been wanting to ask.
Speak.
The first time I saw you, you asked me where Chihu was. Is he the reason that you've returned?
You've already got a grasp on it. But in your heart, you still lack trust.
How can you tell that?
Because I'm much like you.
Because of Sunny?
Since he left, I haven't used ink at all. Show you. I'm not a worthy teacher for you. I can't teach you something I can't even do myself.
Did the two of you have a misunderstanding? I think if that's all it is, it can be repaired.
Sawani and I grew up together. He was a quiet spirit, and me, I was afraid of nothing. He was skilled in smoke. I excelled with ink. To both of our surprise, they complemented one another. We began performing together. He was my partner. He was like a brother to me. From my vantage point, that was already enough.
What happened next? Why did it all change?
Swanee.
Haze. Fog. No, it's not enough. Oh, yes, Mr. Penglai. That's what I need.
Just like when he was a kid. He enjoyed his solitude. He always felt that his work wasn't good enough. Thank you, thank you.
What an astounding performance!
Good.
Was it good, though?
Hey, don't look so serious.
We can still do better.
Maybe we were never chasing the same goal. But I never thought we would split up until one Xiayuan festival.
The greatest magician ever!
The master of white magic.
The second to none.
Hey, did you see the size of that crowd? City's packed. I bet all Kunlun and Penglaya. Some spirits came here all the way from Greece. Eh? I'm gonna expand the stage. How big should it be? 100 feet? 1,000 feet? Look at you. 10,000 feet then.
I'm leaving. I've decided. After this performance, I'm leaving Tianyi City.
What do you mean?
Remember what I told you. I must go and learn more techniques. The time's come.
You mean you already planned this?
I promise I'll be back.
Enough! Did you think I'd try and stop you? Well, dream on. I'll be fine. I never needed you. This was the blueprint for that performance. But unfortunately, we both lost our focus. When I heard he was back, I was happy at first, thinking that we finally might reconcile. But
Then, can I take a look at the paper? I think you should try talking to him.
But you've seen what he's like. What's there to talk about?
Hey! Wait! Hey! He came back because of True. I must do something to help. Huh? Who's there? Little thief. Time to show you what I'm capable of. I've been training so hard. My vision's blurry. I should rest. Ali! Ali!
I can't believe you really attacked me.
You're the one acting all suspicious.
I'm here with a proposition. I'm asking for a temporary ceasefire. If you have objections, go ahead and speak.
I'll never agree.
Huh? You agree?
Huh?
Let's get serious for a second.
Spider!
You seem pretty happy. Did you know Chihu and Sunny used to be very good friends?
Of course I knew that. Don't tell me you want to help them make up.
Unfortunately, due to some complications, they had a misunderstanding. I want to help them.
Would you stop talking? Save me! Huh?
Turns out you're scared of spiders. I've got a plan. You want to hear it?
Go on.
The path I once traveled is calling on you now. Everything has its own position in this wonderful universe. I will cherish this gift from you. Your bravery, your modesty. The wind hurt your face, but you never cried. The time we have spent together will never be forgotten. Young man, keep going. I will be your son. You may not see me when you look back, but I will always be your source of strength. I can be with you forever. Life goes by within a blink of an eye. When the next breeze comes, we will meet again. Young man, keep going. I will be your son. You may not see me when you look back, but I will always be your source of strength. When we meet again someday, I swear I will never leave you again. When I forget who I am, please remember my smiling face.
I'm not doing it.
Huh? What'd you say?
I don't want to take the exam.
But you haven't taken it. How'd you know you won't pass it?
Keep me company. Sit yourself down. How about you bring me some of your soup?
Sure.
When do you get off? Let's have dinner together.
You're thinking I know everything. I'm the one who should be grateful.
I know he's not the type to mess me around. He's just slow, really. Plus, he's stubborn.
Gina! Haki watoto wa siku hizi wakiwa wanasumbua. Usikose kuona Gundu KBC Channel 1 every Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Ujionee hivi vituko vya watoto wa siku hizi wanaosumbua wazazi. Na mengine mengi. Keep it Gundu. Gina!
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
mimi ndio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesayo, ubenyezao wala mbuli.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond blackmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1.
Kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama.
Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni.
Vurugu nyumbani, mwadhirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Ulemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti, nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Kutumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha, nimependa sana hoja yako.
on it. DJ pull up the vibe, getting fun.